LoveLore Library. Chapter 424, 9 Dragons and 5 Tigers. Chapter 424, 9 Dragons and 5 Tigers. China was huge with a massive landmass of 9,600,000 square kilometers and sea area of 2,997,000 square kilometers. Chinese culture dated back to around 5,000 years ago. The Chinese culture had a profound impact on the world while its tradition, practices, and festivals were celebrated, instilled, and practiced by a great number of people around the world. No one knew how many people with exceptional abilities, legends, and heroes were born on this vast and mysterious land. China now had 3 doors, 5 sects, 9 dragons and 5 tigers. The 9 dragoons were the 9 martial arts masters with otherworldly abilities. They represented the clandestine martial world of China. Each and every one of them had perfected stage 9 inner qi and were extremely powerful with extreme inner abilities. Dongfang Mingwang was one of the dragons with the name Crimson Dragon. He was highly respected in China and every power gave both overt and covert attention to his actions. 3 months ago, after Qin Feng escaped from the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Dongfang Mingwang was the first person he approached after Shimen Chui Shua brought him to the provincial capital. "Of course, I remember our deal. You don't need to worry about that. I won't break our promise." Qin Feng answered while tensing his legs. The promise ticked him off. However, for the sake of the safety of his women in Acropolis City, Qin Feng did not have another choice but to agree to Dongfang Mingwang's condition. "I know you don't have the nerve to break our promise, but an old dog cannot alter its way of barking. You're still licentious in conduct and lead a wild life. Even though you did not develop relationships with any women, you always imposed on them." Qin Feng's face darkened and interrupted Dongfang Mingwang. He harumphed, "How can you keep on stalking other people, you weird geezer? Did you know that I can see you for invading my privacy?" Dongfang Mingwang was tickled pink by Qin Feng. He giggled and replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead, then." Qin Feng was left speechless again. He was in the provincial capital, the territory of Dongfang Mingwang. How could he sue him? Even if he found a way to file a charge against Dongfang Mingwang at a police station, Qin Feng believed that, in the end, he would be the one to be detained and not Dongfang Mingwang. Qin Feng remembered the cold and unkind Lu Bingbing when he thought of the police. "I miss her a lot. Tisk, I'm too lazy to fight you. Tell me, what is the situation in Acropolis now? Was it all good?" Qin Feng dropped his carefree attitude and became grave. With his brooding eyes, Dongfang Mingwang looked out onto the faraway terrain where Acropolis City was located. Then, he spoke calmly. "The ladies are all fine. Ling Bei is still in the hospital and has not woken up yet. I've dispatched a group of people to protect her around the clock. Zhao Lingxian was almost forced to marry into the Liang family. I made my stand and forced the Liang family to cancel the marriage. Meanwhile, the woman named Yun Xiao shared the same fate as Zhao Lingxian. She's only one step away from marrying into the Gao family. I put some pressure on the Gao family to force them to cancel the wedding as well. Bai Qing and Bai Xiu remain the same. Lu Wenjing and Lu Xiaojia lead quiet lives. Li Yuchen is still working for the royal group. Everything is fine as usual." Holy shit. You see, how many women I have mentioned. The youngest is only a junior high student. Of all the women, how could you lay your hands on a minor? Can you still call yourself a human? I must be blind for giving my granddaughter to you. Dongfang Mingwang exploded before he could finish his report to Qin Feng. He set up a marriage with the Qin family a long time ago and betrothed his granddaughter to Qin Feng. Little had he expected that Qin Feng would oppose the marriage and lead a feckless and dissolute life engaging many women at a time. His chaotic relationship with women greatly infuriated Dongfang Mingwang. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after knowing that the women he treasured were all fine. He peered at the faraway sky with clear eyes. He felt lonely. Geezer Dongfang, I won't eat my words and will fulfill the deal between us. You don't have to keep an eye on me any longer. Qin Feng was quite touched that Dongfang Mingwang settled perfectly and wholeheartedly everything he asked of him. Dongfang Mingwang was the first person he approached when he arrived in the provincial capital 3 months ago. He pleaded with Dongfang Mingwang to maneuver his men and protect all his women in Acropolis City. Dongfang Mingwang agreed to offer his help on one condition. During the Qin family's competition 3 months later, Dongfang Mingwang urged Qin Feng to claim victory, became the junior patriarch of the Qin family, and married Dongfang Qing Shui. From that moment on, Dongfang Qing Shui would always be his wife. He could not take another concubine. Qin Feng agreed. Looking at Qin Feng's lonely background, Dongfang Mingwang sighed. He then swayed a topic and asked, why did you have to conceal yourself in the provincial capital these past 3 months? Most of Qin Feng's enemies were based in the provincial capital. By right, the provincial capital was the most dangerous place for him, and he would certainly die if he ever stepped into the provincial capital. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Dongfang Mingwang grinned widely like a kid. Oh, for God's sake, do you think I'm so stupid to not see through your little pesky mind? You're just taking advantage of my influence in the provincial capital and staying under the umbrella of my protection. By doing so, who the fuck would still have the nerve to lay their fingers on you? Dongfang Mingwang revealed his intention, and Qin Feng felt awkward. I have a question too. Fire it out fast. I hate it the most when people don't finish their sentences, harumphed Dongfang Mingwang as he smacked Qin Feng's shoulder and almost sent him hurtling down into the abyss. Why did you betroth Dongfang Qin Shui to me? Don't you think you're doing a bad bargain? Dongfang Mingwang was Crimson Dragon, one of the 9 dragons of China. Not only did he possess bottomless strength, but the Dongfang family was another massively powerful family that could not be reckoned with. It was a superior and large family clan that even the Qin family in the provincial capital could not maw. Therefore, how come this geezer wants to marry his granddaughter to me? Qin Feng asked himself. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Mingwang lifted his head into the sky and guffawed uproariously. The valley reciprocated to his laugh by trembling slightly. Qin Feng felt he would never understand the true strength of the old man. He could not sense any form of inner qi from him even though he was so close to him. He looked no different from an ordinary person, however, he could easily scare the wits out of you with a simple laugh or smack you on the shoulder. Qin Feng. The time is not here yet. The only thing I can tell you now is that Dongfang Qing Shui did not lose but in fact she earned. The Dongfang family will never be at a loss for forming a close relationship with the Qin family. I'm paving a road for the future. Qin Feng was utterly confused. He became wired up suddenly as a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this geezer found out the thing about the hedonist sovereign system? Why are you looking at me like that? Please don't think too much. It won't be you who'll be our backer once we form our relationship through marriage. It'll be your parents. My parents? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned hazy. The Qin family in Acropolis City could not hold its ground and fell during the Great War 3 months ago. Uncle Fu took his father to seek refuge for the Qin family in the provincial capital. Qin Feng missed his father a lot as he had not seen him for around 3 months. As for his mother, Qin Feng did not have any memories of his mother since he was born. Just like performing a magic, he vanished before Qin Feng in the blink of an eye, causing Qin Feng to gape in astonishment. What the fuck? You stupid geezer, what kind of place have you bring me to? How am I supposed to go back on my own? You should have taken me along when you leave. Qin Feng kept dissing Dongfang Ming Wang. However, there was nothing left aside from his own voice and echo, and Dongfang Ming Wang was no longer in his sight. The day had arrived when Qin Feng returned to Chang Xian's villa. He had run for almost 200 kilometers yesterday night before he found his way home. If Qin Feng had the chance to run into Dongfang Ming Wang again, he swore he would kill himself in front of Dongfang Ming Wang as revenge for leaving him behind. As soon as he entered the parlor, Chang Xian shot a barrage of questions at him while holding a chilly expression. Qin Feng, where did you go last night? What did you do to Yan Yan? Only now did Qin Feng remember last night Hua Yan went on a rampage and almost killed himself. What have I done to Yan Yan? Why don't you ask that crazy girl what she has done to me instead? She is freaking insane. She almost killed me. Qin Feng and Chang Xian had exchanged blows, and Hua Yan came downstairs. She was dressed in a white shirt and a kilt. Hua Yan suddenly stopped when she saw Qin Feng. Her sky-blue eyes were veiled with complex expressions. She remained still for a good while before moving toward the duo. Yan Yan, just in time. What on earth actually happened last night? I was suddenly awakened by some noises outside, and then after I came downstairs to check what was going on, I found you unconscious in the parlor with your sleeping gown all torn apart. Qin Feng was nowhere in sight, and he had not come home. Tell me, what happened? After Chang Xian discovered Hua Yan, she helped her into her room. Hua Yan had remained unconscious for the entire night, and she had just woken up, so Chang Xian still did not know what happened last night. Hua Yan fell silent facing Chang Xian's interrogation. Bright pink crawled up her face, and she answered her charmingly, please don't ask so many questions, big sister Xian. In sum, Qin Feng did not force me to do anything last night. How can you expect a girl tell you something like this? Like a newlywed, Hua Yan gave a charming smile to Qin Feng before running away. Standing in the doorway, Qin Feng and Chang Xian were both in a state of utter confusion. Yan Yan has fallen in love with Qin Feng. Chang Xian's mind was filled with many questions. They even had sexual relations last night. But, how is that possible? What the fuck? What kind of trick is this woman playing? Do you think that this young master will accept you after you make a false charge against me? This brother is not an easy man. Qin Feng roared inwardly as well. Humph. Chang Xian glared at Qin Feng and stomped out of the villa. Qin Feng hastily followed her. He had run his way home for a night, and he did not want to run back to the university again. When he arrived at the Medical College of Provincial Capital University, Qin Feng realized that the atmosphere of the class was not right. His students lay lifelessly on the table while a large-headed middle-aged man was blabbering on the podium. Qin Feng entered the lecture hall and laughed. I see that all of you are so tired and washed out. Can I take it as all of you come to overnight in the lecture hall so that you can claim a good spot to attend my class? Qin Feng's voice was like a steroid, and the 200 students regained their vigor, shot up, and sat with their backs straight. All of them focused their gazes and stared spiritedly at Qin Feng. Chapter 425, Exchange Study. Chapter 425, Exchange Study. The 200 students came to the lecture early to grab themselves good spots. Some of them had not even eaten breakfast and stormed their way to the lecture hall instead just to attend Qin Feng's class. Unfortunately, the man who was lecturing them that day wasn't Qin Feng but a roly-poly middle-aged man. The roly-poly middle-aged man was arrogant. He climbed up to the podium with a high and mighty attitude when he entered the lecture hall and introduced himself. He said his name was Xiao Lei, the chief physician of Department of Neurology in the affiliated hospital. He had been specially invited by the medical college's dean of the provincial capital university to run a spot check on the students about the practical knowledge of Western medicine. This class was intended to be Professor Qin Feng's lesson, yet a strange guy bounced in from nowhere and prattled nonsense at them. It was natural that the students did not like him, so they all lay dispiritedly on their tables waiting for Professor Qin Feng to drive this person away. Finally, their savior had arrived. Like previous lessons, Qin Feng maintained his humorous style by cracking a joke as soon as he entered the lecture hall. He had tall stature and he was handsome standing under the sunlight. With his down-to-earth manner, he successfully seized the heart of his students and all of them exploded. "Professor Qin Feng, we missed you so much." "The fuck? Do you think you're Feng Gong?" Qin Feng harumphed while glancing at his students. "Handsome Professor Qin Feng, we love you so much." "You freak." "I'm not gay." Qin Feng's face darkened. "Professor Qin Feng, we wanted to attend your Chinese medicine class. We want you to lead us in exploring the expansive field of Chinese medicine and embrace the profoundness of acupuncture. Hurry up and cast that stupid fat ass out the lecture hall. He nauseates us, and we don't like him." The students acted like peasants in a rebellion attempting to overthrow the government. Displeased by the students, Xiao Lei turned to Qin Feng and shot fierce glare at him. They exchanged glances and recognized one another. Xiao Lei was the fat asterisk ass who obstructed Qin Feng by every possible means when Qin Feng and Chang Xian had rushed to the affiliated hospital to rescue Wang Cheng Fa. In the end, his actions had ticked Qin Feng off, and Qin Feng beat him down brutally. Xiao Lei's second uncle, Xiao Shan, was the vice president of the affiliated hospital, yet that had not stopped Qin Feng from humiliating. "It's you, you brat." Xiao Lei instantly remembered the way Qin Feng had brutally beaten him upon seeing Qin Feng. He was champed in rage. Soon, his angry expression faded and a wicked grin crawled onto his jowly face. There was a reason why he was invited by the dean of the medical college to give a talk to the medical college's students on the practical knowledge and some study cases of Western medicine. Yesterday, the higher-ups of the provincial capital university received an exchange study proposal from the St. Medical Institute in America extending their wish to come to the provincial capital university for an academic exchange. The St. Medical Institute was the most famous higher institute in America that specialized in Western medicine. Their mastery and research on the Western medical field were the vanguards of the world. Many incurable, uncommon diseases and illnesses that couldn't be cured by the rest of the world had been cured by the specialized team sent out from the St. Medical Institute. Some of their treatments were so successful that they caused a massive tremor in the World Medical Organization. The news of a legendary higher institute like this suddenly wishing to come for an academic exchange at the Medical College of China's provincial capital university dropped like a bombshell on all of the higher-ups of the medical college, stunning them so much that they were all thrown into chaos. It was such a strange and hard-to-come-by opportunity. The first time Xiao Lei saw Qin Feng was when Qin Feng followed Chang Xian to save Wang Cheng Fa. At that time, Qin Feng still had not obtained the decree of 5-element acupuncture. He just utilized the talisman of clairvoyance to assist Chang Xian in pinpointing the patient's heart problem. Thus, in Xiao Lei's eyes, Qin Feng was merely Chang Xian's assistant. He believed that Qin Feng was only an inept assistant that could not even handle an operation on his own. How can he, an amateur, become a lecturer in a university? The majority of the graduates from the medical college interned or worked at the affiliated hospital. Therefore, in order to have a smooth life in the affiliated hospital, it was vital for one to curry favor with the elders of the medical college. Are you through? Do you still want to continue the battle or not? Xiao Lei almost fainted from his anger when he heard the students once again burst into peals of laughter. Qin Feng squinted, plastered a fake smile on his face and spoke earnestly, "Please chill, Director Xiao. We, as scholars who have studied the art of healing, must remain calm and collected at all costs no matter the conditions. How can Director Zhao's thoughts be so easily thrown into chaos after I cracked a few jokes? This is not how a grandmaster in the art of healing should behave. Qin Feng teased him, and he could not explode, otherwise, Qin Feng would be right, he wouldn't have the air of a grandmaster. Qin Feng was satisfied seeing Xiao Lei's troubled expression. Suddenly, he shot a question at Xiao Lei. Director Xiao, you've mentioned that you're the chief physician for the Department of Psychiatry, right? Yes, I am. Xiao Lei glared snappily at Qin Feng before he realized something wasn't right. His face sank and glowered. Fuck you. You're the psychiatrist. I'm the chief physician of the Neuropsychiatry department. The whole lecture hall rocked with laughter. This time, not even Chang Xan, who had been pulling a face, or the stern Ling Qin Yuan could hold back their laughter. Qin Feng nodded vigorously and replied, Oh. So you're the chief physician of the Neuropsychiatry department. Aren't they the same? Xiao Lei finally understood what Qin Feng meant. He was the chief physician of the Neurology department. However, Qin Feng twisted the words around and confused him, causing him to say the wrong thing. Xiao Lei had almost been tormented to death by Qin Feng's shameless and quirky mind before they had even begun the battle. Are you here for a talk or to examine my condition? Could it be that because you cannot do it you are deliberately trying to stall for more time by talking? Say it if you cannot do it, and I'll take my turn promptly. Xiao Lei shot a disdainful glare at Qin Feng. Qin Feng held back his jerky smile and turned serious. I'm done, Director Xiao. Something must be wrong with your mental health. Fuck you. You're the one with a mental issue. Xiao Lei roared, ignoring Ling Qin Yuan and the group of old fogies. The onset of mental illness is characterized by being easily irritated, short-tempered, and if left alone for a long period of time without seeking professional assistance, it will induce neurasthenia, weakening of immunity system, and indigestion, which in turn causes obesity. Besides that, Director Xiao has bad breath, an elevated body temperature, constipation, and hemorrhoids. All of this leads to one answer: you have a mental illness. Director Xiao, you must take care of yourself. Xiao Lei stared at Qin Feng in awe. The symptoms Qin Feng rattled off were half genuine and half sham. The mental illness was fake, however, the symptoms of having bad breath, an elevated body temperature, constipation, and hemorrhoids were all true. Bullshit. Xiao Lei's face blushed red. How could he make it public in front of so many people? It's so embarrassing. I might be wrong. Anyway, we have Elder Ling as our judge. Just let Elder Ling examine you. Then, we'll know if I am the real deal or not, Qin Feng countered indifferently while shrugging his shoulders. Cold sweat instantly streamed out from Xiao Lei's body. Ling Qin Yuan was the spearhead of Chinese medicine in the medical college, so Xiao Lei believed that Ling Qin Yuan would be able to see the symptoms with a glance. That's not necessary. Fellow Qin Feng is right. Chapped lips and a swollen nose are the symptoms of an elevated body temperature, and Director Xiao has both symptoms. Besides, I've noticed that your tongue is coated with a layer of white matter, and when you talk, you spit all over the place. Indeed, you have a bad breath. I can smell it from this far away. Ling Qin Yuan did not step forward and remained in his original position while explaining his observations of Xiao Lei. The students were thrilled by him that they could not stop laughing. They never expected that Xiao Lei was troubled by both bad breath and hemorrhoids. What a disgusting person. Also, after Ling Qin Yuan had run through a diagnosis of Xiao Lei, so all of the students believed that Xiao Lei indeed had a mental illness. They now looked at him with strange eyes and vigilant expressions, especially the students in the first row. They stared warily at Xiao Lei as they feared Xiao Lei might suddenly go crazy and rampage. Now it's my turn, Qin Feng. Xiao Lei was humiliated by Qin Feng. Holding his pent-up anger, he stormed his way towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng hastily stepped a few paces backward. He moved his way towards the students sitting in the first row, took Hua Yan's mask, and put it on without asking for her consent. He said, "Director Xiao's breath is too awful. I can't get close to you without putting on a mask first. I hope Director Xiao won't mind it." Qin Feng's utterance had caused everybody to laugh incessantly again. Hua Yan, on the other hand, was stunned. She put on the same mask every day, and Qin Feng just took it without asking for her permission. Thus, they were practically kissing each other. Chang Xian's face turned chilly. Seeing how casual Qin Feng was in taking Hua Yan's mask and putting it on, and the fact that Hua Yan did not stop him, Chang Xian was certain that Qin Feng and Hua Yan must have developed their relationship. Both of them must have kissed before, but she wasn't certain if they had slept together or not. Chang Xian seethed after witnessing it. She had been taking Hua Yan as her best friend. They shared a very intimate relationship and Chang Xian did not know how to face Hua Yan anymore. Xiao Lei was once again rendered speechless. He choked on a mouthful of blood and could neither spit it out nor swallow it. He stared furiously at Qin Feng and hastily went to examine his body condition to put an end to Qin Feng's chance for mischief. Chinese medicine emphasized a look, listen, question, and feel the pulse approach, while Western medicine had their own way of examining their patient. A great example was that Western medicine could deduce the severity of some diseases like fever or flu via the color of phlegm, urine, and feces. However, Qin Feng was a martial artist, so his body was in its best condition. Xiao Lei examined him for a few rounds, yet he still could not find any symptoms of illness. "Director Xiao, is my body so healthy that you are not able to see what problems my body may have?" Qin Feng offered a sly grin to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei replied to his gleeful grin with an ashen face. At last, he could not continue his pretense and shook his head. He sighed, "I can't find any illness in his body. So that means I won, right? Director Xiao." "Humph. It's an unfair battle, to begin with, anyway." Xiao Lei refused to admit his incompetence in front of Ling Qingyuan, so he began to find all sorts of reasons to defend himself with. "You learned Chinese medicine while I specialized in Western medicine. Chinese medicine emphasizes greatly on 4 steps: look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. You Chinese medicine practitioners could diagnose some common diseases through reading faces and feeling pulses. However, that is not what we do in Western medicine. We use all kinds of highly advanced medical devices to run X-ray and microscopic analyses to deduce the causes of illness and condition of a patient. Chinese medicine has long gone down the drain. Nobody wants to learn this kind of outdated stuff. No offense, but who suffers from a serious illness and does not go seek assistance from a doctor of Western medicine? Let me put it in a way you will understand. Chinese medicine can only cure common illnesses such as fevers, the flu, headaches, and stomach aches. Are you saying that you can cure some serious illness such as cardiovascular diseases, neurological illnesses, and internal visceral injuries simply by feeling the pulse and herbal prescriptions without an injection? Are you kidding me?" Xiao Lei had lost the battle, so he criticized the lack of usefulness of Chinese medicine and compared it with the large demand for Western medicine to beat down Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained rather unaffected by his speech. It was their judge, Ling Qingyuan, who reacted strongly to Xiao Lei's speech. His face began to chui, and his breath came in explosive puffs. His eyes rolled, and he fell unconscious. "What happened, Professor Ling?" "Professor Ling has fainted. Stop moving around. Students, stay in your seats. Professors, move out of the lecture hall now." Maintain the room's ventilation. Ling Qingyuan suddenly fainted, throwing everybody into chaos. Everybody silent. Whoever utters a syllable from this moment on better not dare to come to my class anymore. Qin Feng suddenly rose to his feet and glared. The students instantly fell into a pool of dead silence. Rushing, Xiao Lei and Qin Feng arrived at Ling Qingyuan's side soon after. Most of the professors had retreated to the sideline to keep the room ventilated. Director Xiao, didn't you say that Western medicine is the major trend now while Chinese medicine is lagging behind, and that cardiovascular diseases can only be cured through Western methods or through operation? Then I ask you now, what is the reason that Elder Ling has fallen unconscious? Qin Feng's countenance froze as he glared fiercely at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei suddenly felt that he was struck by a massive pressure, causing him to lose the courage to speak. You proclaimed yourself as the chief physician of the neurology department, bluffing and blustering the title in front of everybody, but you don't even know the exact reason that Elder Lin has fainted. He fainted due to a heart attack. This is Director Zhao's area of expertise. Qin Feng caused Xiao Lei's face to blush in anger. He wished he could hide in a hole. But he knew he could not escape now. He steeled himself and said, Qin Feng, there's no point saying all this and that. Elder Lin is in dire strait now, and you still have the time to compare Western and Chinese medicine with me. Since you always brag about how great Chinese medicine is, I dare you to cure Elder Lin with Chinese medicine. Chapter 427, 5 Poison Sting and Compendium of 100 Materia Medica. Chapter 427, 5 Poison Sting and Compendium of 100 Materia Medica. Since he had a rough time, Xiao Lei felt that he had to make Qin Feng struggle. He could not save Professor Ling Qingyuan, so he passed the duty to Qin Feng to see how he was going to do it. Qin Feng did not waver and remained calm because he had run a quick check on Ling Qingyuan's condition and knew what measures should he take to save him. The Hedonist sovereign system had released the Develop China's Traditional Medicine mission on Qin Feng's first day at provincial capital university. This mission had an undefined time limit and rewards. It seemed as though this was a chance to lay a solid foundation to expand China's traditional medicine. At his core, he wanted to utilize the students of the medical college as a platform to complete the mission. He would glorify and introduce the profoundness of Chinese medicine to the world through them. In order to do that, he had to make his 200 students believe in Chinese medicine and, eventually, fall in love with it. Thus, when they grew up and stepped into the society as professionals, they would work with Qin Feng to magnify and revitalize China's traditional medicine. Director Xiao is an expert in neurology and shot Chinese medicine down in flames. You mentioned that Chinese medicine could only be used to treat common illnesses such as fevers and the flu, and that serious diseases such as heart attacks can only be treated by operation. So why don't you, Director Xiao, cure Elder Ling right now and show us the magnificence and superiority of Western medicine? Qin Feng's cheerful smile seemed like a demon's smile to Xiao Lei and haunted him. Initially, he wanted to humiliate Qin Feng and avenge himself. However, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Qin Feng had pushed him to the limit, and he was on the verge of falling apart. If we use the Western medicine approach, we first have to send Elder Ling to the hospital to be examined, and only then can we begin treatment. We have nothing here, so what do you expect me to do? Perform an operation on Elder Ling without any medical devices. Do you know anything about Western medicine? Qin Feng chuckled. I don't have to know how Western medicine works because I'm smart enough to have learned Chinese medicine. You prattled so much without saying much of anything, meaning that you can't cure Elder Ling. Yes. I can't cure Professor Ling. Since you bragged about how great Chinese medicine is, then you should cure Elder Ling. Stop comparing yourself to me if you cannot do it either. Xiao Lei roared as he glared ferociously. He only admitted that he could not save Ling Qingyuan publicly because he believed that nobody else could save him either. Oh, you actually speak the truth every once in a while. I can really save Elder Ling, and I'll save him with the Chinese medicine that you look down upon. Qin Feng scoffed as a massive amount of aura erupted from his body. Suddenly, his hands flexed, and 10 silver needles appeared in his hand. He moved both hands simultaneously and inserted the 10 silver needles into the acupoints around Ling Qingyuan's heart. Surges of inner qi streamed into Ling Qingyuan through the silver needles and circulated around his heart. When Ling Qingyuan was struck by a heart attack, Qin Feng had examined him with the talisman of clairvoyance and found out that Ling Qingyuan's heart stopped functioning because his blood vessels were blocked. Therefore, Qin Feng was now transferring inner qi into Elder Ling's body to clear the blood vessels by promoting the blood flow around his heart. A few elders among the parade of professors were extremely delighted when they saw the silver needles vibrating on their own in Ling Qingyuan's chest. They were stunned, so they stared at the miraculous sight with their mouth agape, unable to utter a single syllable. Although this was not the first time Chang Xan had witnessed Qin Feng using the needle manipulation technique, she was still marveled by the sight. Xiao Lei did not know what the needle manipulation technique was, but the sight of 10 silver needles vibrating on their own was enough to stun him for a good amount of time. Only then did he realize that Qin Feng was not an ordinary assistant. He was clearly an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner. The silver needles vibrated in Ling Qingyuan's chest for around 5 minutes. While they vibrated, nobody dared open their mouths as their attention was seized by the wonderful sight before them. Ling Qingyuan suddenly awakened. Cough! Cough! He felt suffocated, and he coughed violently once he woke up. What happened to me? Why are you all surrounding me? Ling Qingyuan had lost consciousness the moment he fainted, so he was clueless as to what kind of tragedy had happened. Somebody from the group of professors briefed Ling Qingyuan about the incident. As he was briefed by his peers, he noticed the silver needles that were still vibrating in his body. He screamed, This is the needle manipulation technique. Who performed the treatment? Where is he now? Everyone then looked over at Qin Feng and realized that he was now sitting beside Hua Yan. Hua Yan tried to get her mask back from Qin Feng, but he was toying with her. Both of them were having a fun time together. Elder Ling, the professor over there is the one who performed the treatment. All the professors' eyes were flooded with intertwined shock and helplessness as they looked at Qin Feng speechless. He was so young, yet he had the ability to perform the supreme needle manipulation technique. What's more, he acted like it was nothing worth recognizing. Glowing with light, Ling Qingyuan hurried his way toward Qin Feng. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Qin Feng waved his hand and withdrew all 10 silver needles from Ling Qingyuan's chest. Amazed by how precise and fast Qin Feng was in manipulating the needles, Ling Qingyuan truly believed Qin Feng was his rescuer. He was marveled by the fact that Qin Feng was able to perform the needle manipulation technique at an early age. This means that he is a shaman. Ling Qingyuan could not perform the needle manipulation technique because he could not condense and circulate inner qi. Fellow Qin Feng, thank you for saving my life. Ling Qingyuan looked at Qin Feng as if he had found a treasure. Qin Feng was rather calm. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Don't be ridiculous. You seem to hold a pretty high position in the medical college. I might need your help next time if I'm in a trouble. Ling Qingyuan's mouth quirked. He did not know how to continue the conversation anymore. Suddenly, he turned and stared coldly at Xiao Lei. It was because Xiao Lei slandered Chinese medicine and condemned it as worthless that Ling Qingyuan had become angry enough to trigger his heart attack. Director Xiao, Chinese medicine focuses primarily on producing a permanent cure while Western medicine merely focuses on alleviating and recognizing symptoms. It's true that Western medicine is the major trend now, but you mustn't question the efficacy of Chinese medicine. Not to mention that as the descendants of the Yellow Emperor ourselves, we must not forget our origins. Ling Qingyuan criticized Xiao Lei, and Xiao Lei behaved like an errant child and remained silent. After all, he could not repudiate Ling Qingyuan's remark because even though he treated Chinese medicine like dirt, it had saved Ling Qingyuan's life where Western medicine had done nothing despite his belief in its superiority. He had been like a turtle on its back when Ling Qingyuan had fainted and could not do anything but bite his nails. After criticizing Xiao Lei, Ling Qingyuan extended his gratitude to Qin Feng again. He even exchanged contact information with Qin Feng before retreating with the parade of professors. "I'll see you out, Professor Ling." Xiao Lei wanted to smooth over his mistakes. Ling Qingyuan looked at Xiao Lei and said scornfully, "That's not necessary. You should go back to your students. Do I not have legs to walk myself out of the lecture hall?" Xiao Lei had been beaten again. He pushed down his anger and saw Ling Qingyuan off with a fake smile on his face. The 200 or so students were now extremely excited and looked at Qin Feng with admiration. The females' expressions conveyed a sense of marriage intent as did the males. Qin Feng was so frightened by their fervent glares that he had goosebumps. These students were excited because they finally witnessed the true traditional medicine of China. Qin Feng effortlessly saved Ling Qingyuan's life with just a few silver needles. He even had spare time to flirt with Hua Yan while he was treating a patient. Ling Qingyuan was struck by a heart attack, and Qin Feng cured it as easy as curing the flu. The incident finally cleared everybody's doubt and affirmed their will to master the Chinese medicine. They all believed that Western medicine and the chief physician of the neurology department of the affiliated hospital were worthless in relation to Qin Feng and the profoundness Chinese medicine. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've successfully glorified China's traditional medicine and showed the medical college's students the profoundness of Chinese medicine. The system awards you a 5 poison sting and a compendium of 100 Materia Medica. System notification suddenly beeped in Qin Feng's mind, shocking him. "Little pig, what mission did I clear?" "Master, these are the rewards for the Develop China's Traditional Medicine mission. The mission has no time limitation with unspecified rewards and penalties. The system will reward Master in phases as the time goes by according to Master's performance. Just now Master showed the students the profoundness of Chinese medicine, so the system awarded Master a small reward. The system will award Master with better and greater rewards as Master carries forward to bring Chinese medicine to a greater height of development." After Qin Feng got a good grasp of the situation, he hastily went to check the rewards he just received. 5 poison sting, silver needles dipped in 5 deadly poisons, the best hidden weapon known to the world to kill a person. Compendium of 100 Materia Medica, a collection of detailed descriptions of various common and rare herbs. It deeply explains the effects and medical properties of various herbs, spiritual plants, and eternal plants. The 5 poison sting was a long pie-black needle. After finding out that the 5 poison sting was dipped in 5 different deadly poisons, Qin Feng immediately threw it into the system storage because he felt he would be a goner if the 5 poison sting accidentally pricked his finger. Then, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the compendium of 100 Materia Medica. As soon as he got his hands on the compendium, a large number of ancient memories surged into Qin Feng's mind. After the ancient memories had successfully fused with his own, Qin Feng suddenly had knowledge of different kinds of spiritual flowers and plants. He recalled the spiritual plants in Hua Yan's garden and understood the name and effects of the 100 flavor plants, angel plants, and other spiritual plants. This compendium of 100 Materia Medica is a good deal. Satisfied, Qin Feng placed the compendium of 100 Materia Medica into the system's storage. Then, he shot another question to Little Pig. "Little Pig, didn't the system release a mission for me to become the best lecturer in the provincial capital university? I've enlightened the students of the vastness of Chinese medicine, am I still not qualified enough to be the best lecturer in their hearts? Master, you indeed are the best lecturer in the heart of the medical college's students. However, what the system wants is for Master to be recognized as the best lecturer by everyone at the university. Hence, Master has to work harder to earn recognition from every student in the campus. The mission, Strongest Lecturer, would not only award him 3,000 hedonist points but also an emblem of righteousness. Qin Feng was quite curious about the emblem, so he focused more attention on that mission. After Qin Feng had recovered from his overwhelming emotion, he realized Xiao Lei was glaring fiercely at him. Qin Feng, starting today, your class has been cancelled and replaced by my Western practical lessons. Why are you still standing here? Get lost now. Don't affect my good vibe when I'm teaching. The students grumbled before Qin Feng could. They had witnessed with their own eyes the fantastic acupuncture of Qin Feng. Why the hell would they want to learn Western medicine now? Furthermore, they disliked Xiao Lei's arrogant manner, so they all revolted against Xiao Lei and showered him with curses. You see, Director Xiao. It isn't me who doesn't want to follow the university's order, it's just that my students are too naughty. They should not curse you in front of you even if they don't like you. I guess it's best that you get back to the affiliated hospital, hide inside your office, and play with your cell phone or nurses. Holy ground like a university is not a place that you should set foot in. Please do not tarnish this place. Xiao Lei's face was grotesque with anger, but he knew he wasn't Qin Feng's opponent. After exchanging a few glances with Qin Feng, he stormed out of the lecture hall. Yay! The psychopath is gone. He's not just a psychopath. He also has a mental impairment. The bad-breathed man with hemorrhoids is gone. As Xiao Lei arrived at the doorway, the sound of those students hurraying wafted into his ears, causing him to stumble on his feet. He fell to the ground. Chapter 428, Heretic. Chapter 428, Heretic. Qin Feng imparted the knowledge of acupuncture to his students. All of the students listened attentively, and they felt they had gained more knowledge in the past 2 lessons than all of the lessons they'd had over the entire semester. Qin Feng did not go home with Hua Yan and Chang Xian after the school ended. Instead, he informed both of them that he had something to tend to. Afterward, Qin Feng had dinner at a restaurant off campus. When he was done, he flagged down a cab and went to Ghost Mountain outside the provincial capital. Tonight was the night Qin Feng had agreed to meet Billowy Lady. 8 at night at the entrance of Ghost Mountain. Qin Feng could not stop fantasizing about the great sight of Billowy Lady appearing in a Catwoman costume. Ghost Mountain was a barren hill outside the provincial capital. It used to be a large mine, but it was abandoned after the mine had been depleted. As such, it became a car racing spot for rich young masters in the area. However, a paranormal presence had made itself known on the mountain and triggered a series of car crashes that resulted in the death of those rich young masters. Following this, nobody dared to set foot on it, and it became in name, and in fact, Ghost Mountain. Hey brother, I'll drop you here. The cab driver stopped the car on the road approximately 2 kilometers away from the entrance of Ghost Mountain. He did not have the guts to go near it. How can you drop me here? We're still far from my destination. Qin Feng grumbled while looking at the black-painted sky from inside the car. I'm very sorry, brother, but I can't go any further. In front of us is the infamous Ghost Mountain region. The mountain is haunted, and many people have died in car crashes on it. I really don't want to go into it. The cab driver refused to go into the mountain no matter what. His face was pale with fear when he spoke. Hey brother, I advise you not to go to the Ghost Mountain. All in all, what are you going to do there this late at night anyway? I understand you youngsters love to play SM games and have sex in the wild, and other kinds of mischievous activities, but the least you could do is not pick a spooky and desolate place like this. What if a ghost suddenly appeared from nowhere when you are in the middle of your good vibe? It would scare the hell out of you. Not only did the cab driver refuse to proceed any further, but he also tried to persuade Qin Feng to return with him. However, he still demanded that Qin Feng pay him. Qin Feng's mouth quirked as he thought, what a business-minded person. Why didn't you persuade me before we started our journey? Qin Feng could not do anything. After he paid the cab driver his fare, he alighted from the cab. As soon as he alighted from the cab, gushes of bone-chilling wind blew around him. Straining his legs, Qin Feng began to run forward. He took the 2-kilometer distance as part of his training. As he arrived at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, the eerie, chilly breeze had gotten stronger. Qin Feng glanced around him, and he found neither human nor ghost present in the area other than him. Qin Feng then donned the sacred azure battle armor and hid in a shady part beside the entrance. With the sacred azure battle armor, the temperature had dropped drastically, causing him to sneeze incessantly. However, after he wore the sacred azure battle armor for a while, the bone-chilling cold sensation began to fade away. Qin Feng suddenly came to the realization that he should keep his identity as a member of Martial Artist Alliance a secret, otherwise, his enemies might find out where he was. Therefore, he commanded the battle armor in his mind, and the battle armor changed form. A fiery crimson windbreaker draped over his shoulders and fluttered in the wind just like a massive flame. Qin Feng's face changed as well. His handsome, well-defined face was veiled by a wolf mask. This was the identity that Qin Feng tailored for himself in Martial Artist Alliance, Green Wolf. As the sacred azure battle armor completed configuration, a woman's voice drifted into Qin Feng's ears from behind him. Green Wolf. Qin Feng quickly turned around and saw a woman costumed in Catwoman attire with a cat-shaped mask standing behind him. He lowered his gaze to stare at the woman's breasts. When he saw her large breasts, he exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, they are really huge." Big-breasted sister? Qin Feng asked after altering his voice. Although he could not see the Billowy lady's features and expression, he could judge from her high-pitched voice that he'd made Billowy lady was very angry. "I'm not big-breasted sister. I'm Billowy lady. What's the difference?" Qin Feng laughed, "Your breasts are huge. They must be very spongy." Seeing Qin Feng was getting pumped, the Billowy lady almost exploded. She pushed down the urge to slap Qin Feng and said coldly, "We are on a mission tonight. If I hear any more nonsense from your filthy mouth, I'll kick you off my team." Qin Feng behaved himself and turned serious after he saw that Billowy lady was getting angry. He walked to Billowy lady's side and asked, "The so-called Taoist Rakshasa is coming here tonight. I received intel from the mission issuer. He told me that Taoist Rakshasa will be here tonight," Billowy lady answered simply. "The mission issuer? Why didn't he give me the information?" Qin Feng asked as he raised his brows in displeasure. "Why would he give you the information? You're only my teammate. The issuer will only inform the person who accepted the mission, and that person has to spread the information to his or her team members." Billowy lady rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said scornfully, "Hey, don't tell me this is your first time carrying out a team mission." Qin Feng thanked his wolf mask so much as the mask veiled his awkwardness from Billowy lady. "What are you talking about? I'm an old bird, and I'm always the leader except for this time." Billowy lady stared at Qin Feng's wolf mask for a while, and her lips curled into a sneer, "I don't trust you." Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, Billowy lady added, "The mission was issued by the Dragon Group, but I guess you don't know about the Dragon Group. China has 3 doors and 5 sects, and the Dragon Group is one of them. They are backed by the Chinese government, or we can say that the Dragon Group is a group established by China." Qin Feng finally understood, no wonder there are so many mission points for this mission. Our country is so rich. Billowy Lady paused for a while before continuing. According to the intel given by the Dragon Group, our target today, Taoist Rakshasa, is an extremely powerful heretic. He always appears here in the region of Ghost Mountain and murders all passerby and uses the corpses to cultivate. This heretic is utterly devoid of conscience. The Dragon Group believes that he must be subdued, so they issued a mission to Martial Artist Alliance to find someone to exterminate him. Billowy Lady briefed Qin Feng on the information she had obtained, so Qin Feng now had more knowledge about Taoist Rakshasa. Looking at the spooky surroundings that were devoid of any human beings, Qin Feng said, "We just wait here for him to show himself. What if the heretic decided not to come today? Besides, the space here is too wide, and it's too dark. We might miss him if he comes here." Billowy Lady sent a glare at Qin Feng and harumphed, "Tsk, you must have never met a heretic before. When a heretic appears, the surroundings will be filled by his evil energy. Even though some heretics can hide their evil energy, they cannot conceal all of it. As long as Taoist Rakshasa comes, I can find him." Qin Feng nodded. Then, he smirked, "So you have the nose of a dog." Qin Feng's remark ticked Billowy Lady off so much that she wanted to hit him. "You're the one with the nose of a dog. I'm regretting allowing you on my team. I should have come alone." Qin Feng's gaze was fixated on Billowy Lady's large breasts while teasing her, and they continued to bicker while waiting for the appearance of Taoist Rakshasa. On top of Ghost Mountain, there was an abandoned factory. The factory was a workshop left by a group of coal miners and should be bereft of any human beings. However, the factory glowed with a gloomy light. It wasn't caused by a light bulb, it was caused by a row of candles that flickered in the breeze. "Director Liu, it's too spooky here, like a ghost movie. Why don't we retreat first?" At the entrance of the factory stood 5 men in police uniforms. Their bodies quivered with fear. There was a woman in front of them, and compared to the men, she was much calmer. The woman wore a neat and tidy police uniform and a cap on her head. She had a valiant and heroic bearing and an imposing appearance. Her body figure was perfectly carved by God, and her appearance was as pretty as a heavenly maiden. However, she constantly erupted with a cold air, and her face always held a cold expression, driving people away from her. "Go in now. I, as a woman, am never afraid of going in. Why is it that you 5, as men, are more afraid than me?" Lu Bingbing's countenance sank. She shot a few icy glares at the 5 behind her, causing the 5 to quiver even more in fear, as they all felt their ending by her hands would be even more tragic than entering the haunted factory. Even though the newly appointed director had only arrived in the provincial capital half a month prior, every officer of the bureau feared Lu Bingbing very much. Their fear for Lu Bingbing was best shown when she got angry, because they all believed that they would be struck by a heart attack at any time. "This haunted Ghost Mountain is my first mission since I arrived in the provincial capital sub-bureau. I've gone through the information on the area. Apparently, there is a mysterious figure playing ghost in this region and killing any passerby. How can we allow this group of beasts to remain beyond the arm of the law? It's just a rumor. Can we, as law enforcement, believe this kind of superstitious?" Lu Bingbing's dominating aura dwarfed the 5 police officers. Then, she ordered coldly, "If we do not succeed in destroying them, nobody is allowed to leave this mountain." The 5 police officers' expressions darkened. Even though they were extremely reluctant to go in, they could do nothing but followed Lu Bingbing. After walking into the abandoned factory, the ghastly and blood-curdling sensation intensified. The doors and windows of the factory were all broken, causing an eerie wind to blow in strong. The swish of the wind against the broken doors and windows was scary enough by itself. The erratic candlelight that filled the space, the spider webs that covered the walls, and the black-colored bats that roamed about made it even worse. The vibe was the same as the effects in the movie The Adventures of 3 Tomb Raiders. Crack. Somebody stepped on something. The sound was extremely grating to the ears and caused the few officers to stop abruptly and turn around to check their surroundings. Suddenly, the ill wind intensified. The candle lights flickered with a greater intensity, and a few of them went out. The temperature dropped, and a chilly sensation coursed through everybody's nerves from their backs to the heads. Coo! 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 A strange sinister laugh echoed from nowhere. Two of Lu Bingbing's men were so scared that their knees went weak, and they fell to the ground. Coo! Coo! Welcome! Welcome, everybody, to my territory. Nobody shall leave Ghost Mountain once you set your foot in it, an ear-piercing voice drifted into everybody's ears. The voice was sharp and screechy. It was torturous just to listen to it, and even Lu Bingbing got goosebumps. Who's in there? Show yourself. We're the police officers from the Provincial Capital Sub-Bureau. You're under arrest for suspicion of multiple counts of murder on Ghost Mountain. You are to follow us back to the Bureau for questioning. Lu Bingbing pulled out a pistol from her belt. With the pistol in her hands, she surveyed the ground carefully. However, she looked around a couple of times but found nothing at all. Coo! 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 So you all are police officers. What a bunch of insolent fools. But I favor you, young lady, very much. I've decided. I must have you tonight and suck out every drop of Yin energy in your body. That screechy strange voice echoed again. Suddenly, gushes of black wind rose from every edge of the room. Stunned and nervous, Lu Bingbing shot 3 times at the black wind, but her bullets penetrated through the black wind and hit nothing. Director Lu. Ghost Mountain is really haunted, and we should leave now. We're police officers, not exorcists. Her 5 subordinates all sweat in fear. Want to leave? Coo, coo, coo. It's too late. Before the 6 people could react, they were engulfed by a ball of black wind. Lu Bingbing's vision darkened, and she passed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 429, Demon Cultivator vs. Heretic. Chapter 429, Demon Cultivator vs. Heretic. Here he comes. The heretic is here. Billowy lady glowered while Qin Feng admired her breasts. In the next second, she turned into a breeze and stormed toward Ghost Mountain's top. Since their target had shown himself, Qin Feng felt he should get serious too and trailed behind Billowy lady. It's odd. Why could Billowy lady sense the presence of that heretic while I cannot? Qin Feng questioned himself while he was running. Master, a heretic does not cultivate inner qi, they cultivate evil energy. Hence, their aura is kind of different from a martial artist, so it's normal for Master not to be able to sense them, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng was even more perplexed. He almost stumbled to his feet. Does that mean that Billowy lady is a heretic? If not, how can she sense the evil energy? Little Pig squinted his eyes at Qin Feng and answered arrogantly, Master, aside from heretics, there are 2 more types of cultivators, namely demon cultivators and morphlings. Let us set aside what a morphling is and move on to demon cultivator. A demon cultivator cultivates demon essence, and it's very similar to the evil energy of a heretic by nature. Thus, it's natural for a demon cultivator to sense the presence of a heretic. Your big-breasted team member might be a demon cultivator. When Qin Feng heard Little Pig's nickname for Billowy lady, big-breasted team member, his lips twisted into a crooked smile. Then, when he thought that he would encounter both a heretic and demon cultivator tonight, the revelation caused his mouth to twist even further. Master, you can activate the hidden skill hyper-intuition bestowed by Sacred Azure Battle Armor to enhance your six senses tenfold. Then, you'll be able to sense the evil energy. Little Pig's remark sparked Qin Feng's memory. He had almost forgotten about the Sacred Azure Battle Armor's hidden skill. He hastily activated the hyper-intuition. Rumble. Qin Feng felt something explode in his mind, causing him to experience an excruciating pain, but the pain faded soon after. Then, when he shifted his gaze to the summit again, he was stunned. The summit that enveloped in darkness was too far to be seen clearly by naked eyes. However, Qin Feng's vision was clear now. He could even notice the evil energy released by the Heretic that materialized into the dark mist shrouding the summit. Judging from the density of the dark mist, Qin Feng knew that Heretic would not be an easy opponent. The six human senses included vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and perception. Hyper-intuition amplified Qin Feng's senses tenfold, and the effect was shocking. Previously, Billowy Lady who ran in front of Qin Feng was fast in his eyes. She ghosted around the forest like a phantom, and she would cross 5 or 6 meters when she leaped. Now, her speed was as slow as a turtle in Qin Feng's eyes, giving him a feeling that everything was 10 times slower. He even believed that he could easily trace the trajectory of a bullet and see it with his hands. As Qin Feng was marveled at the miraculous effect of hyper-intuition, they reached the summit. There was an abandoned factory on the summit filled with gloomy, eerie candle lights. The Heretic is in there. Billowy Lady stopped outside the factory and glanced around the compound. Squatting on the other side of the door, Qin Feng looked into the factory. He could sense the evil energy in the air had thickened and intensified by coming this near to the factory. Cool. What a lucky day. There are so many people offering themselves to me tonight. If my luck was usually as good as tonight, I might have long perfected my cultivation and become unbeatable. The screechy voice echoed through the factory. Offensive and unpleasing to the ears, the voice nauseated them so much that Billowy Lady had goosebumps and Qin Feng almost vomited. Show yourself, demon. Since their opponent had discovered their presence, Billowy Lady felt that they did not have to conceal themselves in the dark anymore. She leaped out from her hiding spot to the center of the compound. Humph. So you're a cultivator. How dare you set foot in my territory this late at night? You're looking for death. The shrill voice continued to echo through the factory. Suddenly, an ill wind rose and an unidentified object shot down from the sky. It was fast and targeted at Billowy Lady. Heretic, you have committed all sort of acts of iniquity and are utterly conscienceless. I will bring you to justice today. Facing the dark mist, Billowy Lady remained calm and collected. With a single swipe of her hand, she summoned a long, blood-red whip to her hand, and without a moment of hesitation, she mercilessly whipped it towards the dark mist. Slap! The long whip danced wildly in the air, accompanied by a bursting array of crisp sounds. Then, the blood-red whip rapidly dispersed into dozens of shadows and rammed the spinning dark mist, slowing it down for a bit. Cool. You buy. I swear I'll peel off your skin, extract all your muscles, and feast on your blood. You will experience a death that is far beyond your imagination. The shrill voice came out of the dark mist. It seemed like Billowy Lady's attack hurt him, and he had gotten angry. Boom! After taking much recovery from Billowy Lady's previous attack, the dark mist exploded and charged lightning fast at Billowy Lady. Shocked, Billowy Lady roared and recoiled. Rumble! The dark mist crashed on the ground and created a large crater. Billowy Lady narrowly escaped at the last moment, but the shock wave blew her back across the ground. Boom! The dark mist began to spin again and sprang up from the ground like a giant basketball. It swirled in mid-air with a tremendous explosion. After building up its momentum, it rushed down towards Billowy Lady again. Shadow Blood Whip! Billowy Lady screamed. She bounced into mid-air and relentlessly flogged the dark mist with the Shadow Blood Whip. Her movements were extremely fast. Within a second, she had landed 10 or so lashes on the dark mist, and each successful whiplash was accompanied by a clear, crisp sound. The dark mist was covered with the blood-red whip's shadows, dyeing it blood-red. Roar! The dark mist stopped and let out a fierce cry. Billowy Lady's attacks had completely set the heretic off. The dark mist started to morph and slowly faded into the figure of a person shrouded in the dark mist. He wore a long black robe, and his body was enshrouded in the dark mist. His face features were terrifying and red. His eyes were gray and without pupils. His nose was collapsed, and had no nostrils on his face. His lips were chapped and stuck together as if they were sewn together. Coo, coo, coo. How dare you throw a tantrum in my lair, bye. Today will be your death. Taoist Rakshasa spoke without opening his mouth, and his voice was screechy and horrible to hear. Landing safely on the ground, Billowy Lady confronted Taoist Rakshasa head-on. With a disdainful expression, she sneered, "Humph! How dare you, loser, call yourself a Taoist? What insolence!" It seemed that Billowy Lady had bad blood with Taoist Rakshasa. She moved again once she finished speaking. She tapped her foot lightly on the ground and bent her body slightly. With a forceful push, she darted forward like a released arrow. Slap! She retracted half of her long whip. Whipping the short whip furiously, she created a torrent of whip shadows with an irresistible force before sending them towards Taoist Rakshasa. Coo, coo. Petty skill. Taoist Rakshasa sneered. He did not plan to avoid the attack. Standing still in his original position, he drew a few magic circles in the air. When he was finished creating the circles, he shoved his palm forward and sent a torrent of dense, dark mist rushing toward Billowy Lady. The dark mist burst into flame as it flew and turned into fireballs. Boom! The fireballs were massively powerful and exploded along their path. Billowy Lady skidded to a halt and stopped. She jumped above into the midair with a backflip. She kept away the Shadow Blood Whip and gestured her palms in the air like Taoist Rakshasa did before shoving them at him. Wisps of radiant purple demonic essence shot forward and formed a glacial wall in front of Billowy Lady. The massive fireballs rammed themselves into the glacial wall and fizzled out. Under the merciless bombardment of fireballs, the glacial wall Billowy Lady created shattered. Coo, coo, coo. So you're a stage 4 demon cultivator? I hate demon cultivators the most. You will die tonight. Taoist Rakshasa yelled in anger before charging at Billowy Lady with a red expression. The dark mist around his body intensified as if it was burning. Billowy Lady's countenance changed dramatically as she sensed an extremely dangerous aura pressing her. As she retreated, she yelled scornfully. Green Wolf. Are you here to watch a show? Hurry up and attack him now. I can't hold him any longer. Billowy Lady yelling for help successfully snapped Qin Feng out of his confusion. Of course, Qin Feng was not there to watch the show. Initially, he wished to subdue Taoist Rakshasa on his own while Billowy Lady waved from the sideline. However, as soon as Taoist Rakshasa appeared, Qin Feng was stunned. He was familiar with many powerful martial artists. The Yin-Yang elders were scared of him. He'd even killed the stage 6 inner Qi master, custodian Qin Feng from the Verdant sect. During the last great battle in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Feng had also witnessed the strength of Uncle Yen, a stage 8 inner Qi master. Hence, he felt his knowledge about the martial world was sufficient. However, had ever he saw a heretic before, he would never have made such a bold statement. He'd never seen a person appear in a dense dark mist and attack with the dark mist. He also never knew the evil energy of a heretic could be shaped into fire or that the demon essence of a demon cultivator could be shaped into ice. It's so fucking insane. Not even a stage 6 inner chi master could do all this. Master, actually, there is nothing to be surprised of. Even though the evil energy in demon essence can be shaped into elements such as fire, ice, or lightning, none of it can actually harm you given that Master has the sacred azure battle armor on. So it's almost impossible for the heretic to burn you to death with his fireball spell. And, don't forget Master that you could use fireballs as well with the Spear of Rat Halos. If Master wants to use other elements such as ice or lightning, all Master has to do is use the Hedonist points to purchase said skills. Little Pig said pridefully. Green Wolf, what are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, we're going to die here. Billowy Lady yelled for help again. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Qin Feng then hastily looked in her direction, and he almost fell to the ground. A mere second had passed and the Catwoman outfit Billowy Lady wore was shredded so that her black bra and panties were visible. Qin Feng could clearly see her snow-white bubbly breasts. They were huge and majestic. Chapter 430, The Real Identity of Billowy Lady. Chapter 430, The Real Identity of Billowy Lady. Qin Feng stared at Billowy Lady's breasts for a good while before he looked at her face. Not only had her Catwoman costume been destroyed, her mask had been shattered as well. As such, she threw her mask away so that it would not hinder her sight. Her face was very well defined and pretty. She had an oval-shaped face with a touch of mischief in her features. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw Billowy Lady's face. Hua Yan. Billowy Lady is Hua Yan. Qin Feng screamed inwardly after he knew who Billowy Lady was. Taoist Rakshasa hit Hua Yan in her chest again. Blood gushed from her mouth as she was sent flying into the sky. Shroom. Qin Feng vanished and reappeared at Hua Yan's side in the next second and pulled her into his arms. Filled with anger, Hua Yan struggled out of Qin Feng's arms and punched him. She roared, "Why don't you start attacking after I'm dead? I really should have come alone." Hua Yan was really angry. This was a team mission, and a team mission required the cooperation of every team member. She never expected that Qin Feng would stand foolishly on the sideline without giving her any assistance. She was angry, and her chest was almost exploding with her anger. "Here, apply this to your wounds. You'll get better soon." Qin Feng was embarrassed, so he purchased 2 bottles of elementary-grade golden sore medicine from the system for Hua Yan. "What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Why does it smell so weird?" Hua Yan opened the bottle and railed against the elementary-grade golden sore medicine. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quivered. The elementary-grade golden sore medicine was far better than the so-called 100,000 yuan soul-cleansing pill. If Qin Feng didn't felt guilty for Hua Yan, would he have ever spent 200 hedonist points to buy 2 bottles of elementary-grade golden sore medicine? He could not have expected the big-breasted woman to not accept his courtesy. Qin Feng was so disappointed that he almost took the medicine back to keep for himself. This medicine is 100 times better than soul-cleansing pills. Use it or give it back. Qin Feng squinted his mouth. Hua Yan still did not believe him. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and countered, "Bluffing is all you can do." Even though she said that Hua Yan still poured the elementary-grade golden sore medicine on her wounds. After she applied it equally over her wounds, her expression changed. Surges of soothing coolness coursed through her body. She no longer felt pain from her wounds, and her large wounds began to heal fast enough to be perceived by unaided eyes. Hua Yan had a very special identity, and she understood all sort of herbs deeply. She was a master at concocting pills, however, she could not identify what ingredients were used to make the medicine in her hand. The medicinal effect was 100 times better than that of soul-cleansing pills. Cool. One down. Now it's your turn, brat. A chilling sensation ran down Qin Feng's back as he felt he was enshrouded by a deathly aura. Hua Yan sweat with anxiety when she saw Taoist Rakshasa charging towards them. She wanted to move out of his course of attack, but she was too badly injured that she did not have enough energy to avoid the attack. Let's go. Without wasting any more time, Qin Feng picked up Hua Yan and locked her firmly in his arms. He erupted with every bit of his inner qi, became a flash of shadow, and escaped to a vast space 10 or so meters away. Qin Feng held Hua Yan and pressed her huge breasts against his chest. She panted sweetly from lack of air. Qin Feng, on the other hand, enjoyed the soft, jiggly sensation of Hua Yan's breasts against him. Rest here. I'll handle that monster. Qin Feng understood that now was not the right time to flirt with Hua Yan. After placing Hua Yan on the ground, Qin Feng took a single leap and arrived above Taoist Rakshasa. A treasured sword glowed with an orange radiance appeared in his hand, and he equipped the winter iron glove on his right hand. An ill wind continued to roam wildly around the factory and fluttered Qin Feng's fiery red windbreaker, making him look like a huge ball of flames floating in the sky. The sleeping wolf's face on his mask opened its eyes and stared fiercely at Taoist Rakshasa. Then, he waved the true steel sword. 9 Sword of Dugu. It seemed ordinary, but the relentless sword flurries contained power enough to topple a mountain and sever a river. They engulfed Taoist Rakshasa in an instant. Cool. So you're a stage 5 inner chi expert. Anyway, you're going to die tonight. Taoist Rakshasa's expression became reed. Taoist Rakshasa let out an ear-piercing, manic yell as he sensed the tremendous power of Qin Feng's attack. The dark mist surrounding his body thickened, billowed, and formed a dome of darkness around him to shield him from the attack. Boom! 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 As the orange sword flurries fell on the dome of darkness that surrounded Taoist Rakshasa, they were absorbed into the dark mist and vanished. If they did not release metal jarring sounds when they collided with the mist, Qin Feng might have thought that his true steel sword attack had failed. Cool. Taoist Rakshasa's voice became sharper as his pupilless gray eyes suddenly reddened. He clasped his hands together and sent waves of dense dark mist toward Qin Feng. Go to hell, you stupid fool. Rumble. Once again, the dark mist became dozens of fireballs and exploded in the air. Waving his hands, Qin Feng turned the true steel sword into a long crimson spear. He then waved his long spear in the air and shot a few fire bullets. Monster, do you think only you're the only one who knows how to play with fire? I know it as well. Fire bullets collided with Taoist Rakshasa's fireballs and caused a huge explosion. The explosion produced a 3-meter-high flame that almost burned the rooftop. Taoist Rakshasa's countenance sank. He looked warily at Qin Feng and had forgotten to continue his attack. You're a demon cultivator too. A stage 5 demon cultivator? Taoist Rakshasa surmised that Qin Feng was a stage 5 inner chi martial artist when Qin Feng first attacked him. Although he was only a stage 4 heretic, he had never wavered when facing even a stage 6 inner chi martial artist, let alone a stage 5 inner chi martial artist like Qin Feng. However, he realized that he was wrong when he saw that Qin Feng could also create fireballs. He became worried as his previous assumption was shattered and surmised that Qin Feng was actually a stage 5 demon cultivator. Hua Yan weighed the battle from the sidelines as she recuperated. Likewise, she marveled at Qin Feng's ability to create fireballs with his long spear. There were only a few cultivators in China and demon cultivators were among the minority. Hua Yan never imagined that her team member would be a demon cultivator, let alone a stage 5 demon cultivator. Tisk, I'll be a ghost cultivator so long as I can kill you. Why do you have so many things to say? Qin Feng did not understand what a demon cultivator was yet. To him, a demon cultivator was literally a follower of the occult. He was displeased that Taoist Rakshasa regarded him as the follower of the occult. Holding the spear of rat halos, he thrust it into the air towards Taoist Rakshasa. Die! Qin Feng injected inner qi into the long crimson spear, causing the spear to glow red at a greater intensity so that it appeared like a fire hook fresh out of the fire as it rushed toward Taoist Rakshasa's head. Demon cultivator. You really are a demon cultivator, the realization flustered Taoist Rakshasa. The pressure Qin Feng exerted on him was far more domineering than that of Huayan. Realized that he was no match for Qin Feng and hastily planned to retreat. Want to run? Do you think you can escape from me? Qin Feng's expression turned icy. He unequipped the sacred azure battle armor. Without the extra 250 kilograms weight, he became as light as a feather. With a light hop on his foot, he darted forward as fast as lightning and stabbed Taoist Rakshasa through the heart with his long spear so the tip of the spear shot out of his back. Pfft! Qin Feng withdrew the long spear, drawing a perfect arc of blood mist through the air. Qin Feng remained in his stance as the wind blew his long hair around. Pointing the long spear into the sky, he took a cool pose. Qin Feng suddenly remembered the back-thrust Tang Bo who executed when he defeated the evil scholar in the movie Flirting Scholar. He felt his move was very similar to the back-thrust. Not only had he defeated his enemy, he even finished him up with an elegant move. Qin Feng believed that this was his true self. Green Wolf, what are you doing? Are you waiting for me to take a photo of you? Look behind you. Qin Feng was in the middle of his good vibe when Huayan yelled at him. Looking at the fussy Huayan, Qin Feng smiled lightly. He'd stabbed Taoist Rakshasa through his heart and believed that was long dead. As soon as Qin Feng turned around, he was shocked, and he opened his eyes so big that they almost fell out from their sockets. Qin Feng saw Taoist Rakshasa charging at him with a ferocious expression. There was a huge hole in his chest dripping black, gooey blood. The dark mist around his body intensified and surged into the hole, healing it fast enough to be perceived by naked eyes. What the fuck? Are you a monster? How can you still be alive after getting your heart's been pierced? I'm not going to play with you anymore. Cool. You damn fool, you've completely enraged me. I want you to experience a death that is far beyond your imagination. I want to suck out every drop of your yang energy. After you die, I'll absorb all your dead essence, and after I've turned you into my dead walker, I'll make you blow me every single night. Cool. Taoist Rakshasa laughed maniacally, sending a chill down Qin Feng's spine. It was out of his imagination that this monster had such a wicked hobby. Blow him when I become a corpse. Is he not afraid of getting poisoned? You freak. Look to that big-breasted sister if you want someone to blow you. Don't come and disgust me. Qin Feng glowered while he ran. Even though he'd stabbed Taoist Rakshasa, Qin Feng felt Taoist Rakshasa power had increased. Their surroundings were filled with the deathly aura released by Taoist Rakshasa, scaring Qin Feng. Huayan had forgotten to heal herself when she heard Qin Feng's remark. Her mouth quivered, and she almost stormed forward to slap him. Rumble. Taoist Rakshasa exploded. The dark mist that used to shroud his body burst and filled the factory. Cool. Death breath. Brat, drop dead now. This is bad. That monster released all the dead essence he has accumulated over the years. This is a double-edged move, it could recoil back to him. We're not his opponents. Green Wolf, let's retreat now. Huayan's eyes were filled with nervousness when she saw the dense dark mist. Since she had recovered some of her energy, she mustered up her strength and leaped out of the factory. Qin Feng was in the center of the explosion, so he was now totally shrouded in the dark mist. It was 100 times worse than the mist in the provincial capital, and he could not see anything as he suffocated. Qin Feng lost his sense of direction. Boom! A strong gale of wind suddenly shoved right at his chest. It was Taoist Rakshasa. He charged at Qin Feng at full speed and sent him flying into the air. PFF. Qin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood as soon as he landed. Once he opened his mouth, the dark mist surged into his body, seemingly attempting to devour Qin Feng whole. Master, hurry up and put on the sacred azure battle armor. Little pig anxious voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng regained his senses. He had unequipped the sacred azure battle armor when he attacked Taoist Rakshasa earlier but had never re-equipped it. Chapter 431, The Death of Taoist Rakshasa. Chapter 431, The Death of Taoist Rakshasa. Rumble. Qin Feng re-equipped the sacred azure battle armor. The armor glowed a bright blue and 2 icicles protruded from his back, pointing to the sky, granting him a mighty look. The battle armor enshrouded Qin Feng from his head to toe like a mech warrior. What kind of armor are you wearing that you can even withstand my death breath? Taoist Rakshasa stared at Qin Feng in disbelief like he had seen a ghost. His miasma could engulf anything, and since it was a gas, it could enter the body through any orifices. However, the battle armor surrounded Qin Feng like a spacesuit and formed an impenetrable shield, making the miasma surrounding him unable to enter to his body. Where does the azure-colored battle armor on this brat's body come from? There were so many questions in Taoist Rakshasa's mind it stunned him. He abruptly stopped his attack. Seizing his golden opportunity, Qin Feng leaped into the air and charged at Taoist Rakshasa like a bolt of lightning. He held the spear of rat halos in his hand and shoved it through Taoist Rakshasa's heart once again. Pfft! Qin Feng used his full strength to move the spear of rat halos inside Taoist Rakshasa's body and made a large hole. The dark miasma faded slowly and gathered at the hole, healing Taoist Rakshasa. Qin Feng would not give Taoist Rakshasa the chance to heal himself. He swished the spear of rat halos in the air and summoned countless fire bullets to fall over Taoist Rakshasa in a blazing rain. Boom! 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 The effect of the fire bullets was stunning. They fell on Taoist Rakshasa and released a succession of explosions. In an instant, flames were everywhere, and the stench of a burning corpse pervaded the air. Luckily, the wind blew strong enough through all of the broken windows, so the burning corpse scent dissipated very fast, otherwise Qin Feng would have died from the stench. Ah, ah, ah. The rain of fireballs had injured Taoist Rakshasa greatly, causing him to raise his arms, writhe and scream in agony while trying to escape from his demise. The dark mist around Taoist Rakshasa disappeared quickly into the air. His death breath had released all of the miasmas he had accumulated over the years. The miasma dissipated in the air once he released it, so all of his cultivating was now in vain. It was a double-edged move that harmed both the enemies and the executor. If Qin Feng wasn't so strong and pushed Taoist Rakshasa off the edge, he would never have resorted to using the ace up his sleeve. He could not have anticipated that even after using all of his miasma, he would still be unable to kill Qin Feng. Running out of any measures to turn the side, Taoist Rakshasa went limp and kneeled on the ground. The dark mist surrounding his body disappeared. Color faded from Taoist Rakshasa's face as his body began to decay at a pace visible to unaided eyes. Soon enough, he turned into a corpse. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after Taoist Rakshasa was dead. He had never been so tense before, not even when he battled a stage 6 inner chi master. Taoist Rakshasa was different from the martial artists Qin Feng had encountered. He was like a demon that haunted the depth of your heart and tried to pull you into the abyss of hell whenever he got a chance. Qin Feng felt he was lucky that he finally able to defeat him. Little pig, some miasma went into my body. Will the miasma harm me? Qin Feng asked worriedly. Before he equipped the sacred azure battle armor, some of the miasma seized the chance to slip into his body. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quivered vigorously when he thought about the fact that miasma was essence absorbed from the dead. For now, Master's inner qi is still quite stable. However, if it remains in Master's body for long, it will erode Master's body eventually. Master should think of a way to expel the miasma out from your body quickly. Hua Yan returned with a stunned expression on her face. She glared violently at Qin Feng and asked, Green Wolf, where did you get the battle armor from? You're not dead yet. The sacred azure battle armor covered his face, so Qin Feng was not afraid of being recognized by Hua Yan. Angered by her previous actions, Qin Feng stared fiercely at Hua Yan and yelled, You have giant boobs, but you don't have a sense of brotherhood. How can you leave me alone in such a dangerous situation? Hua Yan warned Qin Feng before she escaped, but he was right that she did abandon him. As such, she was kind of embarrassed. However, Qin Feng's remarks still enraged Hua Yan. She glared at Qin Feng and screamed, What an insolent fiend. How can you keep on looking at my body? Pooey. 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 At my breasts, you fucking pervert. Your boobs were so large that they covered your face. Where should I have put my eyes, then? Qin Feng countered. Hua Yan's expression darkened. She sneakily bent over to look at her gargantuan breasts and realized that her breasts really blocked her view of her feet. Accepting the fact that she could not possibly win against Green Wolf in a verbal exchange, Hua Yan turned her face away from Green Wolf as she was too lazy to fight with him. Suddenly, she saw something lying on the ground, and she was shocked. Is that Taoist Rakshasa? You killed him. After she escaped from the factory, she noticed that Green Wolf had failed to escape the dense miasma released by Taoist Rakshasa. Without giving it a second thought, she clenched her teeth and returned to save Green Wolf. Qin Feng did not understand the destructive power of Taoist Rakshasa's death breath, but Hua Yan knew. The miasma was collected, condensed, and refined by Taoist Rakshasa for years and had very strong phagocytic properties. Hua Yan planned to thank the gods if Green Wolf survived, but never did she expect that Green Wolf would kill Taoist Rakshasa and even remain totally unscathed from the fight. Hua Yan squat beside the corpse, and after she confirmed the corpse was really Taoist Rakshasa, her shocked expression grew intense. Eyeing Green Wolf for a couple of seconds, she then asked, Green Wolf, are you a demon cultivator? From which sect? Hua Yan's question stunned Qin Feng. He was neither a demon cultivator nor did he belong to any sect. Answer me first. Are you a demon cultivator? And which sect do you belong to? Qin Feng did not answer Hua Yan's question and asked his own instead. Hua Yan pondered for a while before saying, I'm a stage 4 demon cultivator and the leader of the mysterious moon. Qin Feng's mouth quirked incessantly, leader of the mysterious moon. How many disciples do you have in your sect? Wow, you're amazing. Although Qin Feng looked calm on the surface, he was worried. There were too many misunderstandings and old scores between him and Hua Yan. Based on how he always took advantage of her and uprooted many of her hard-grown spiritual plants, Qin Feng believed that Hua Yan would never let him off the hook. He had gotten even more vexed after knowing Hua Yan was a leader of a sect. He worried that Hua Yan might gather up her disciples one day to attack him. Not that many people. Hua Yan stammered as a pink blush washed over her face. Qin Feng was not satisfied with her answer. He persisted, not many is how many to be exact. Staring at Qin Feng, Hua Yan harumphed, the mysterious moon was established 1 month ago, and I'm the only member. Are you satisfied now? Ha! So you're actually so free that you set up a sect to play with yourself. You scared me so much. Qin Feng guffawed uproariously, causing Hua Yan to get even angrier. She glared at Qin Feng and continued, "Who the hell said I've nothing to do, so I established a sect to pass the time? Since you're a demon cultivator, I suppose that you know about the selective trial for sainthood that will be held half a year from now. People who wish to enter the trial must be from a regular sect. I established the mysterious moon is because I'm participating in the trial." "Leftover ladies of the evil cult?" Qin Feng asked. Then, he turned to Hua Yan and queried excitedly, "Is it a blind date for those old female demon cultivators who have not married yet?" Phew. Hua Yan inhaled a deep breath. Her humongous breasts drew closer to Qin Feng's face as her chest heaved. Her expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She stared fiercely at Qin Feng and asked, "How about you? You still have not told me which cult you are from." A regular martial artist group was known as sect, while a tribe of a demon cultivator was known as a cult. Heretics did not form organizations merely because a heretic would do anything in order to elevate themselves. Thus, if they did gather and establish a group, God knows what would happen behind that closed door. "Oh, I never said I'd tell you. This is a question that breaches my privacy. I can't tell you." Qin Feng looked at Hua Yan like she was stupid. "You?" Hua Yan almost fainted at Qin Feng's shamelessness. She was so angry that her exposed skin reddened. "Remember this, Green Wolf, I'll be a bastard if I ever work with you on a mission again." Hua Yan huffed, turned around, and took her leave. Qin Feng hastily halted her. "Hey, big-breasted sister, what should I do with him? Do you still want to report the mission?" "The hell, I'm carrying that heretic's corpse on my back to report the mission. I'm leaving the rest to you. I'm leaving now, he. Hua Yan's brazen laughter echoed through the factory, but she was no longer in sight. She finally outwitted Qin Feng, and she was very delighted. Only Qin Feng and the corpse of Taoist Rakshasa were left in the spacious factory after Hua Yan left. The ill wind continued to blow through the factory, and the atmosphere was kind of eerie. Crackle. Somebody stepped on the waste on the ground and caused the crisp sound stunning Qin Feng. "There are no other living being aside from me, so where did the footsteps come from? Could it be the ghost?" "Stop right there. Place your hands on your head and squat down. If you dare to move an inch, I'll shoot you." An icy but sonorous sound resounded, and it was familiar to Qin Feng. Unable to believe the truth, Qin Feng turned and looked over to the source of the sound. His eyes became damp when he saw Lu Bingbing in her police uniform looking gallant and heroic. This woman is still an iceberg. Can't she change her habit of always pointing her pistol at other people? Shroom. With a light hop, Qin Feng vanished. Seeing that Qin Feng suddenly disappeared, Lu Bingbing tensed up. Slap. A rattle shattered the quietness of the factory and echoed through the air of the factory for a long time. Shame tingled in Lu Bingbing's cheeks as she felt a burning and weird sensation rising up from her butt and through her body. "You bastard! I'm going to kill you." Lu Bingbing had not seen the attack clearly, and Qin Feng went missing again. As a conservative and cold queen, how could she tolerate being slapped on the butt by a stranger? Cold, killing intent crawled into Lu Bingbing's icy eyes. "You've forgotten your man after simply not seeing me for a few months. Can't I even touch the butt of my own woman? How can you still want to shoot me? You fucking see how is young master going to punish you?" Slap. Suddenly, a long whip fell from the sky. It was glowing an orange light and released a cracking sound in the mid-air. Lu Bingbing's eyes glowed as she looked at the familiar long, orange whip, and the voice of rang a bell. Slap! Waving his hands, Qin Feng lashed Lu Bingbing's jiggly butt. Even though it sounded threatening, Qin Feng had great aptitude in controlling his strength, so Lu Bingbing actually did not feel much pain. Bingbing, I've not seen you for 3 months. I missed you so much. Have you missed your man? Slap! Another lash landed on Lu Bingbing's butt. It was very loud but not painful at all. Qin Feng had a sex with Lu Bingbing the last time they were at Heppingtown's Fengyun Fun City, so how could he be so cold-hearted and hit his own woman? Chapter 432, The Soft-Hearted Queen. Chapter 432, The Soft-Hearted Queen. The sounds of the whip hitting Lu Bingbing echoed through the factory one after another. Lu Bingbing remained frozen in place, allowing the spirit snake whip lash her jiggly butt. Her beautiful eyes darted around as she struggled to see who had slapped her butt, but to no avail. Qin Feng was too fast, so no matter how hard she tried, she saw nothing but Qin Feng's shadow. Who are you? Lu Bingbing finally found her voice and asked, but her voice trembled. Her towering breasts jumped whenever she moved. It was very enticing. Shroom! Suddenly, a strong gale surged behind Lu Bingbing, and in an instant, someone hugged her tightly from behind. The man was very strong, and his grip made it hard to breathe. Then, a familiar, wicked laugh drifted into her ear. Bingbing, I've told you that I'm your man, unless you've been seeing other men. Plop! Though she was a cold and dominating queen, she shed a crystal-clear tear slid down. Lu Bingbing recognized the man behind her as the man who occupied a very special spot in her heart. He had dominated Lu Bingbing, and although she had not consented to it, she still regarded Qin Feng as her potential partner. She was a cold and defiant woman at heart and had not fallen in love with Qin Feng yet. However, since they slept together, she believed that they would have a future together. 3 months ago, Lu Bingbing realized that Qin Feng had disappeared, she'd conducted a frantic blanket search and investigated every moment leading up to and after his disappearance. After finishing the intimate investigation, Lu Bingbing found out the truth behind Qin Feng's disappearance. A few large familial clans had allied together to bash the Qin family. Since most of the familial clans were based in the provincial capital, she submitted a fielding application to have her superior dispatch her to the sub-bureau in the provincial capital. She did not love Qin Feng. In fact, she resented him because of their encounter. However, she still felt strongly that Qin Feng was her man, and if her man was framed, she had to do all she could to avenge him regardless of the cost. She was the only one who could look down upon him. No one else had the power or qualifications to do so. Bingbing, what happened? Sensing that Lu Bingbing was trembling, Qin Feng turned her around and hugged her tightly. Before he turned her around, Lu Bingbing wiped the tears from her cheeks and replaced her soft and fragile expression with her usual cold and domineering expression. She pushed him away and glowered at him. Qin Feng, who gave you permission to hug me? Behave yourself or else, I'll shoot you. It went against her pride to show Qin Feng her weakness for him, and as such a queen, it would be the last thing she would ever do. Rather unaffected by Lu Bingbing's threats, Qin Feng looked at her with adulation and realized that her figure had improved. When he thought about having sex with her at Fengyun Fun City, his eyes flickered with excitement as he stared lecherously at Lu Bingbing's breasts. Bingbing, you can't kill me as you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. Seeing that Qin Feng was still as libertine as before, Lu Bingbing was relieved. It seemed to her that Qin Feng had not suffered much over the past 3 months. Lu Bingbing had not slept well since Qin Feng went missing. Her intuition told her that Qin Feng was still alive, and she believed that Qin Feng would never leave her behind. Hence, Lu Bingbing had been steadfast in her search for Qin Feng while everybody else had lost hope, and now, she finally found him. Now, she had been overwhelmed with emotions as no words could precisely express how she currently felt. Shroom. A rough wind cut through the air as Qin Feng moved in front of Lu Bingbing. Before Lu Bingbing could react, a pair of large hands started groping her breasts. The familiar stimulating sensation and pleasure weakened her, so she was unable to resist him. Qin Feng, you pervert. Stop it now. Lu Bingbing was powerless to resist, she stamped her feet in rage. Qin Feng disregarded Lu Bingbing's warning. He had not touched a woman for the past 3 months, he was so overcome by lust that he almost jumped Lu Bingbing on sight. Stop right there. As Qin Feng was undoing the buckle of Lu Bingbing's belt, 5 police officers rushed out of a small room. All of them were deeply shocked and stared in utter disbelief at Qin Feng while they all pointed their pistols at Qin Feng's head. The 5 police officers were Lu Bingbing's subordinates, and when they saw Qin Feng getting fresh with their director, they were so infuriated that their eyes almost popped out. How dare you, freak, lay your filthy, grubby paws on our director Lu. Let go of her now, or I'll shoot you. Release Director Lu this instant. I'll be your hostage. Can't you understand what we're saying, brat? Take your hands off Director Lu's breasts now. The saying went that the early bird gets the worm, and Qin Feng got his hands on Director Lu before them. They were devastated. 5 of them had been drooling and coveting Lu Bingbing because of her beauty ever since she became the director for the provincial capital sub-bureau. However, Lu Bingbing was too serious while on duty, and her dominating aura towered over the 5 and crushed their courage every time they wanted to get close to her. Seeing that Qin Feng had achieved something that they had all been attempting for so long, there was no way they could remain calm and steady. It was a show of restraint that they were only aiming at Qin Feng since they actually yearned to shower Qin Feng with bullets and reduce him to nothingness to relinquish their anguish. Put down your guns. Lu Bingbing exuded a cold aura as she ordered her subordinates. Because of her arrogant and possessive character, nobody else could threaten her man. As such, Lu Bingbing was greatly displeased when the officers pointed their pistols at Qin Feng. Director Lu, but... Did you not hear my orders? Put down your guns. Without waiting for her subordinates to finish their words, Lu Bingbing forcibly cut them short. Dejected, all of the 5 police officers lowered their guns. Smooch 'em. As the 5 lowered their pistols, they saw a scene more stunning than Qin Feng groping Lu Bingbing's breasts. Hugging Lu Bingbing, Qin Feng kissed on her lips, smiled, and said, "Not bad. Your action satisfied me. This is what you should be doing as my woman." Lu Bingbing was infuriated that Qin Feng had dared to kiss her in front of her subordinates. She pushed him away and moved behind her subordinates. Director Lu, let's shoot him. Yeah, we should kill him now. This fellow must be the serial killer of Ghost Mountain. Even death could not expiate all the scores he owes to his victims. Don't try to stop me. I'm shooting him. Looking at her high-morale subordinates, Lu Bingbing's expression instantly turned chilly. What are you guys doing? Silence. He is not the mass murderer. He's my man. A pink blush swiftly crawled up Lu Bingbing's delicate face as soon as she finished speaking. Her subordinates were flabbergasted. What the fuck? Director Lu already has a husband. If that's true, then I wouldn't be surprised if someone told me Director Lu's kids are so big that they can throw tantrums in the streets. How do women nowadays maintain their figures after having children? She's such a hot chick. 5 of them ululated and wailed in their hearts. The thought of Lu Bingbing as a mother caused enough damage to their pure little hearts that they were shattered, and the 5 of them were divested of their ability to speak. You five, check all the rooms and see if there are any hostages left. Lu Bingbing ignored their downcast expressions and ordered them coldly. Yes, Director Lu. The five were crestfallen, but they went, as ordered, in different directions to search for any hostages. Lu Bingbing returned to Qin Feng's side and measured him indifferently. You were caught by the killer too. What killer? Qin Feng pulled Lu Bingbing into his arms and began to grope her again. Lu Bingbing struggled for a moment but to no avail. Qin Feng was too strong, so she gave up and allowed him to fondle her. A serial killer is hiding here at Ghost Mountain. He kills any passerby. Were you caught by him as well? Otherwise, why did you come to Ghost Mountain by yourself this late at night? Having a good grasp of the whole story from Lu Bingbing's questions, Qin Feng understood that the police officers in the provincial capital regarded Taoist Rakshasa as a demented serial killer, so Lu Bingbing had come to arrest him. Qin Feng panicked. It was such luck that he came on the mission tonight, otherwise, Lu Bingbing and her officers would have never had a chance against that heretic. You've been here longer than me. What happened here? The miasma released by Taoist Rakshasa infiltrated Lu Bingbing's brain and knocked her out. After that, Qin Feng subdued Taoist Rakshasa, so the miasma dissipated. As such, Lu Bingbing and her 5 subordinates awakened. I came here today with my subordinates to ambush and arrest that serial killer. However, as soon as we entered the factory, we were surrounded by a ball of dark mist, and then all of us fell unconscious. We also have no idea what happened. And when I woke up, I saw you. Lu Bingbing's face blushed after she finished speaking. She felt that she had fallen into her own fantasy world. The person who she looked for everywhere regardless of hardship had suddenly appeared in front of her when she woke up. Qin Feng understood after listening to Lu Bingbing's explanation. Qin Feng carried her to Taoist Rakshasa's corpse, pointed to the corpse and said, "The serial killer you're looking for is him." Ah. Him. Is he dead? Lu Bingbing was startled when he saw Taoist Rakshasa's dried and decomposed body. She had been standing with Qin Feng for a while, yet she never realized that there was a corpse beside her. Qin Feng pat her head comforting her, "Don't be afraid. This guy is dead. He can't hurt you now." Although Lu Bingbing's expression remained icy cold, she was actually touched by Qin Feng's attentiveness. Even though she hadn't chosen to have sex with Qin Feng at Feng Yunfeng City, and she loathed Qin Feng's reputation as a lecherous person, she could not dismiss the fact that Qin Feng actually cared a lot for her. Qin Feng's devotion had grown since she became his woman. You killed him. You did not fall into his trap. Lu Bingbing knew that he was not an ordinary serial killer. He could knock everybody out with just dark mist, so how could Qin Feng kill somebody like him? I killed him with a friend of mine. He isn't somebody you would recognize. He's pretty much crooked and is well versed in all kinds of strange, creepy stuff. He's not someone an ordinary person could handle. Qin Feng did not keep it a secret from Lu Bingbing and blurted it all out. I'll bring the corpse back to the bureau to file a report, said Lu Bingbing as her objective was to venture to Ghost Mountain was to see this serial killer. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Lu Bingbing's waist tightly impeding her effort to call for her men. He stuck his nose into her neck and took a deep breath of her scent. Leave him to me. I need his corpse. A searing warm puff of air grazed Lu Bingbing's ear causing her ear to redden. She fell powerlessly into Qin Feng's arms as he fondled her. Chapter 433, Looking for Beauties on Ghost Mountain. Chapter 433, Looking for Beauties on Ghost Mountain. What do you need that corpse for? Lu Bingbing's voice softened. Her face blushed red, appearing all lovely and radiant that it induced Qin Feng to take a bite at her face. I need his corpse to report to my mission. Although Qin Feng trusted Lu Bingbing and he could speak about anything with her, but he believed it would be better to keep Lu Bingbing in the dark about the martial artist alliance. Is the mission very important to you? Lu Bingbing had a mission as well. If Qin Feng took Taoist Raksasa's corpse, she could not report on her mission. Yes, it is, Qin Feng nodded resolutely. Lu Bingbing relented, take him with you then. After that, Lu Bingbing asked, what happened over the past 3 months? Why have you come to the provincial capital? My informant told me that the Qin mansion in Acropolis City was locked down. Where is your father? Please, tell me if anything big happened. I can do my best to help you. Lu Bingbing remained obediently in Qin Feng's arms and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's back just like a newlywed. Qin Feng noticed her concern for him. He couldn't help but locked her in his arms even more tightly, nearly suffocating Lu Bingbing. Don't worry, Bingbing. I'll settle it myself. What you need to do is take care of yourself. Let's exchange numbers so you can call me whenever. They exchanged numbers and stored them in case they wanted to contact each other. Qin Feng, who had been alone in the provincial capital for the past 3 months, was beginning to feel more comfortable after getting one of his women back to his side. Qin Feng fondled Lu Bingbing for quite some time before her subordinates returned. All of them carried 1 or 2 victims in their arms, be they elderly people or children, men or women. Some of them, unfortunately, were dead while some of them were still breathing roughly. Lu Bingbing immediately pushed away her illicit thoughts after she saw the victims. Her expression turned chilly as she walked toward her subordinates and the group of victims. Report to me what you've seen. Director Lu, we found them in a room inside the factory. They should be the victims abducted by the serial killer. We found a total of 23 people. 18 are confirmed dead, and 5 are still alive. Should we ask for assistance from the bureau? After they had found so many victims within the factory, each and every of the police officer wore a stern expression. Lu Bingbing took the bull by the horns and made contact with the bureau to get reinforcement from the bureau. Hurry up and carry the victim outside, Lu Bingbing ordered. He's such a monstrous human being for murdering so many people without any remorse. Director Lu, there is no sign of the killer inside the factory. Should we search the perimeter now? We can't let him slip away. Initially, the group of police officers feared the killer due to his strange movements. However, after they discovered the victims, their minds were weighed down with anger. A storm brew in their souls as they urged her to let them see the culprit and execute him on the spot. Lu Bingbing's eyes swept towards Taoist Raksasa's corpse. The factory had no light, so they were surrounded by darkness and none of her subordinates could see Taoist Raksasa's corpse. He must be gone since so much time has passed. Saving the victims are what we should prioritize now, so hurry up and carry the victims outside. We should send the 5 survivors to the hospital post-haste. Since Lu Bingbing gave her command, the 5 subordinates dropped the intention of going after the murderer. In any case, Ghost Mountain was huge, and they had no clue where to find the murderer. Give me a phone call if you miss me. Qin Feng suddenly pulled Lu Bingbing into his arms and kissed her. He even stuck his tongue into her mouth and fondled her for a good while before letting her go. Lu Bingbing leaned her body against a pillar and weighed Qin Feng as he vanished into the murky night. Under Qin Feng's lecherous frenzy and her sense of being offended, she realized that she had gotten wet and felt like a chewed rag. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for accomplishing the mission. Train Lu Bingbing to be as gentle as a lamb and completely obedient to host Qin Feng. The system awards host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points. The system notification beeped in Qin Feng's mind as soon as he exited the factory. Qin Feng carried Taoist Rakshasa as though he was carrying a chicken and zigzagged across the mountain like a phantom dashing in the dark. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance of Ghost Mountain. Qin Feng did not plan to hail a cab in this region as no cab driver had the guts to come near Ghost Mountain. Without many options left, Qin Feng pulled out his cell phone and called Lu Jia. "What's up, big brother? Are you not in bed yet?" Lu Jia picked up the phone very fast. It seemed that he had been playing with his cell phone. "The night is still too young to sleep. Where are you now? Hurry up, get in your dad's Buick, and meet me here. We're going to have a fun night." Qin Feng felt he should not tell Lu Jia the truth because if he told Lu Jia that he was asking Lu Jia to drive and help him carry a corpse, he believed that Lu Jia would hang up instantly, and he would never able to reach him again. As such, Qin Feng started to make up a story. "Wow! Your nightlife sure is fantastic, big brother. Where are you now? Are there a lot of beauties? What are you guys playing? My dad has fallen asleep, I can get the car now to Fei you." Lu Jia yelled excitedly. He fell for it. Qin Feng laughed, "I'm on Ghost Mountain. Come here quick." "Holy shit, Ghost Mountain. What are you doing on Ghost Mountain this late at night? That mountain is haunted and many people have died there." Lu Jia was shocked. "Bullshit. Were you here before? Here is so windy, the skyline of the mountainous region is superb, and I believe this place is a potential 5A scenic spot. I have plenty of beauties beside me. We're having much fun, and you know what, they're all wearing hot pants and mini skirts even though it's almost autumn. When the wind blows, I can see everything under their skirts. What the fuck? You aren't lying, right, big brother? What you said is different than what I've heard. Are there a lot of people? Why is it so quiet, and why can't I hear any cheering? Believe it or not, the summit is occupied by a group of geezers and grannies dancing the public square dance. They played the song, the coolest barbarian-style song by the legendary Shenlong group, so loud and kept yelling, "Yo, yo, check it out," that I've almost gone deaf. I purposely went to a corner devoid of people to give you a call and invite you to come over and have fun together. Qin Feng blew his own trumpet without missing a beat. Lu Jia fell into his trap. "It's your call. Ah, a long-legged beauty is inviting me for a cup of beer. I should get going now." As Qin Feng hung up the phone, Lu Jia's anxious voice drifted through the line. He spoke quickly. "Can you swear it by your name as a professor, Professor Qin Feng?" Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously. If Lu Jia was standing in front of him, Qin Feng would have kicked him down into the abyss already. "What are you saying?" "I, Professor Qin Feng, never tell lies." Swearing as a professor was different than a normal promise. Qin Feng's remark had shattered the final bit of suspicion in Lu Jia's heart. He yelled excitedly, "Wait for me, big brother. I'll be there soon in less than 30 minutes. You gauge the time yourself. I think I can get a beauty on my arm in another 20 minutes. I might be gone during that time. If you're coming, clear everything out the back of the car then. I'll be there in 20 minutes, big brother." "Why do I need to clear out the back of the car?" asked Lu Jia. "We have plenty of beauties here and each and every one of them is very cheerful, energetic, and open-minded. I asked you to clear the back to carry people, of course." Qin Feng chided Lu Jia. Jesus Christ. Chapter 434, Ambushed. Chapter 434, Ambushed. Ignoring Lu Jia, Qin Feng got into the car and claimed the driver's seat. Lu Jia hastily followed after. "Professor Qin Feng, you've made a promise as a professor. Being a professor is a respectable profession, how could you cheat me?" Lu Jia asked angrily as he refused to let go of the topic. Qin Feng started the car, put the car into gear, and stomped on the accelerator. Shroom! The Buick darted forward, frightening Lu Jia. He'd driven his dad's car 100 times, but he never knew that the car could go so fast. When did I make a vow as a professor? I don't remember making it. Qin Feng steered the car with one hand with his other hand out the window. He drove at a lightning speed while admiring the scenery outside the window like nothing was wrong. Lu Jie's expression darkened. Suddenly, he giggled and pulled out his cell phone. Professor Qin Feng, I recorded our conversation. Do you want me to play it for you? Qin Feng jerked and nearly drove them to their deaths. Glaring coldly at Lu Jie, Qin Feng gave him a disappointed expression and chided, "Can't you be more trusting? Where is the basic mutual integrity between men?" Lu Jie was not frightened by Qin Feng's cold expression. His smile widened and said, "This is the move you taught us in class, Professor Qin Feng. You mentioned that in confronting an old ruffian, we must first record the conversation to be ready for any eventuality." Right now, Qin Feng's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he almost kicked Lu Jie out the car. Bang! Bing! Bang! The front wheel of the Buick sedan exploded and released a muffled sound. They were driving 192 kilometers per hour, so the explosion threw them off the road and caused the car to lurch to the sides. If Qin Feng had not gotten the intermediate-grade racing skill from the system, they might have already run off a cliff to their deaths. Screech! An ear-deafening screech sounded. The black Buick sedan blended into the darkness of the night and drifted along the mountain's track at full speed like an apparition. It was a thrilling scene, and the sight could make people break out into a sweat. Utilizing both of his arms and feet, Qin Feng quickly and sharply got the car back under his control. Bang! 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 As the car came to a stop, they heard a few gunshots from behind. The car's 4 windows shattered as 3 bullets zipped past beside their ears and went through the windshield. Fuck! This is my dad's car. How am I supposed to explain this to my dad? Lu Jie's eyes went bloodshot as rage began to consume him whole. He kicked the door open and jumped from the car. He yelled, "Who the fuck shot out my car windows? Show yourself now and beg for mercy." As a descendant of one of the provincial capital's 5 small familial clans, Lu Jie was born with a righteous indignation and a bit of self-importance. He refrained from fighting Gao Tianyao when he was humiliated in class because he was afraid of Gao Tianyao's family. However, a group of men in black ambushed them and began shooting indiscriminately at his dad's car unprovoked. How could Lu Jie swallow the insult? He vowed to kill them. Bang! 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 As Lu Jie alighted from the car, the opponents intensified their shooting. The naturally tranquil Ghost Mountain was filled with a barrage of gunshots. Lu Jie was a stage 4 inner chi expert, and no one could belittle his ability. He hunched like an enraged leopard. Zigzagging across the gloomy night from tree to tree, bush to bush and through the falling leaves, he left dozens of impressions behind as he approached the source of the shooting. 503020. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Bang! 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 As Lu Jie moved closer to the shooters, the gunshots intensified. He was filled with gratitude when Qin Feng stopped Gao Tianyao from insulting Lu Jie and repaid him with a slap. Shroom! Lu Jie gathered a strong force beneath his feet and launched himself at an alarming speed. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a man in black. Forming a fist, Lu Jie struck the man in the back of the neck and knocked him out. Is it fun hiding here playing with your gun? Bang! Lu Jie was agile. He moved again and arrived beside another man in black. Same as the previous man, Lu Jie chopped the back of the man's neck and knocked him out. Although Lu Jie was fat and always clumsy, when he got serious, he could be a fearsome opponent. His fighting experience was first-rate, and he was even more experienced than Qin Feng. His attack style was fatal, smooth and clean without any flowery moves. Are you blind, you dumbass? I'm right in front of you, and there are no people in the car, yet you continue to shoot indiscriminately at my car. How am I going to explain this to my dad? Looking at the destroyed Buick sedan, Lu Jie's eyes reddened. He gathered all his strength, channeled it into his palm, and sent the man in black flying through the air in a perfect arc and plummeting into the bottomless pit. Lu Jia was having a fun time fighting the group while Qin Feng's expression turned chilly as he faced the two men in front of him. He had also alighted from the car. Now, he was staring warily at two men standing in front of him. One of them was tall, white, and had blue eyes. He resembled a white American. He wore a tuxedo. His brooding eyes, his nose, his ears, his lips, all of his facial features seemed flawlessly sculpted and placed by gods in their desired locations to form the perfect face. He exuded a slightly melancholic aura, and by standing quietly, he gave the impression of being a prince descended from the aristocracy. The other man wore black clothing from head to toe. His face was also covered, so the only thing Qin Feng could see was his sharp eyes. Qin Feng caught the scent of medicinal herbs in the air. Since he was so close to the duo, he assumed that medicinal herbs had been spread over the black clothing. Who are you? Qin Feng did not move first. When he saw the duo, he was kind of worried because these two people had certainly come to claim his life. As such, that meant that Qin Feng's identity and whereabouts had already been exposed to his enemies. The white man did not know Chinese, so he remained silent. The man covered in black clothing took the initiative and answered Qin Feng's question with a cold voice. Who are we? Ha! We came to kill you, on behalf of him. Do you know who I am? What reason have you two come to kill me? Qin Feng asked while exchanging glances with the man covered in black clothing. The sound of metal clashing seemed to be emitted by the air as the atmosphere tensed up. You're Qin Feng, the man covered in black clothing grit his teeth in vexation as he answered. Qin Feng noticed the dense murderous intent in his opponent's chilly gaze. Who are you two, then? You said you're here to kill me, but you don't have the guts to reveal your face. Could it be that you're afraid of blowing your own disguises if you fail to kill me? Qin Feng laughed lightly. Qin Feng could not see the man covered in black clothing's expression as his face was veiled behind the black clothing. However, judging from his towering murderous intent, Qin Feng knew that he had pissed off him. Ha! You think too highly of yourself, Qin Feng. I can kill you without using my full strength. The man covered in black clothing glowered, and he suddenly disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. In the next second, Qin Feng felt a dense, cold, deadly aura behind him. Without a second thought, he quickly circulated his inner qi and evaded to one side. Bang! Qin Feng was too slow. The palm strike that had been intended to fall on the back of his head fell on his shoulder instead. The palm strike had 300 kilograms of force behind it, and if Qin Feng hadn't equipped the sacred azure battle armor in time, his arm would have been destroyed. What the hell is that? Where did that battle armor come from? The man covered in black clothing was petrified, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, the white American, who remained in his original position, yelled, "This isn't good. This guy is a mutant as well. He is a spatial user." The white American's words had escalated the astonishment of the man covered in black clothing. He zoned out for a brief second before looking at Qin Feng again. This time, his eyes were filled with a zealous murderous intent. Humph. A spatial user. It's nothing before me. I must avenge my little brother's death today. Qin Feng, accept your death. The man covered in black clothing vanished again. Shroom. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Qin Feng. He reached around behind him and quickly pulled out two scimitars in his hands. The two scimitars reflected the moonlight and glowed with coldness. One of them was carved with the diagram of the azure dragon while the other was carved with the diagram of the phoenix. The scimitars were about 1 meter long, and they were slightly curved. The man in black clothing waved them wildly in the air. Da! 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 Seeing the dozens of wind blades rushing towards him, Qin Feng's pupils dilated, and he swiftly retreated. The wind blades cleaved the ground around him, and from that, Qin Feng deduced that this man was pretty strong. Clank! After he had retreated 10 or so meters, Qin Feng hopped lightly on the ground and sprang into the air. In the mid-air, a crimson long spear appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He gyrated the spear in front of him and intercepted the wind blades with a loud clashing sound. Humph! It doesn't matter how many treasures you have in your spatial storage. You're doomed today. Seeing that a long spear suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's hand, the man in black clothing thought this was Qin Feng's ability as well. His expression sank, and he threw one of the scimitars at Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng leaped, and the scimitar buried itself into a part of the mountain near the road, shattering a pile of big rocks. Disregarding his other scimitar, the man covered in black clothing held the scimitar with azure dragon diagram with both hands and swung directly at Qin Feng's head. Clang! The true steel sword flicked up between them with the essence of a vast infantry and cavalry. So the rumors are true. You indeed have many treasures on you. I want this orange-grade spiritual sword. The face of the man covered in black clothing was burned with greed and jealousy. He flexed his hand and swung the scimitar down to clash against Qin Feng's true steel sword. Clank! The man covered in black clothing used 300 kilograms of force to knock the true steel sword from Qin Feng's hand. His eyes glowed, and he quickly went after the true steel sword. Want my sword? Have a taste of my fist first. As the true steel sword was within his reach, the man covered in black clothing sensed a strong gale brewing behind him. He turned around and realized that Qin Feng had chased after him. Qin Feng wore a glove that glowed with an orange radiance. He gestured swiftly and created a strong gale shaped like a fist in the air. Chapter 435, Are we gonna fight? Chapter 435, Are we gonna fight? Intermediate grade Thunder Tiger Fist. Qin Feng threw dozens of punches within a blink of an eye. Shocked by the irresistible force, the man's eyes bulged and were filled with amazement. Drop dead now. The man covered in black clothing suddenly stopped his pursuit of the true steel sword and turned. He waved the scimitar and created dozens of wind blades in an instant. Bang! 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 Wind blades and gales of fists collided forcefully in the air. The impact was so great that it shook the valley. The explosion blew the true steel sword 10 meters or so down the road. Bang! After parrying another one of Qin Feng's attack, the man covered in black clothing bounced through the air and landed on the side of the mountain. He struck the rocky hill hard, and the scimitar with the phoenix diagram flew back into his hand. The azure dragon blade was in his right hand, and the phoenix blade was in his left hand. The brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades were white-grade spiritual equipment. Their power and ability were far greater than orange-grade spiritual equipment. It was also a treasured item coveted by the martial world. Prince William, you should make your move now. Even though I have the confidence to kill this fellow, I have to admit that he is better than I thought he would be. I believe this will be a dreary fight. We don't have much time left. The man covered in black clothing asked for the white American's assistance. Qin Feng's eyes glowed when he heard the white American's name. Once again, he swayed his attention to the white American. This time, he was able to notice a few traits that the Williams shared with the white Americans Qin Feng killed at Snake-Coiled Mountain. Besides, his family name was William as well. Hence, Qin Feng was certain that the white American came from the William family in America. Who is the man covered in black, then? Fuck. Fuck. Prince William roared angrily and leaped into the air. He moved as agile as a leopard and arrived in front of Qin Feng soon after. The man covered in black clothing remained standing on the side of the mountain. He showed no sign of trying to help Prince William, and his action bewildered Qin Feng. Since it's that person who asked for a combination attack, how come he still stand there weighing the show? You fucked my brother's chicken. I want your pussy, brat. Prince William glared at Qin Feng with a chilly expression. However, his Mandarin was so bad that Qin Feng was tickled. I'm sorry. Are you looking for the wrong person? I don't fuck chickens, and I won't give you my pussy either. Not even if you kneeled down and pleaded for it. Prince William could not understand what Qin Feng was saying. With a puzzled look, he looked over to the man covered in black clothing. What? What? The corner of the man covered in black clothing quivered. He replied to Prince William in English. He said he wants to fuck your chicken. Fuck. Go to hell, you chicken. Prince William blew his top after the man covered in black clothing explained. Qin Feng was tickled pink by him, and he could not stop laughing. He said, Are you trying to say, go to hell, you brat? I think you should die first since you can't even speak Mandarin fluently. You're the garbage of the world. After knowing who Prince William was, Qin Feng shrugged off all his hesitancy. He raised the spear of rat halos and charged for Prince William's heart. Qin Feng was fast as lightning. The combination of the azure-colored the sacred azure battle armor emitted and the crimson from the spear of rat halos created a stunning visual effect. Prince William did not move an inch even when Qin Feng got close. His smile widened and looked disdainfully at Qin Feng. Shit! He must be planning something. As Qin Feng almost struck Prince William's heart, a chill crept from beneath his feet and coursed through his whole body. As he wanted to jump away from the constraint of the cold aura, he realized that his feet could no longer move. One of his feet were in front of the other. He held the spear with one hand and maintained a sprinting stance. The spearhead of the spear of rat halos was only 5 centimeters away from Prince William's heart. However, no matter how hard Qin Feng tried, he could not move an inch forward. Hastily, he bowed down his head and realized that the ground was covered by a layer of ice so thick that it reached his calves and locked his feet completely in the ice. What the fuck is this? Is Prince William a demon cultivator as well? The numerous battles tonight had broadened Qin Feng's outlook. He had witnessed a few new professions and skills. When he faced off against Taoist Rakshasa with Hua Yen, he knew that demon essence and evil energy could be shaped into elements such as fire or ice. Now that he saw Prince William could control ice, Qin Feng deduced that he had to be a demon cultivator rather than a heretic because Prince William was handsome and elegant. Master, this man is not a cultivator from China. He is a mutant, an ice user. The William that Master killed at Snake-Coiled Mountain was a mutant as well. He is a strength-enhanced mutant, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng understood. It seemed to him that the William family was a huge family with many mutants. Qin Feng had no knowledge of mutants, so he was not clear about the strength of Prince William, who was an ice user. As he racked his brain for a way to get free of the ice, the sound of a forceful wind surged behind him. The wind blades were violent, and they slashed through the air and charged at him at the speed of lightning. Qin Feng was stuck in the ice. He could not even move his neck smoothly, let alone run away. Ha! Qin Feng, today will be your death day. The man covered in black clothing said with a cold voice. He waved the brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades wildly in the air, forming a deluge of wind blades and showered them like a downpour behind Qin Feng's back. Phantom Whip Technique. Crackle. An orange-colored long whip fell from the sky. Qin Feng did not turn his body and wielded the spirit snake whip with his intuition. Qin Feng's attacks came so sudden that the man covered in black clothing had no time to dodge the attack and was lashed on his stomach. The impact sent him flying. Bang! 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 At the same time, the barrage of wind blades fell on Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng was stuck in the ice so he could not evade the attack. The attack was so strong that even though Qin Feng wore the sacred azure battle armor, it still caused considerable damage to him. Pfft! The man covered in black clothing and Qin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. Without wasting time to clean the blood on his mouth corner, Qin Feng quickly raised his whip again and lashed it toward Prince William, who was standing right in front of him. "Wah my whip, you chicken!" Crackle. The combination of Spirit Snake Whip and the Phantom Whip technique was extremely powerful. A pseudo-tangible orange-colored whip shadow whipped towards Prince William's head. The whip shadow had such a great force that it appeared to tear the space above Prince William's head apart. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Prince William maintained his stance and did not move an inch. The smile on his face widened as his blue-colored eyes gleamed brightly. "Freeze!" Prince William roared and exuded a cold aura. The spirit snake whip suddenly stopped as it was covered by a layer of ice and frozen like a dragon ascending into the sky. What the fuck? The ice he uses is much stronger than the ice used by Hua Yan. Qin Feng exclaimed inwardly. He never expected that Prince William could freeze the spirit snake whip. Master, ice and fire shaped by demon essence or evil energy are the weakest forms of ice and fire. A mutant can absorb the element from nature, condense it and refine it before releasing it, so the power is much greater. You can't just compare the two like that. Little Pig grumbled. Qin Feng did not have the time to bicker with Little Pig as he struggled to break the ice on the spirit snake whip by shaking it. To his dismay, even after he used a lot of inner chi, he could only shatter the outermost layer. Qin Feng, congratulations for enraging me. Go be my little brother's friend in hell. Rumble. A loud explosion occurred behind Qin Feng. The man covered in black clothing connected the hilts of the brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades into double blade slasher. With the double blade slasher in his hand, the man posed as if he was bowling and threw the double blade slasher. The double blade slasher turned into a streak of lighting. The air around it exploded as it shot at Qin Feng like a meteorite. Although he could not turn his body, Qin Feng could sense the terrifyingly deadly aura that surged behind him. He was clear that the double blade slasher would cut him in half if he remained in place. Rumble. The fire of an explosion roared. Qin Feng held the spear of rat halos in his hand, pointed the spearhead at the ice and moved it in a quick circular motion. The fire bullets exploded into a couple of fireballs when the fire bullets fell on the ice. The flame released by fireballs reached a meter high in the air and engulfed Qin Feng in a tower of fire. Bang! The ice held together against the fire for a moment before Qin Feng felt the ice around his legs began to shatter. Then, he leaped into the mid-air. Boom! As soon as Qin Feng left the ground, the double blade slasher crashed on the ground and created a 1-meter-deep crater. While in the air, Qin Feng wildly lashed the spirit snake whip. The spirit snake whip cracked in the air and lashed Prince William, who had not come back to his senses. Wow! Big brother, are you all preparing for a movie? Why is there ice and fire? Lu Jia asked as he brought Qin Feng's true steel sword back to him. He'd annihilated the 13 black-clad shooters single-handedly. Now, he had come to Qin Feng's assistance. After Qin Feng landed, he stood back to back with Lu Jia. One of them held a spear, while the other held a treasured sword, and they both took a domineering stance. Prince William's expression grew dark with anger. Qin Feng had landed 10 or so lashes on him, turning his clean, white tuxedo into a beggar outfit. He looked miserable in his bloodied and battered body, and his former noble aura had vanished. While this was not the main thing that set him off, he never imagined that Qin Feng was not only a spatial user but a fire user as well. As an ice user himself, fire was his natural enemy. The man covered in black clothing disregarded his double-blade slasher that was still stuck in the ground, remained his stance on a rock on the side of the mountain instead as he looked down coldly at Qin Feng and Lu Jia. The wind on Ghost Mountain was strong and disheveled Qin Feng and the other three's clothes and hair. However, nobody paid attention to it as they stared fixedly at their opponent. After a long while, Qin Feng stuck the spear of rat halos in the ground. "Hey! Do you all still want to fight? You should have informed me earlier if you both are resting. I want to fix my hair. The wind has disheveled it." Then, he grabbed the true steel sword from Lu Jia's hand and began to fix his hair in the reflection from the sword. Chapter 436, Throw a Long Line to CA a Big Fish. Chapter 436, Throw a Long Line to CA a Big Fish. Lu Jia, Prince William, and his partner were helpless in the face of Qin Feng's laid-back attitude. Humiliated, Prince William's and the man covered in black clothing's expressions turned furious. On the other hand, Lu Jia looked grumbly at Qin Feng. "Big brother, can't you pick another thing as your mirror? What will I fight with if we're going to have a battle later?" Qin Feng scornfully looked at Lu Jia and said, "Can't you use that long spear on the ground?" "Oh sweet. The long spear looks cool on me." Lu Jia quickly went to pull the spear of rat halos from the ground, but could not despite using his full strength. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to fix his hair at his leisure while Lu Jia looked like a fool trying to pull the spear of rat halos out from the ground. Their goofy and devil-may-care appearance offended Prince William and the man covered in black clothing. They almost vomited blood. "Ha! My little brother won't have died in vain at your hand." The man covered in black clothing threw his head backward and laughed brazenly. "Qin Feng, next time we meet, I'll kill you." Then he vanished. He moved like a lightning bolt and appeared beside Prince William in the next second with the brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades still in his hands. A flash of amazement flicked in Qin Feng's eyes. His speed was so fast that not even Qin Feng could see his movement. Of course, if Qin Feng had activated the hyper-intuition of the sacred azure battle armor, Qin Feng would have been able to see him move. However, hyper-intuition only lasted 30 minutes, and he had already used its once-a-day limitation during his battle with Taoist Rakshasa. "Let's retreat now." The man covered in black clothing glared coldly at Qin Feng before turning his body vanishing into the air. Prince William's eyes were filled with dense murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, Prince William shoved his palm downward and erected an ice wall in front of Qin Feng and Lu Jia. Then, he jumped and vanished into the gloomy night. Lu Jia finally pulled out the spear of rat halos from the ground. Holding the spear, he charged gallantly at where the two had been a moment before. "Holy moly! Want to leave? Have you asked my spear for permission?" He stopped midway and turned his head to look at Qin Feng. He asked, "Big brother, why don't you chase after them?" "I can't defeat them. It's not worth the headache to chase after them." "Since you're so strong, I'll have you kill them, then," Qin Feng said with a pale face. Murderous intent washed off Lu Jia's face in the instance. With a grin on his face, he rushed back to Qin Feng's side. "Ha! I'll let them get away this time. I have to stay by Big Brother's side to protect Big Brother." Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Jia. He wanted to slap him. Lu Jia had been a well-behaved boy, genuine and upright by nature. How had he become like this after following him for just 3 days? Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted from Qin Feng's mouth. Usually, Qin Feng would have pursued Prince William because he knew his identity. He let them go was simply because he seemed to get the upper hand on the surface, but in fact, he knew he wasn't a ma for the two. If he hadn't obtained the blue-grade Sacred Azure battle armor from the system, Qin Feng believed that he would have met his demise tonight unless he summoned Shiman Chui Shui to aid him in battle. The man covered in black clothing was at least a stage 5 inner chi master, and he hadn't shown the full extent of his strength. Prince William's ability to form ice was immensely powerful and hard to predict. It awed Qin Feng and cast a shadow in his heart. Qin Feng wasn't a spatial user nor a fire user. Prince William's misjudgment of Qin Feng's abilities was the very reason Prince William and the man covered in black clothing feared him. The two felt that they had not been fully prepared, so they retreated. Qin Feng was bereft of the ability to kill them as well, so why would he chase after them? Big brother, what happened to you? Please be fine. Lu Jia was flustered when he saw Qin Feng continuing to vomit blood. Qin Feng gestured with his hand to calm Lu Jia down. He sat with his legs crossed while he applied a bottle of golden sore medicine on his wounds. After that, he began to recuperate his disordered inner qi. Qin Feng had been frozen in Prince William's block of ice and forced to take the man covered in black clothing's sword attacks on his back, so he was pretty badly injured. Lu Jia turned serious after he noticed Qin Feng's ashen face. He held the spear of rat halos and stood quietly beside Qin Feng protecting him. After 10 minutes, Qin Feng opened his eyes. His countenance had become better. Big brother, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Lu Jia hastily went to help Qin Feng up. No, we have to go back first. Lu Jia helped Qin Feng back to the Buick sedan. Looking at his devastated car, his heart bled. My dad will kill me. Lu Jia drove them back into the city while Qin Feng continued to recuperate in the passenger seat. 2 shadows appeared after the car had gone a long distance from Ghost Mountain. One of them wore a previously elegant and stylish white tuxedo that had been shredded and stained with blood. The other person was entirely covered in a black clothing, and his brown, almost black eyes glowed brilliantly in the night. Why did we have to let them go? Prince William asked in English. The man covered in black clothing replied in English. Qin Feng is the only son of my big uncle. I know him very well. Half-year ago, he was a physically weak, hedonistic young master of Acropolis City. He has achieved nothing aside from ruining his family's fortune and hooking up with women. But today, after 6 months, not only has he achieved stage 4 inner chi, he also owns tons of spiritual equipment and a few supreme-grade skill books. A black sheep of the family suddenly turned into a prodigy in cultivating martial arts. Doesn't it intrigue you? Prince William's eyes glowed as he spoke. Yes, it's weird. Besides, not only is he a dual-element mutant, he is a martial artist in China as well. Nobody can hold those 2 identities at the same time. It has to be a miracle. Yes, exactly, so we can't kill him now. We won't be able to get anything other than a short-lived happiness. However, if we keep him alive and investigate him, we might able to find clues about the things of his we coveted. The man's eyes were filled with the radiance of excitement as his mouth curled into a devilish grin. Qin Feng killed my little brother, Williams, and the grudge has borne by each and every member of the William family. I have to report to my family elders first and seek their advice. Prince William hesitated. Anything you want. You just have to tell your elders that Qin Feng is a dual-element mutant, and I believe that your elders will be very interested in him. I'm certain they will agree to our suggestion. Okay, good. I should leave in advance to report the story to my elders tonight. Prince William jumped and vanished into the gloomy night. The ill wind continued to ravage through the vast and spacious summit of Ghost Mountain. Standing alone on the summit, the man covered in black clothing looked upon the forest under the darkness. His smile slowly widened. "Oh Qin Feng, with your strength and power, killing Sima too and my little brother would have been impossible. Seems like there was somebody else that appeared during that great fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. Who was it? Ha! I believe they won't stay quiet for long. They will soon make their move. Big brother, all 4 wheels were punctured, and it's so bumpy like the bumper car. Should we move your friend from the trunk to the back seat?" They arrived at the base of Ghost Mountain and had bumped along the mountain road. The road had almost broken his big jiggly butt, so he worried that Qin Feng's friend in the trunk had suffered a concussion. Qin Feng's mouth quivered when he heard Lu Jie's suggestion to move a corpse into the car. He smacked Lu Jie's head and roared. "Don't care about that fellow. Pay attention while driving. Go to the Martial Artist Alliance now." Lu Jie covered his head and looked puzzledly at Qin Feng. "Big brother, why are we going to the Martial Artist Alliance this late at night? If you want to work on a mission, you can easily accept a mission by using the communication device. All of the missions on the mission board in Martial Artist Alliance's mission board appear on the communication device." Again, Qin Feng smacked Lu Jie's head and roared, "Just follow my orders. Don't ask so much." Lu Jie had witnessed Qin Feng's formidable abilities. Although he was reluctant, he could do nothing but drive toward the Martial Artist Alliance. The journey took 3 hours instead of an hour since the Buick sedan had practically been destroyed. It was the wee hours of the morning by the time they arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance. The Buick sedan had been reduced to a pile of metal scraps. Lu Jie was embarrassed, so he parked the car in an alley a few hundred miles away from the Martial Artist Alliance. Qin Feng and Lu Jie got out of the car and went to the trunk. "Big brother, is your friend a martial artist? Should we wake him up now?" Lu Jie dumbly carried Taoist Rakshasa from the trunk in his arms. As he was carrying Taoist Rakshasa, he grumbled, "Big brother, your friend is so not hygienic. He smells like a rotten corpse." Lu Jie could not stand the stench anymore, so he threw Taoist Rakshasa on the ground. Coincidentally, Taoist Rakshasa landed face up, and his black robe and hat fell to the ground. With the help of the streetlight, Lu Jie finally saw the full appearance of Taoist Rakshasa. He yelled, and his soul almost departed from his mortal body. What the fuck? This fellow is truly a corpse. Big brother. Don't tell me you have a habit of violating corpses. Lu Jie retreated a few meters away from Qin Feng and stared at him warily. He thought about how he stole his dad's car in the dead of night and rushed as fast as he could to Ghost Mountain with the intention of hooking up with hot girls. In the end, he only carried a corpse, survived an ambush by a group of assassins on his way back, and destroyed his dad's precious Buick sedan. Lu Jie grieved his misfortune so much that he wished to cry but had no tears to shed. Qin Feng's face darkened. He kicked Lu Jie's butt furiously. "Fuck you. Say any more nonsense, and I'll kick your ass again. Hurry up and carried that corpse into Martial Artist Alliance. I still have a report to make." Qin Feng walked towards the entrance of the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters after chiding Lu Jie. Lu Jie had not known that Taoist Rakshasa was actually a corpse, and he had continued to fantasize that the person in his arms was an otherworldly beauty. When he remembered that he groped Taoist Rakshasa while carrying the corpse, Lu Jie got goosebumps, and he almost puked. Holding his nose, he dragged Taoist Rakshasa's body and followed Qin Feng. If the soul of Taoist Rakshasa saw his action, he would have been so angry that he would have come back to life. Chapter 437, The Town of Martial Artist. Chapter 437, The Town of Martial Artist. Qin Feng and Lu Jia arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance. There were 4 security guards guarding the perimeter, but they were not the 4 people Qin Feng and Lu Jia met the last time. They changed guards every night. Who are you people? This is private property, and it's off limits to all unauthorized personnel. The security guards blocked Qin Feng and Lu Jia. Qin Feng pulled out his member card and handed it to the security guards. We're both martial artists. We're going in to report a mission. One of the security guards took Qin Feng's member card and checked it meticulously. After confirming it wasn't fake, he shook his hand and said, "Go in, then." They entered the gate. The inside of the Martial Artist Alliance had not changed since the last time they were there, with its crisscrossing walkways and high-rise buildings. It looked like a small autonomous town. Qin Feng changed the appearance of the sacred azure battle armor before coming in, so his shoulders appeared to be draped with a fiery red windbreaker, and he wore a wolf mask. Wow, big brother. When did you change your clothes? Is the wolf mask real? A wild wolf is a second-class protected animal. Brazenly wearing a wild wolf mask in public, are you not afraid of being caught? Quick! Let me touch it. Is it real or not? Lu Jia left Taoist Rakshasa on the ground and went to touch Qin Feng's wolf mask. Qin Feng smacked his hand away, picked up Taoist Rakshasa, and went into the lobby further ahead. Ah, big brother. Do you have another wolf mask in your house like the one you're wearing? Give me one. I want to wear it to class tomorrow. It'll be so cool. Qin Feng's mouth quivered. He glowered at Lu Jia. I don't have another wolf mask, but I do have a pig head mask. I think it will suit you well. I'll give it to you later, and you can wear it to class tomorrow. I guarantee you that even though your face is veiled behind the mask, every student will be able to recognize you. Lu Jia's expression darkened. He lowered his head and refused to talk. When they entered the lobby of Martial Artist Alliance, they saw a few people sitting on a bench and looking at the missions on the mission board. This was the first time Qin Feng came to report the mission, so he found himself lost midway. Lu Jia, where can I report to my mission? Big brother, there is an office inside the lobby. Follow me. Lu Jia led the way while Qin Feng trailed behind him with Taoist Rakshasa in hand. The onlookers in the lobby disregarded them, as all of them were get used to seeing people carrying corpses back to report a mission. Inside the lobby, there was a 100-square-meter office. The furnishing in the room had been kept to a minimum and consisted of only a few working desks. The 4 walls were painted white. Hello, beautiful. We're here to report a mission. Lu Jia knocked on the door. There was only a woman in the room. The woman's back faced the door, so Qin Feng and Lu Jia could not see her face. She wore black leather clothing and shoes. With the shape of her figure from behind and her purplish bob haircut, she stunned Qin Feng and Lu Jia. The woman's voice was cold, and she spoke without turning. What mission? Exterminating Taoist Rakshasa of the stage 4 Heretic on Ghost Mountain, Qin Feng replied. Lu Jia jumped in fear. He had not known what kind of mission Qin Feng had accepted or what kind of person he killed. Now that he knew the lifeless body was a stage 4 heretic, his face instantly turned pale. The woman rose to her feet and slowly turned around. She had a flawlessly fair and clear face, a pair of big, bright eyes, a pair of well-defined brows, and 2 rows of white teeth. Her black, tight-fitting, leather shirt and pants clung to her hourglass figure perfectly and with great eloquence, especially her bust. The leather was molded to her perfectly round breasts. It was an enticing sight that gave the impression that they would burst from the leather at any time. The woman's eyes gleamed like stars. She measured Qin Feng and Lu Jia from their top to their toes. After measuring them, the woman turned her attention to Taoist Rakshas's corpse on the floor. Nice, she praised. I issued this mission on behalf of the Dragon Door. However, your leader should be a woman. Can either of you explain to me what is going on? Qin Feng stepped forward as he focused his gaze on the woman's flawless face. The leader you're talking about is Billowy Lady, am I right? Something came up, so she couldn't make it to here. I'm Green Wolf, her teammate who helped her complete the mission. Looking into Qin Feng's bright dark eyes, a flash of light flickered across the woman's eyes as Qin Feng's eyes felt familiar. She felt she had seen these pair of eyes somewhere before. So that's how it is. Okay then, remove your mask, and I'll ring up your award, the woman said nonchalantly. Qin Feng's expression changed. He smiled and said, Do I have to reveal my face to receive my reward? The woman fell silent. Suddenly, she giggled and said, Of course not. It's just my personal preference. You're not obligated to follow my order. Beautiful, ring up my reward then. Qin Feng replied with a harsh tone. Qin Feng's sudden change in attitude did not bother the beauty at all. After she reconfirmed the identity of Taoist Rakshasa, she pulled out her communication device and drew on it. Okay, we're done. You can log into your Martial Artist Alliance's account and check on it. Qin Feng logged into his account without waiting for the beautiful woman's order. He noticed that 350 points had been added to his account, and the card he bound to his account when he first registered as a member of Martial Artist Alliance had an extra 300,000 yuan. Qin Feng had catapulted from a level 3 member to a level 5 member, so he could now accept a level 5 mission without having to team up with a higher level partner. If my memory serves me well, I'm still owed 300 flavor grass, right? Qin Feng asked the woman. Qin Feng did not know the effect of 100 flavor grass before obtaining the Compendium of 100 Materia Medica. Now, he knew exactly what 100 flavor grass could sow, and therefore wanted it a great deal. The 100 flavor grass could absorb the spiritual essence from heaven and earth, so it was a treasure for Qin Feng who was at the bottleneck of breaking through to stage 4 inner chi. The 300 flavor grass will be Billowy Lady's reward, and she will have to personally come to retrieve them because the two of you came to such an agreement about how to split the reward. You will have to ask her if you want 100 flavor grass, the woman said calmly. Qin Feng did speak with Hua Yan about the dispersion of rewards, so he could not argue with the woman's comment. He took what he deserved and left with Lu Jia. As the two left the room, the eyes of the purplish bob-haired woman dressed in leather shirt and pants glowed. She was the mysterious woman that appeared 3 months ago in Acropolis City who interfered in an assassination attempt on Qin Feng at Lotus Lake. She was also the same person who assisted Qin Feng in holding off the assassin sent by the Golden Assassin crew during the opening ceremony of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2, Yan Wushuang. When Yan Wushuang exchanged glances with Qin Feng just now, she suspected that he was Qin Feng. She forewent her suspicious after remembering that Qin Feng had gone missing 3 months ago and was still in an unknown condition. Yan Wushuang shook her head and thought, I'm thinking too much. Even though Qin Feng holds a lot of secrets, and he reached our Dragon Group's criteria for investigation, the Dragon Group has assigned me an even more important mission. After I have enrolled myself into Jindu University's medical college and finished investigating the William family in America, I'll come back to investigate him. Editor's note, from here on the provincial capital city will be known as Jindu for easier reading. S-note, has many jobs to do now. Qin Feng and Lu Jia returned to the lobby, and Qin Feng realized that it was 4 a.m. now. Even if he rushed to return to Chang Xane's villa, he probably would not get enough sleep since he had to rush to teach at Jindu University again. Big brother, you killed a stage 4 heretic all by yourself. Can you stop being so powerful? How strong is a stage 4 heretic? I heard that the way a heretic and demon cultivator fight is totally different from us martial artists, is that true? Lu Jia blabbered and shot a barrage of questions at Qin Feng. He could not be blamed for being so excited because heretics and demon cultivators were extremely rare in martial world. Lu Jia had never seen a heretic or demon cultivator in his life, so he could not stop his desire to learn more about them from Qin Feng. The mission is a team mission. I killed the heretic with my team member. My teammate left before you arrived. Lu Jia was tenacious, and Qin Feng knew that if he did not satisfy Lu Jia's curiosity, Lu Jia would continue to question him. As such, he simply gave a few answers and swayed the topic to derail Lu Jia's thoughts. The sun is coming up. What should we do for the next 2 hours? Big brother, why don't we have a stroll inside the martial artist town? You've never been there, right? Lu Jia suggested gleefully. A town built for martial artists. Qin Feng gave Lu Jia a puzzled look. Yes, big brother. The internal space of the branches of the Martial Artist Alliance across the nation are recreations of Martial Artist Alliance in Jindu. It is like a small town, so everybody calls it Martial Artist Town. Lu Jia explained patiently to Qin Feng, the constructions in Martial Artist Town are no different from the town outside. The shops, however, are kind of different. Aside from the grocery stores, financial institutes, hotels, restaurant, and so on, the most important is that some shops supply items that are useful for martial artists. For example, Saint Medic, at the junction there, sells some common medical pills and potions used by martial artists. They even sell some elementary-grade medical pills. However, some merchandise cannot be purchased with money and can only be purchased with member points. Both of them walked to Saint Medic, which Lu Jia had been talking about. Since he had nothing to do at the moment, Qin Feng pulled Lu Jia into Saint Medic. The shop was spacious and well-lit. As they entered the shop, the fragrance of traditional herbs surged and filled their noses. There was a row of showcases in the innermost of the shop and 2 hanging cupboards on either side of the shop. On the shelves were various kinds of medical pills and potions with their respective names and prices. A woman wearing a fire-red qipao sat behind the counter. Concentrating on playing on her cell phone, she paid no mind to Qin Feng and Lu Jia as they walked into her shop. Qin Feng glanced at the woman dressed in qipao and began to wander around Saint Medic. Suddenly, something on the shelf caught his attention. Dit de water, 10,000 yuan per bottle. Body refining potion, 100,000 yuan per bottle. Soul cleansing pills, 100,000 yuan and 100 member points per bottle. 5 tablets in a bottle. Healing pills, 200,000 yuan and 200 member points per bottle. 5 tablets in a bottle. Marrow expunging pills, 500,000 yuan and 3,000 member points per bottle. 3 tablets in a bottle. Blood qi pills, 500,000 yuan and 3,000 member points per bottle. 3 tablets in a bottle. Primordial spirit pills, 1 million yuan and 5,000 member points per bottle. 3 tablets in a bottle. Chapter 438, Pharmaceutical Master. Chapter 438, Pharmaceutical Master. In the 3 days since Qin Feng had joined the Martial Artist Alliance, he had completed a level 3 and a level 4 mission, so he was familiar with the mechanisms of the Martial Artist Alliance. A single member point could be converted into 1,000 yuan, so a bottle of soul cleansing pills cost 200,000 yuan. Qin Feng had consumed the soul cleansing pill before when Dongfang Ming Wang gave one to him the night that Hua Yan injured him. Dongfang Ming Wang treasured soul cleansing pills very much, Qin Feng did not. This was because Qin Feng knew that the effect of a soul cleansing pill was weaker than an elementary grade golden sore medicine which merely cost 100 hedonist points. As such, Qin Feng was really taken aback by the prices of medicine in the shop. This is a black tavern. Only 3 blood qi pills for 500,000 yuan is exorbitant, but it's not enough to satisfy this shop's gluttonous appetite. Qin Feng studied the medicine and herbs while grumbling in a low voice. They even demanded 3,000 member points. This is such a black tavern. Perhaps 500,000 yuan was a small amount for a martial artist, but a martial artist had to complete tons of missions to get 3,000 mission points. Qin Feng was very familiar with the blood qi pill as it was the only medicine that could save Ling Bei Bei from her coma. Qin Feng saw the blood qi pill in the system a long time ago. It cost 1,000 hedonist points, but the system prohibited Qin Feng from buying the blood qi pill from the system unless he completed the mission of saving Ling Bei Bei by concocting the blood qi pill himself. For Qin Feng, 1,000 hedonist points was a small amount. The blood qi pills purchased from the system came in a bottle of 12 pills while St. Medic's bottle was a great deal more expensive and only contained 3. The contrast was too huge, so it was natural for Qin Feng to grumble about this black tavern. And the primordial spirit pill. Holy moly, a whopping 1 million yuan and 5,000 member points for only 3 tablets. Why doesn't this shop go and rob on the streets instead? Qin Feng felt very indignant when he saw the primordial spirit pills. He used a primordial spirit pill before when Little Pig asked him to purchase a bottle after he suffered terrible injuries from the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. The system sold them for only 2,000 hedonist points, but St. Medic's price was astronomical by comparison, and Qin Feng did not know that how many missions he had to complete in order to have enough to buy a bottle of primordial spirit pills. Qin Feng grumbled louder and louder, causing Lu Jie's face to blanch in fear. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was an apparition and kept a huge distance from him as if he did not know him at all. What are you murmuring about, brat? Say everything in front of this mistress. Are you still a man? An irritated voice as sonorous as an aureola code. As Qin Feng turned his head, he realized the woman dressed in the cheap bao who was playing on her cell phone had snuck up behind him. With his current strength, he had not noticed the woman lurking behind him for such a long time. The revelation stunned him. He wondered how strong she had to be to achieve such a feat. Am I a man or not? Why don't you have a try with me in the room? Qin Feng felt bad when somebody said he wasn't a man. He was the first hedonist young master in Acropolis City, renowned as the man who could last for a whole night long. He turned around and saw the physical appearance of the woman. Qin Feng was stunned. The woman wearing the tight-fitting, fire-red qipao had a flawless, curvaceous figure. Her qipao had 2 thigh-high slits between which her long graceful legs appeared every time she moved. Her breasts were smaller than Hua Yan and Yan Wushuang's, but their shape was cleverly carved, and they were very pleasing to one's eyes. Seeing Qin Feng staring at the woman, Lu Jie's heart pumped so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. He was loyal to Qin Feng given that he still remained by Qin Feng's side and did not escape. There were 2 shops in the town of martial artists that one should never offend. One was the Blacksmith. The other was the St. Medic. The former forged various weapons and equipment for martial artists while the latter concocted various potions and pills for the martial artists. Equipment and medicinal supplies were essential for martial artists, so neither could be omitted. As such, normally the shopkeepers had a devil-may-care attitude and ignored their customers because everyone had to curry favor with them as they were their only source of supply of the items they needed. However, not only had Qin Feng slandered the Saint Medic in front of their shopkeeper, but he even teased with the woman dressed in fire-red qipao. Lu Jia felt that his big brother had to have a death wish. Humph. Repeat what you said. Let's see how am I going to punish you. The woman dressed in fire-red qipao glared furiously at Qin Feng as her beautiful cosmos-like eyes were filled with coldness. Lu Jia broke into a cold sweat and kept on signaling Qin Feng. Repeat what I said. I said, lady, that you have a well-defined face that has been sculpted to perfection, and your beauty would shut out the moon and put flowers to shame. I can tell from a single glance that you must be a princess descended from an aristocratic family. There is an essence of elegance and gentility dwelling in your style of speech, your movements, and every detail of your action. Qin Feng behaved like a chameleon. He swiftly dropped his lascivious expression and changed into a serious and severe demeanor. Plop! Lu Jie's knee went limp, and he fell to the floor. He exclaimed inwardly, "My level of shamelessness will never mow up to Professor Qin Feng." The woman dressed in fire-red qipao had been getting pumped up to fight Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng cut her short and praised her instead, causing her to blush in embarrassment. She lost track of her thought and did not know what to do. Hypocrite. Spineless. You're all bark and no bite. The woman's eyes bulged as she stared at Qin Feng and chided him. Qin Feng raised his brows and said with all the seriousness, "Beautiful, I suggested that we go into the room behind the shop so I can show you whether I am a man or not. You say I'm all bark and no bite. I dare you to go into the room with me now. Let's compare notes in bed." "Humph. What are you waiting for then? Let's go now. Do you think that this young mistress is afraid of you?" "We'll go to the bed and..." The woman dressed in red qipao came to an abrupt halt as she felt something wasn't right. Her face sank and she glowered, "You despicable outlaw. Why would we have to compare notes in bed? This young mistress could destroy you here and now." The woman dressed in red qipao was Ren Xiaoyao. She shoved her palm at Qin Feng. Gales of ferocious wind ravaged the shop. Qin Feng's face changed drastically. He never expected the young woman in the medicine shop to be a stage 6 inner qi master. What a martial artist town. Are all the residents here this powerful? Don't be so wired up, lady. I said your shop is a black tavern. You want to kill me so that I will not slander your shop anymore outside? Qin Feng knew he could not possibly gain the upper hand against the woman, so he cast aside all considerations, folded his arms behind his back, and pretended to be a master who would not deign to initiate an attack. "What is your basis for slandering Saint Medic by calling it a black tavern? Show me the proof, or else, I'll kill you." Ren Xiaoyao stopped her attack. Her snow-white palm was 5 centimeters away from Qin Feng's chest, and if she went closer a bit, she would be able to feel Qin Feng's vigorous heartbeat. Saint Medic was highly regarded among the martial artists, and they would not pull rank on others because of their prestige. Also, Ren Xiaoyao wasn't a hot-headed person. She was afraid that Qin Feng was sent by someone to ruin the reputation of Saint Medic, and if she attacked him, she would fall into their crafty plot. Qin Feng opened his palm and a jade bottle appeared on his palm as if he performed magic. Once Qin Feng opened the bottle, the dense fragrance of herbs filled the room, tickling Ren Xiaoyao's nostrils. Her clear-as-water eyes suddenly glowed brilliantly. "What is this? How come the fragrance is so dense? Which pharmaceutical master made this? I'd hate to admit it, but his or her level is on par with some of Saint Medic's pharmaceutical masters." Chapter 439, The Sima Family's Blacksmith. Chapter 439, The Sima Family's Blacksmith. "Believe it or not. I won't force you either way," Qin Feng berated and rolled his eyes at Ren Xiaoyao. His hoity-toity reaction incensed Ren Xiaoyao, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. After realizing the weirdo wearing a wolf mask might be a stage 2 or higher pharmaceutical master, she decided to step down and not fight Qin Feng. Being a pharmaceutical master was a rare profession in China. Even the lowest-ranking pharmaceutical master had the ability to demolish a small familial clan from a second-tier city with a turn of the hand. This did not mean that a pharmaceutical master had a high combative ability. Instead, A pharmaceutical master was always surrounded by loads of martial artists because a high-grade pill or herb mixture could be a great help to a cultivating martial artist. The cases of martial artists working themselves to the bone for pharmaceutical master in order to get their hands on a sovereign panacea were beyond counting. Humph. You ain't no big deal just because you're a pharmaceutical master. Saint Medica has many pharmaceutical masters at our disposal, and none of them are any inferior to you. Ren Xiaoyao placed her hands on her hips and glared ferociously at Qin Feng. I never said that I'm great. I'm just saying that the herb mixtures and pills in your shop are too expensive. It's accurate for me to describe your shop as a black tavern. Qin Feng did not get angry at all, and instead, maintained a gleeful smile as he stared at Ren Xiaoyao's irresistibly charming breasts. Ren Xiaoyao's face darkened as anger brewed within her. Qin Feng was a pharmaceutical master, so his cost of concocting herb mixtures was low. However, it wasn't the same for a large drug store like Saint Medica. Not only did they sell their own products, but Saint Medica had some medicine and herbs dealership contracts with various pharmaceutical corporations as well. For example, Dicta water was created by a pharmaceutical magnate owned by the Liang family of Jindu. The Liang family wanted to make money, and Saint Medica had to add on the processing fees and consignment commission charged, thereby increasing the sales price. Go, go, go. Hurry up and get lost if you're not going to buy anything from us, you annoying fly. Since Ren Xiaoyao could not pick a fight nor get the upper hand from a verbal exchange with Qin Feng, she shooed him away. Much to her shock, Qin Feng stepped backward and moved into the gap between her, extended her arms, causing her to lose her balance and fall directly into his arms. Qin Feng flashed a broad grin and opened his arms, awaiting Ren Xiaoyao's fall into his embrace. So soft. Qin Feng enjoyed the fine feeling of Ren Xiaoyao's thin waistline while gazing lewdly at Ren Xiaoyao's breasts. Her petite breasts were pressed against Qin Feng's pecs. The soft and delicate texture excited Qin Feng so much that he almost screamed. Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell, you bastard! Ren Xiaoyao's face reddened. Embarrassed and vexed with Qin Feng, she drew her soft sword and waved it in the air. It turned into a silver serpent and dashed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had retreated from the shop the moment Ren Xiaoyao had drawn her sword. Before he left, he shouted at Lu Jia, who was still zoned out in the shop, "Are you blind? Hurry up and run. Or do you want to hug that woman too?" What the— Lu Jia had snapped out from his dissociation and hastily escaped. "Big brother, you're so amazing and awesome. You even dared to tease the beauty of Saint Medica. Big brother, why don't you teach me how to hook up with women instead of teaching me Chinese medicine?" He yelled loudly while he was running, and the words fell clearly into Ren Xiaoyao's ears. She was so infuriated that she almost crushed her bright teeth. "Just you wait, you bloody wolf-masked weirdo. I swear I'll chop off your head if we ever have a chance to meet outside the martial artist town one day." Ren Xiaoyao made an oath in her heart after she realized that she could not CA up with Qin Feng. They sprinted for 10 minutes straight. "Big brother, can we stop running now? That flare blitz beauty did not chase after us. I really can't run any more longer." Completely exhausted, Lu Jia stuck his butt on the ground and refused to move an inch further. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after he realized that Ren Xiaoyao had given up. Even though he had the guts to tease her, and indeed had a fun time with her, that woman's fathomless strength was something not to be reckoned with. Qin Feng swept his gaze across his surroundings, and a shop opposite of the road caught his attention, a smithy. What is that? How can a worn-out shop like this even exist in martial artist town? It severely damages the image of the town. The shop resembled a shop from ancient time. There was a large wooden stake outside the shop with a white banner fixed on it. On the banner was the word "smithy" written on it. Qin Feng began to grumble again. Lu Jia was so helpless at Qin Feng's grumble that he almost vomited blood. The smithy and Saint Medic were two sacred and inviolable grounds in martial artist town. He never expected that Qin Feng had planned to offend both shops during his first stroll through martial artist town. Big brother, I beg you to stop grumbling. The influence of this smithy isn't minor, just like Saint Medic. This shop specializes in forging weapons and equipment required by martial artists, and they have a powerful backing. Ahem, ahem. After listening to Lu Jia's explanation, Qin Feng cleared his throat and looked seriously at the wooden stake and white banner again. Not bad, not bad. The exterior of this shop has the vibe of an ancient blacksmith's workshop. I can see from a single glance that the masters of this shop must have inherited the mantle from their ancestors. I believe that the weapons and equipment they forge must be first-rate with reasonable price. It's a nice shop, and it looks promising. Let's check it out. Qin Feng had swaggered his way into the smithy, leaving a totally bewildered Lu Jia standing in the wind as he was unable to follow Qin Feng's quirky thought. The furnishing inside the smithy was minimal. The room was spacious, and multiple wooden shelves were nailed to the surrounding walls. A large variety of weapons were displayed on the shelves. Single-edged swords, spears, double-edged swords, halberds, axes, tomahawks, hooks, tridents, whips, bar maces, and so on. 18 types of Chinese weapons were displayed on the shelves. Qin Feng could sense a bit of spiritual essence lingering around the workshop as he walked further into it. The spiritual essence emanated from some of the weapons in the smithy. Wow, check this out, big brother. Lord Guan's great blade is so cool. Lu Jia had entered the smithy as well. He was gushing about a great 2-meter-long blade. Qin Feng walked towards Lu Jia and studied the Lord Guan's great blade. He knew the Lord Guan's great blade was a replica, forged with iron and, probably, with a bit of winter iron, since he could see a sense of coldness from the Lord Guan's great blade. Qin Feng claimed bronze number 8 of the Golden Assassin Group's Green Dragon Crescent blade when he killed him. The Green Dragon Crescent blade was the real McCoy. The blade was entirely forged with winter iron, and it gave the wielder a cold sensation. It could slice through metal like mud. Despite all of that, it was just a large weapon and not Qin Feng's preferred weapon either, so he ended up fusing the Green Dragon Crescent blade with the Flying Dragon armor to upgrade the Flying Dragon armor to a top orange-grade piece of equipment. At that time, if Qin Feng knew that he would eventually accept Lu Jia as his underling, he would have kept the blade for him, since a large weapon made Lu Jia's burly figure perfectly. Qin Feng did not pay much attention to Lu Jia and left him happily yelling and holding the fake Lord Guan's great blade as Qin Feng went to check the prices and materials used to craft the weapons. He realized that most of the weapons in this smithy were forged with very small amounts of rare materials such as winter iron or black iron. However, shockingly, the prices were 10 times higher than a weapon forged with only pure rare materials. Disappointed, Qin Feng deemed this shop a black tavern as well. After taking a stroll around the smithy, Qin Feng did discover a few white and orange-grade pieces of spiritual equipment. The orange-grade spiritual equipment was a gilded Shaolin staff that glowed with an orange light. It was probably the premier piece of the collection since it was displayed on the highest shelf. As for the white-grade spiritual equipment, the weapon itself had to be completely forged with rare materials such as winter iron or black iron without any impurities, while the orange-grade spiritual equipment, aside from using rare materials, it was definitely forged with the bones or hides of spiritual beasts. The spirit snake whip Qin Feng had obtained from bronze number 5 was made of spirit snake skin and tendon. The weapons forged with a mixture of winter iron and ordinary ore could not be called spiritual equipment. They could only be regarded as normal armaments. And more than half of the weapon in the smithy were normal armaments. There were 2 shopkeepers in the smithy. One of them wore a hoary linen robe while the other wore a white tang costume. Contrary to his companion's servant-like appearance, the one in the tang costume looked impressive, and it seemed as though that he was a rich young master from an aristocratic family. That servant-looking shopkeeper stormed towards Lu Jia. With a disdainful expression, he pushed Lu Jia away and yelled at him sarcastically, "Hey, you fatty! You've touched my weapon for half a day long and moistened it with your disgusting grease. Are you buying it or not? If you can't afford it, then get lost." Lu Jia had been totally immersed in marveling at the Lord Guan's great blade, so he hadn't been aware of either of them. The servant-looking man pushed him to the ground. He hastily got up and yelled back at that servant, "Hey, why do you have to push me? What's wrong? Do you want to cause trouble here? You have to know better, you insolent, blubbering fool. You're still 100 years too early to play high and mighty in front of me." The servant-looking one had been measuring Qin Feng and Lu Jia from the moment they entered his shop, especially Lu Jia, who acted like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and adored the fake Lord Guan's great blade like nothing could be better than it. He was certain that Lu Jia was a poor schmuck, so he threw his weight around and insulted Lu Jia. Lu Jia had calmed himself down. Even though he was enraged, he did not dare make any moves given the background of the smithy. If he was alone, he could battle to the death and vindicated himself, however, that was not the case. He represented the family behind him, and he could not follow any momentary inclinations without considering his family and his brethren. "Humph. Why are you keeping quiet now? Weren't you acting cocky just now and wanted to fight me? I'm standing right here. Hit me if you have the guts. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Don't be a hindrance to the Sima family. We still want to maintain our shop's operation. TSK, look at you. Look at your body. Other customers might think we, the Sima family, has a pig as our pet if you keep standing here. Get lost now. You better while your P's and Q's." Lu Jia's eyes went bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. The servant disregarded Lu Jia's threat. He craned his neck like someone that needed some good beating and stared at Lu Jia. What's wrong with me calling you a pig? You're a pig. Your whole family is pigs. I must kill you today." Lu Jia was at the age when young men were filled with animal spirits and were easily taunted. He could not hold himself anymore. He raised his fist and was soon going to ram it into the servant's face. "Lu Jia, stand down." Qin Feng's voice echoed at this moment and stopped Lu Jia. "Big brother." Lu Jia looked at Qin Feng as if he was wronged as tears formed in his eyes. "If you still regarded me as your big brother, then stand down. I'm in charge starting from here on." Qin Feng glared at Lu Jia. Then, he turned to the servant-looking man as a devilish grin slowly spread across his face. "Hey, brother, you said this shop is owned by the Sima family." Chapter 440, I'll still hit you even if you're from the Sima family. Chapter 440, I'll still hit you even if you're from the Sima family. The servant-looking man measured Qin Feng from his top to his toes. Qin Feng's strange wolf mask prevented the servant from seeing his real appearance, so the servant-looking man could not certain was Qin Feng someone of a higher class than him from his outfit. "Are you stupid? Not only is the smithy in martial artist town of Jindu owned by the Sima family, every smithy in martial artist town of every branch belongs to the Sima family. Let me put it in a more simpler way. It is a time-honored chain of blacksmiths' shops that covers the whole nation and owned by the Sima family. Did I make it clear enough for you now?" The servant-looking man purposely bloated the great history of the blacksmiths' shops, hoping to dwarf Qin Feng's spirit. He wanted to shoo Qin Feng away without making much of a scene. Qin Feng scoffed. This means that the Sima family across China should be branches of the Sima family in Jindu, right? Qin Feng's sarcastic remark did not reach the servant-looking man. He was heaved with joy and stared at Qin Feng. So you're not that ignorant after all. In China, as long as the family carries the name Sima, they are considered as the forces under the Sima family of Jindu. So, do you know how powerful the Sima family is and how meaningful this smithy is now, brat? The Sima family was one of the 4 largest familial clans of Jindu. Immensely powerful with a wide and well-established network, the Sima family was a strong force that could not be ignored or provoked in Jindu. The servant-looking man had gained some spirit after he explained the full history of the Sima family. His gaze once again fell on Lu Jia, who was staring at him with his tightly clenched fist, and yelled, "Fuck you. Stop staring at me, you disgusting, fat pig. Do you believe that I'll hit you?" Shaking his head, Qin Feng cut Lu Jia short and smiled. "I don't believe that." "Ha! You don't believe me? Then, I'll prove it to you." Slap. The servant-looking man had just finished talking and a crisp slapping sound echoed. The sound didn't come from the man slapping Lu Jia. The sound came from Qin Feng slapping the servant-looking man. Qin Feng had slapped the servant with 150 kilogram strength, and he almost beheaded the servant. Half of the servant's face swelled up like an inflating bowl. "Fuck. You've really done it this time. I swear I'll kill you." The servant-looking man was dazed for a good 10 minutes before he found his senses. He never expected that Qin Feng would really slap him. Yelling and roaring, he threw himself at Qin Feng. As Qin Feng was about to slap him again, the man dressed in the white Tang costume, who remained silent throughout the fight, finally opened his mouth. "Stand down, Wang Er." Wang Er was the servant-looking man's name. He hastily stopped his attack as soon as the man ordered him. "Prince Yang," Wang Er cried to Prince Yang while holding a heavy-hearted expression, "this brat is hindering our shop's daily operation. You must do justice to me." Sima Yang totally ignored Wang Er and glued his gaze to Qin Feng. He studied Qin Feng meticulously with his dark and sharp eyes, seemingly wanting to see through to the face behind Qin Feng's wolf mask. "What is the reason you hit my servant here?" Sima Yang disappeared and reappeared in front of Qin Feng. He wore a white Tang costume, had a handsome face, a pair of brooding eyes, and an imposing manner. He resembled Sima Tuesday. "Isn't it obvious? Why did you ask a stupid question like that? Are you stupid?" Qin Feng berated Sima Yang indifferently. 3 months ago, loads of martial artists from every corner of China made their way into Acropolis City to pursue Qin Feng. Qin Feng had lost count of how many martial artists he had engaged in one night. This incident was caused by Sima Tu, Qin Yi, and Li Xiao Jia. They were the one who spread the news of Qin Feng possessing numerous pieces of high-grade spiritual equipment and skill books to the martial world, and caused the martial artists to launch a crusade against Qin Feng to get his spiritual equipment. Following this, Qin Feng developed a vendetta against the Sima and Li families. Like the sacred azure battle armor, the Malus azure wing blades had a hidden skill as well. They could create fire when attacking. Qin Feng knew exactly what the Malus azure wing blades could do, hence he was prepared. When flame rose, Qin Feng had deployed the sacred azure battle armor and effortlessly warded off the fire ambush. Sima Yang's attack might have been fearsome from others' perspective, but it was nothing but mere child's play in Qin Feng's eyes. "Big brother. Let's ignore him and leave now." Lu Jia dragged his body to Qin Feng's side and suggested him. He didn't want Qin Feng to remove his mask either. Because he knew that once Sima Yang knew it was Qin Feng behind the mask, Sima Yang would certainly mobilize every force the Sima family controlled to hunt Qin Feng down. "Want to leave after beating up our people?" Not so fast. Seeing that Qin Feng and Lu Jia were prepared to leave, Sima Yang tensed up as he still had not gotten his revenge for Qin Feng punching him. Big brother, let's ignore him. Hurry up and let's leave. Lu Jia had calmed down. He knew the Sima family wasn't something Qin Feng or he could contend with. The main reason that drove Qin Feng to go berserk was him, so Lu Jia wanted to take Qin Feng away as he did not want Qin Feng to get into any trouble. Stay. Room. The sharp and ear-deafening buzzing of a sword echoed. With the blades in his hands, Sima Yang darted at Qin Feng and Lu Jia. He closed in fast. While he was on the way, he brandished the blades in his hand with extreme mastery and drew a deluge of blue lights in the air. Hong! 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 Qin Feng put on his winter iron glove and sent a dozen of fist energies into the air. The massive fist energies tore the air open and collided with the blue blades of wind, causing waves of explosions. Da! 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 The inner qi released by both sides swirled around them, pushing the air and forming a dome of strong wind as a barrier. Qin Feng quickly pulled Lu Jia backward as Sima Yang drew back. Neither of them tried to breach the dense mist of inner qi. Big brother. Don't fight with him anymore, let's leave now. Lu Jia pulled Qin Feng outside the shop, planning to retreat, when Wang Er rushed forward with malice written all over his face and blocked Qin Feng and Lu Jia's sole escape route. Sima Yang and Wang Er commenced a simultaneous frontal and rear attack. Qin Feng pushed Lu Jia away and looked at Sima Yang icily. Since you have a death wish, this young master should show you mercy and grant your wish. They were in martial artist town. Even though Qin Feng loathed the Sima family from the bottom of his heart, he did not plan to kill any of them here today. However, over and over again Sima Yang barred his way, and Qin Feng was furious. Big brother. It's not the time to play right now. Let's leave. Lu Jia rushed forward to drag Qin Feng away again, but before he could reach Qin Feng sent a palm at him and pushed him away. The palm strike was harmless but filled with tremendous inner qi. The strike sent Lu Jia's stout body backward, and within the time of a few breaths, he was out of the battle zone. Go ahead of me. Qin Feng's voice was cold, and his order was absolute. No, big brother. I'm not going anywhere. If we're fighting, then let me fight with you. Let's kill these fucking bastards together. Lu Jia's eyes went bloodshot as he yelled. He acted like an enraged bull, and without waiting for Qin Feng's order, Lu Jia raised his big fists and swung them at Sima Yang. Chapter 441, Bow Down Before the Dragon Door. Chapter 441, Bow Down Before the Dragon Door. Shroom. 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 As Lu Jia arrived beside Sima Yang, the sound of blades cutting through the wind echoed through the air above them. Qin Feng's heart raced. He yelled at Lu Jia, "Get down." Lu Jia sensed the deadly aura swarming behind him and quickly recoiled. Clank. 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 As he moved 3 steps back, 3 flying knives landed in the ground in front of Lu Jia, buried to the hilt around which a red ribbon was wrapped. The red ribbons waved in the air. Phew! What strong inner qi! Lu Jia's face was clouded with amazement. If he had moved any slower, the 3 flying knives would have punctured his body. The first rule of martial artist town: every resident must coexist peacefully and not cause any trouble for anybody. Can any one of you tell me what you guys are doing now? A sonorous female voice resonated as Yan Wushuang appeared in between Qin Feng and Sima Yang. Yan Wushuang wore a tight-fitting leather shirt and pants that clung to her curvaceous figure. Her breasts were not overly large, but the shape of them was captivating. Coupled with her purplish bob haircut, she would be the center of attention anywhere she went. After seeing that the intruder was Yan Wushuang, Sima Yang dropped his pride, plastered a placating smile on, and went forward to welcome her. "Oh, Miss Wushuang is here. I apologize for my impoliteness." Yan Wushuang ignored Sima Yang and concentrated on Qin Feng's wolf mask. "Prince Yang, as a cooperation partner of martial artist town, the Sima family should take the lead and abide by the rules. Your actions have disappointed us, the Dragon Door, very much." Sima Yang's expression changed slightly. Even though Yan Wushuang wasn't a descendant of a great family, she was a member of the Dragon Door, so toying with her wasn't a task Sima Yang easily welcomed. China had 3 doors and 5 sections. The Dragon Door was one of the doors, and it was a mysterious organization supported by the government, so even the higher-ups of Martial Artist Alliance had to give face to the Dragon Door, not to mention Sima Yang. "Miss Wushuang is right, but we are not the ones to be blamed. It was them who created trouble first. They pushed us over the edge, which left me and my servant with no alternatives but to defend ourselves." Seeing Sima Yang had passed the buck to him and Qin Feng, Lu Jia's face darkened. Lu Jia remained silent and did not speak for himself, although Sima Yang's despicable action ticked him off. The family behind Lu Jia was merely one of the 5 small familial clans in Jindu, and it was nothing compared to the mysterious Dragon Door. The Dragon Door could easily erase the existence of his family from the face of the earth with only a flip of their hand. "Green Wolf, is that true?" Yan Wushuang shot a fervent gaze at Qin Feng's wolf mask, seemingly wanted to see through the face hiding behind the mask. Since Qin Feng completed the mission released by her on behalf of the Dragon Door, so Yan Wushuang knew his alias was Green Wolf. "What he said isn't true, in fact, it's the reverse situation." Qin Feng brushed off Sima Yang's accusation indifferently. "It was the Sima family servant who looked down on my brother and attacked us first. My brother and I are the victims. We had to return the blows to defend ourselves." Sima Yang stunned when Yan Wushuang addressed Qin Feng by his alias. He never expected that Yan Wushuang knew Qin Feng. Ahem. "Ms. Wushuang, this is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we just leave it at that?" Sima Yang had lost his confidence. Initially, he planned to detain Qin Feng and Lu Jia, but now, he only wished that the Dragon Door would not target the Sima family. "Is this your final decision, Prince Yang?" Yan Wushuang smiled lightly at Sima Yang. "I apologize for troubling you, Ms. Wushuang. If you have some time on you, let's have a seat inside the shop. If you have your eyes set on any weapons in our shop, I'll gift it to Ms. Wushuang as a present on behalf of the Sima family. Thank you for your offer, but I'm good. I still have an important task to tend to. I shall take my leave first." After she did her job, Yan Wushuang prepared to leave. Like a soaring swallow, Yan Wushuang's elegant figure disappeared from everybody's sight in a few light hops. Sima Yang's face instantly turned vile as soon as Yan Wushuang left. He shot a few fiendish glares at Qin Feng and Lu Jia. "Pray to God that you two will never encounter me outside town, brats, or else, I'll kill you both the moment I see you." Sima Yang fluttered his sleeve in a huff and stormed into the smithy. Likewise, Wang Er glared at Qin Feng and Lu Jia before following Sima Yang back into the smithy. Phew! Lu Jia heaved a long sigh of relief as he never thought the incident would end so smoothly. "I'm so scared. Big brother, let's leave now. The Sima family is not to be trifled with." Qin Feng tilted his head up and looked at the signage hanging outside the shop. His eyes glistened with intense light. Jindu University Medical College, Lecture Hall. The bell rang signifying Qin Feng's first class had started as soon as Qin Feng and Lu Jia arrived at the lecture hall. Qin Feng marched into the lecture hall bold as brass. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the best spot behind the podium where the sunlight fell. The lecture hall was still packed with loads of students. There were at least 200 students. Some of them shared their seats with one of their friends while the rest who failed to themselves a seat stand in the aisles on both sides of the lecture hall. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, what are you going to teach us today? I've not made up my mind yet. Feng, I wore no brasserie underneath today. Can you teach me some massage skill and help me massage my boobs? Vulgar. Come to my office after the class is dismissed. Handsome and stylish Professor Qin Feng, can I pay a visit to your office too after the class dismissed? You fucking gay, get out from my class. Before he began his lecture every day, Qin Feng devoted 5 minutes to interact with his students and to invigorate their spirits. The students knew his style very well, so they cracked a few jokes with him as well. The atmosphere was as lively as New Year's. Seeing that it was almost time to begin his class, Qin Feng gestured with his hands, and the students instantly fell silent. Their reactions amused Qin Feng very much. He posed in a handsome and confident stance and spoke brazenly, "Dear students, I've decided that since you all love my acupuncture class very much, then in this lesson, I'll teach you all how to manipulate a needle." Rumble. The lecture hall exploded as soon as Qin Feng finished speaking. All of the students yelled and screamed frantically in excitement. It was more intense than a superstar concert. When Professor Ling Qingyuan led a team for an inspection into their class during their previous class, he had a heart seizure and he lost his consciousness. Qin Feng saved him on the spot with only his acupuncture technique, which sowed the seed of interest to learn Chinese medicine in the heart of his students. So how could the students not get excited when Professor Qin Feng finally wanted to teach them the acupuncture technique? A live specimen is essential in this lesson. You have to practice how to manipulate the needles on a living person. I guess I'll just pick a training dummy among you for this training module. Is that fine for you all? Yes. Pick me, the students were delighted. However, in the next second, everybody fell silent. They felt something was wrong as the same thought was popped up in every student's mind. What if Professor Qin Feng picks me as the training dummy? No. Don't pick me. The 200 or so students shook their heads like there was no tomorrow and forewent their desire to go up to the podium. Ah, Mr. Lu Jia came to class after me, so he is late to class. Then, let us invite Mr. Lu Jia to come upon the podium to be our training dummy. Is that okay? Qin Feng gave a fake smile while looking at his students. Lu Jia's face darkened. When he heard the uproarious cheers and applause, his face turned white in anger again. Okay. Let's welcome Mr. Lu Jia to come on the podium, then. All of the students focused their gaze on Lu Jia and looked forward to him to go on stage. Their reactions ticked Lu Jia off, and he felt ashamed and helpless for having these kinds of friends and classmates. Professor Qin Feng, I have a recording that I want to play for everybody. Lu Jia pulled out his cell phone and provoked Qin Feng. It's about the story in Ghost Mountain. After I finish playing the recording, I'll go to the podium. A flick of anger flashed through Qin Feng's eyes before he turned his expression into a smiley expression. Please sit down, Mr. Lu Jia. How is that possible? I'd use my students as training dummy. The purpose of saying that is to test your sense of community and solidarity. AI. You all have disappointed me so much. Lu Jia returned to his seat and was pleased. Qin Feng rested his arms on the table, shook his head, and sighed. Master, can you stop acting? You're nauseating me. Little pig grumbled in Qin Feng's mind. Even the pig could not stand Qin Feng anymore. A wicked idea crossed Qin Feng's mind. His mouth twisted into a sly grin as he said, "Haha. Actually, I've found training dummy for everybody, but this training dummy is a piglet. Let's test out our acupuncture technique on him." As Qin Feng spoke, a pinkish piglet appeared on the podium. Qin Feng gleefully looked at Little Pig, while Little Pig was so angry that his fur exploded. "Master, you're so shameless. How can you release me in the public? Hurry up and let me go back into the system." Little Pig chided. Qin Feng ignored him and threw him on the table in the first row. "Ah! The piglet is so adorable. His fur is pink. His eyes are so big and bright. His nostrils look sexy, and his hooves look so tiny and cute. He's even got a bow tie on his neck. Ah, I love this piglet so much. Professor Feng Feng, can you give this piglet to me? As a payment, I'll help you to warm your bed tonight. You women can't even let go of a male piglet. Hurry up and let him go. I'll handle him." Little Pig had never witnessed this kind of situation before. He kept running on his four hooves on the table. Due to his petite size and agile movements, everybody chased him around but nobody could see him. Shroom! Little Pig hopped into Qiao Shishir's arms and looked up at Qiao Shishir with his large eyes looking so pitiable as if he had found his mother. Qiao Shishir hugged Little Pig, pet him with her lily-white hands and calmed Little Pig down. He enjoyed it and snuggled his head into Qiao Shishir's breasts. "Little Pig, come back here. You're so shameless." Qin Feng communicated with Little Pig through telepathy. "Don't be scared, Little Pig. Nobody is going to hurt you." It wasn't Little Pig reply to Qin Feng. It was Qiao Shishir's voice. Qin Feng was stunned. This was because he saw it with his own eyes that Qiao Shishir had not opened her mouth at all. Her voice transmitted to his mind through telepathy. Chapter 442, Hooking Up with a Woman Requires Deep Knowledge. Chapter 442, Hooking Up with a Woman Requires Deep Knowledge. "What's going on, Little Pig?" Qin Feng asked Little Pig in shock. "Don't expect me to tell you the truth after putting me through all this, Master." Little Pig brushed off Qin Feng's question with a dismissive while tilting his head high and looked delightedly at Qin Feng. "What I can tell you is that Qiao Shishir is special. Figure out the rest yourself." While Qin Feng was communicating telepathically with Little Pig, he tried to see Qiao Shishir's voice. However, he could not sense the telepathy anymore and everything that happened was like an illusion to him. Qiao Shishir protected Little Pig in her arm and kept the other students from harming him. Those students stopped too. Not only was Qiao Shishir the belle of the medical college, she was also one of the goddesses of Jindu University and many of them were her fans. "Professor Qin Feng, if we're practicing acupuncture, I bet practicing on a living human will make us understand more about acupuncture, don't you think? After all, Little Pig is a pig, an animal. If you use Little Pig as our training dummy, won't it make the rest of us become a veterinarian instead?" Qiao Shishir said with an emotionless expression. This was the first time Qiao Shishir cracked a joke, and she had the students in hysterics. The classroom was filled with laughter, and unnoticed by them, three weirdos with colored hair and strange outfits had climbed up to the podium. In an instant, two of the three grabbed Qin Feng by his arms and pressed him to the table while the last man with a stud earring pulled out a knife and put it against Qin Feng's neck. Their ambush came too suddenly. So sudden in fact that the students could not regain their senses and continued to discuss Little Pig and Qiao Shishir even after they saw Qin Feng was taken hostage. The tumult began to recede slowly and finally, the class fell into a pool of dead silence such that the sound of a needle dropped to the floor could be heard clearly. "Hey, who are you people? You are not even one of us. How dare you bully our Professor Qin Feng? Get the fuck out of our class now. Facing 200 or so glaring gazes, the man with the earring was not affected and offered a sardonic smile on his face. Qin Feng knew this fellow. He was the hoodlum Fang Ming summoned last time to pick a fight with him. This man led his group of hoodlums and blocked Qin Feng after school. At the same time, Gao Tianyao led his own group to get him as well. In the end, Qin Feng tricked them into fighting each other while he himself escaped. This time, the trio had been summoned by Fang Ming as well, and their sole objective was to disgrace Qin Feng in front of his own students. Fucking stop blabbering and keep quiet, or I'll stab this fellow to death. The man made his living wandering the underworld for a long time. Of course, he would not be taken aback by a bunch of untested university students. He did not move the knife away from Qin Feng's neck, chewed his bubblegum, and seemed to be someone who needed a good beating. Qin Feng had spotted them in the crowd the moment he entered the class. The reason he did not bust their disguises was that he wanted to see what kind of trick Fang Ming was pulling again. Hold your horses, everybody. He has a knife. He might injure you guys. But they want to hurt you, Professor Qin Feng. His students were worried about him. As a noble-hearted lecturer with huge ambition, it's fine if I'm injured as long as I can keep you all safe, even if they want my life. Jesus Christ, the two guys who held him down could not restrain themselves and grumbled, cutting Qin Feng off, give me a break. Big brother, this fellow is even more pretentious than you. The students were all utterly shattered into tears after they heard Qin Feng's remark while Hua Yan, on the other hand, tensed her lips and squinted. She knew Qin Feng too well and felt that he was being hypocritical now. Stop bragging, you stupid fool. I'm here today to ask you something. The man with the earring waved his pocket knife in front of Qin Feng's eyes and thought he was cool. Rumor has it that you've fallen out with a student in this class. Is that true? The man with the earring was here for a purpose, and Fang Ming had briefed him about his revenge plan. Fang Ming wanted him and his two minions subjugate Qin Feng in the class, threaten him, and make him lose his face in front of his student. He wanted him forever gone from the medical college. If Qin Feng ever did totally disappear from the medical college, then the medical college would return to him, and he could rule over them. You're so cocky, brat. I'm going to show you the consequences of offending one of the young masters of this university. The man's gaze darted across the crowd of students and stopped at Qiao Shishir. When he saw Qiao Shishir's otherworldly delicate face and sensed her elegant aura, a wicked idea crossed his brain as his eyes glowed brightly. TSK, that girl holding the pig is such a fine beauty. I want to have a good taste of her right now, but... Hey, brat, didn't you say that you're a lecturer of high character, and you're always prepared to sacrifice yourself to protect your students? Well then, I'll give you a choice. I either stab you to death, or I release you and I get onto that woman. Pick one. Fang Ming did not know Qin Feng very well. Had he knew how strong Qin Feng was, he would not propose the plan. Fang Ming thought Qin Feng would reveal his true self in the face of life or death by shedding his disguise and desert all the morality and professional ethics he purported to have. The class was silent. Directing their gazes at Qin Feng, all of the students waited anxiously for Qin Feng's answer. Fuck. I've learned 4 books and 5 classics since I was young. Qin Feng began to make his own show again. I was graced with superior memory and a handsome face. I maintained a low profile wherever and whenever, yet I always unconsciously ended up being the center of attraction. It's once in 100 years that such an extraordinary prodigy like me appears, so my life is very valuable. However, none of this matters in the face of the safety of my students. Bring it on, stab me with your knife. I'm not afraid of death at all. After another 18 years, I'll be still a hero. I'll still be your lecturer and teach you all the profoundness of Chinese medicine. The lecture hall was filled with whimper and sobbing voices from the crowd of students and the heavy huffing from the two fatties behind Qin Feng. "Ah! Don't hold me back. Big brother, give me the knife, and I'll going to kill this fellow right here, right now. I cannot stand a fellow who is more narcissistic than me." The man with the earring ear-stud man slapped the yellow-haired minion's head. "Shut up." He glared furiously at Qin Feng. The course of events was not the same as what they had planned. This fellow should have picked his own life instead. "I'm giving you the last chance, brat. Think twice before answering me. You want your life, or you want to protect that girl's chastity?" The man with the earring pressed the pocket knife hard on Qin Feng's neck as if he would stab him in the neck at any moment. All of the students were taken aback, and this scene had robbed them of their ability to speak. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 3 muffled bangs sounded out. Unknown to them, Lu Jia had already snuck up to the podium and slapped the man with the earring and his 2 minions down the podium before Qin Feng could answer. "What are you doing, big brother? These 3 scumbags should be a piece of cake for you." Lu Jia gave Qin Feng a gleeful smile and waited for Qin Feng to praise him. Anger quickly escalated within Qin Feng as his expression darkened. He slapped Lu Jia's head, pulled him toward himself and murmured to him, "Can't you see that I'm putting up a scene trying to impress somebody? Didn't you ask me to teach you how to hook up with women when we were in Martial Artist Town? I'm showing you right now, but you've ruined the show, you dumbass." Each and every one of them had a tiny silver needle in their hands, and they hesitated on deciding which acupoints they should insert the silver needles into first. His mouth tweaked vigorously when he saw that the man and his 2 minions' bloodied and battered bodies were stuck with countless silver needles and they had started foaming at their mouth. Only now had he realized that his students were even more heartless than he was. Let me see. They are fine. Don't you all worry about that. They're merely suffering from transient shock. It's a good chance now for everybody to practice your acupuncture technique. You all should try to wake them up with the silver needles. Qin Feng felt the trio's pulses and realized that they were not in a life-threatening state, so he resumed his students' acupuncture practice session. The students were all pumped up since this was their first practice session to practice their acupuncture technique. Besides, there were only 3 training dummies to serve a colossal number of students. There was a total of 200 silver needles on each of their bodies. Their bodies were bloody, and they seemed were even scarier than a horror movie. What's happening? Why are you all crowding the podium during lecture hour? Do you think the university is a general market? A cold voice suddenly echoed as Xiao Lei entered the lecture hall. Xiao Lei's voice disappeared under the growing tumult. The students continued to insert silver needles into the body of the man with the earring and his 2 minions without paying any attention to Xiao Lei. His eyes almost popped out from his anger. "Hey! Are you all deaf? Walking around and making a lot of noise during the lecture hour, do you want me to take disciplinary action against you all?" Xiao Lei raised his voice and yelled at the students. The students were not afraid of Xiao Lei, but they were afraid of getting penalized. They would be in big trouble if they failed their class before the final exam. With his loud voice, Xiao Lei got all the students back to their own seats. In just merely 10 seconds, the previously obstreperous lecture hall had now become silent and well-organized. All of the students sat with their backs straight and appeared like a bunch of obedient elementary school students. Xiao Lei's achievement made him arrogant. He swaggered his way to the podium while staring at Qin Feng. When he was at the podium, he realized that there were 3 ragged human puppets lying lifelessly on the table. They scared him so much that he yelled, "Holy shit! What are these 3 things? Are they human, or are they ghosts? Damn it, who put these 3 things on the table?" Xiao Lei slipped and almost fell down from the podium. His comical reaction had the students rolling in the aisles. Xiao Lei had shattered his hard-built hegemony, and he was angry about that. He shot a few fiendish glares at the students and yelled, "What are you all laughing at? Whoever dares to laugh again will be penalized." The students refrained from laughing after Xiao Lei had warned them. Qin Feng, on the other hand, let out a ringing laugh. "Director Xiao, how come you're so timid given your well-upholstered appearance? It's just 3 dead people, why did you yell like a little girl?" Xiao Lei had a vendetta against Qin Feng since the last time they met, so how would there be any chances that he would bend his knee in front of Qin Feng? He boldly said with an awe-inspiring noble spirit, "Humph. They are merely 3 corpses. I'm not afraid of them, I can touch them too." Xiao Lei then squatted beside the man with the earring. As his hand almost reached the man's nose, he suddenly came back to his senses and fell to the floor. "Are you nuts? Why are there 3 corpses on the podium? Are you a Y or what? Ha! You really entertained me a lot, Director Xiao. You, as a chief physician of Jindu's University's affiliated hospital, corpses should be the last thing that scares you. How come you're still afraid of it?" Qin Feng scoffed. Even though Xiao Lei was a doctor, he was the kind of doctor that lived by his wits and always skived off his duty. When a patient with a lesser illness showed themselves, he would be the first one to attend them. However, when there was a large operation that really needed his specialty, he gave all kinds of excuses to run away from his duty. Furthermore, given that his second uncle was the vice president of the affiliated hospital, his colleagues could only hold their tongue in pent-up indignation in front of Xiao Lei's wits. Hence, Xiao Lei had very little chances to see corpses over the past 3 years. When he knew Qin Feng had placed 3 corpses on the podium, Xiao Lei's knees instantly went limp. He needed to lean against the table so that he could get up from the floor. Qin Feng walked to the man with the earring and his 2 minions. His hand moved very fast, turning into dozens of silhouettes in the eyes of Xiao Lei and his students. After 10 or so seconds, Qin Feng had removed the thousands of silver needles from the trio's bodies. "There is nothing to be afraid of, Director Xiao. These 3 corpses are training dummies I brought for everyone to practice their acupuncture technique. They were crowded around the podium because they're having a practice session. It's not at all like what Director Xiao said, making noises and wandering around in the lecture hall lawlessly." Xiao Lei finally calmed down his raging mind after Qin Feng had explained to him. It was a little bit scary to use corpses as training dummies, but in fact, it was considered normal in the medical field. During his time studying at Jindu University, Xiao Lei's professor had used a corpse to teach them as well. "Humph. You should have placed the corpse behind. It's kind of not suitable to place them at the front of the lecture hall." Xiao Lei chided Qin Feng angrily to prove that he wasn't afraid at all. "Oh yeah, what made Director Xiao come here at this time? Do you have an announcement to make?" Qin Feng asked Xiao Lei with a gleeful smile. Xiao Lei really had something to announce. It was just that he had forgotten his true intention for coming here after he saw the bloodied battered man with the earring and his 2 minions. "Humph. Of course, I came here because I have an important announcement to make, otherwise, do you think I'm so free?" Xiao Lei scornfully berated Qin Feng. After Xiao Lei cleared his throat, he regained his high and mighty posture and swept his gaze over the students. "I've obtained news from the management of the medical college. The exchange students and representatives of the St. Medical Institute will arrive in Jindu in no more than half a month. After they have landed in Jindu, they will come straight to our medical college for an inspection and information exchange. The St. Medical Institute is a brilliant star in the medical field, and I know that everyone is aware of that. Hence, I'll skip that part and jump to the next part, which is the main reason I came here today. The higher-ups of medical college value this study exchange very much and they have very high expectations from you all, so they invited a person like me, who is the very spearhead of Western medicine, to give every one of you a practical training session and to broaden your knowledge about Western medicine. Xiao Lei could not stop himself from bragging as if he had consumed the stride gum. Qin Feng shook his head as he pondered, nowadays people, will they die from not being pretentious? Not only Qin Feng, but all of the students gave a scornful expression at Xiao Lei, and they were nauseated by Xiao Lei's bragging remarks. Xiao Lei did not notice the students' actions and continued to speak arrogantly, ahem, ahem. Okay, that's enough from me today. I believe that every one of you has a deeper insight into me now and that you all must be starting to admire me. To be honest, you all don't have to admire my achievements. As long as you all follow my instructions and pay attention to my class, I can assure you that in less than half a month, I can turn you all into excellent and qualified doctors. Not ordinary doctors, but doctors who can work on an operation by his own. Cough. Cough. As Xiao Lei was blowing his own trumpet, a spell of coughing sounded behind him. The trio finally awakened. Actually, they had regained their consciousness a while ago, however, they were in too much pain and too exhausted, so they could not get up and remained lying on the floor. Woo! Woo! Big brother, I would rather go kill someone than coming here. They scared me. The other minion's face was filled with tears as well. He choked on his voice and said, Me too, big brother. I swear I'll never ever set my foot in this university again. Nobody in this university is normal. The lecturers of this university are better at blowing their own horns over another than lecturing, and their students are all freaking fanatics. Chapter 444, Martial Artist Alliance Level 5 Mission. Chapter 444, Martial Artist Alliance Level 5 Mission. The man with the earring and his two minions chatted quietly so Xiao Lei could not hear them as he was lost in his own speech. He continued to praise his own wares on the podium, and the two minions could not withstand it and had the urge to gouge out their eyes and poke their ears until they were deaf. Oh good lord, where will all this end? Hey brother, can you just please shut up? One of the minions mustered up all his strength and yelled. His yelling was quite loud and Xiao Lei stopped talking. I'll kneel down to you in my heart if you can stop talking. Get out from this class if you don't want to listen, you snotty brat. Nobody asked you to stay here anyway, and your very existence disgusts me. Xiao Lei suddenly looked at Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng was the only person standing beside him, Xiao Lei thought it was Qin Feng who yelled. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders innocently. To prove his innocence, he simply walked to the first row and sat beside Hua Yan. Their bodies stuck together since they shared a chair. Hua Yan shot a few warning glares at Qin Feng which ignored. Xiao Lei was pleased with the sight of Qin Feng taking the initiative to sit with the students. He spoke arrogantly to himself, Humph. This is the right thing to do. You are merely a student compared to me, and you think that you're qualified enough to stand on the same ground as me with your trifling age-old knowledge. Xiao Lei's mood was getting better. He cleared his throat and blabbered on and on. This time the university wants me to pick 5 aces from you all as exchange student representatives to welcome the representatives from the St. Medical Institute. The 5 aces will be tasked with receiving our friends from America and learn with them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I believe that every one of you is very eager to get yourself involved in this exchange program. Xiao Lei swept a glance across the students to find some in a zesty mood. To his dismay, he realized that nobody out the 200 students were paying attention to him. What angered him the most was half of them were even lying asleep on their tables. A pent-up fire raged within Xiao Lei. Calm down, Xiao Lei. You can do this. He comforted himself. Then, he plastered a grin on his face and added, Haha. Thank you all for your enthusiastic responses. Okay, you all can now start clapping your hands. Hey, you students on the first row, get off the table and get back to your seats. Everyone must go through a tough examination, and we'll pick the representatives by comparing how well you do on the examination. I won't get any of you in through the back door even if you all rave yourselves hoarse now. And the female students in the last row, put on your clothes now. I, Xiao Lei, am an upright and fair-minded man. I won't succumb to your honey trap, so stop doing this. The students were lazy in response to Xiao Lei's shamelessness, and the man with the earring and his two minions almost vomited blood. Because the three of them were lying on the table, they could not tell if it was true that the female students were taking off their clothes to seduce Xiao Lei. However, their ears were still in fine condition. The students were all quiet as cicadas in the winter. They could have heard the sound of a pin dropping to the floor clearly whenever Xiao Lei stopped his long winding nonsense. That damn fatty. No one in this universe could ma his prowess in blowing his own horn. Brother. Please, I beg you for mercy. Can you just please stop fucking talking? I would have long escaped from this hell if I still had the ability to run. Blowing your own trumpet could cost a person their life. You can kill a person with just your mouth. The two minions looked dazedly into the ceiling and shook their heads incessantly as their faces were eloquent with despair. Xiao Lei stopped before sending a fiendish glare at Qin Feng. Do you have anything to say to me, you brat? Why do you keep interrupting me? Get out of the class now. Xiao Lei pointed to Qin Feng and huffed. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and replied to him, I'm sorry, but it wasn't me. I haven't said anything as of just now. A strange feeling arose within Xiao Lei as he realized Qin Feng was right. He had uttered nothing. Besides, Qin Feng was sitting in the first row in front of him, and the sound had come from behind Xiao Lei. Holy fuck. GGGH ghost. The corpses are coming back to life. Xiao Lei exchanged glances with the man with the earring and his two minions as soon as he turned around. When he saw three of them giving him death glares with bulging eyes, he was so shocked that he almost had a heart attack, and he jumped like a clown on the podium. Fuck. Brother, what did he say just now? He said we're three corpses coming back to life. He is cursing us to die. The man with the earring and his two minions were infuriated by Xiao Lei's remark and reaction. As the flame of anger burned within them, a surge of vigor suddenly rose and coursed through their powerless limbs, causing them to regain their ability to move. The three of them instantly shot up from the floor and stormed toward Xiao Lei, encircling him in a triangular pattern. Holy motherfucker. How dare you curse me to die? I swear I'll kill you first. The man with the earring moved first and slapped Xiao Lei's face hard enough to send him crashing into the table. One of the minions kicked Xiao Lei's ass, causing him enough pain that Xiao Lei squealed like a pig that was getting booed. Brother, let me have this guy. I hate people who love to talk big. The scene aroused the students. They all showed no concern for Xiao Lei and enjoyed the show from the sidelines. Oh. Help me. Somebody help me. How can you outlaws casually beat up somebody in the class? Is there any justice in your actions? Hey, you all, stop weighing. Hurry up and call the police. Xiao Lei screamed in pain while he yelled for help. However, nobody answered to his pleas. The minion was having a good time beating Xiao Lei, and he almost crushed his ass. Big brother, I've had enough. Let's run now. The minion gave up after Xiao Lei had fallen unconscious. He was clear in his mind that he was at a university, and he would not probably end well if he was caught by the university. The man with the earring had come to show some color to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng once again completely crushed his plan. Let's disengage now. He was not reconciled with his defeat, but there was nothing he could do now. He had to retreat, otherwise, he might get caught and get into big trouble. We have plenty of time ahead of us, I'll still be able to avenge myself. Nobody stopped them because they pitted them for becoming their training dummies. Geez, we failed again. I must get it all back from him next time. Fong Ming's expression was cold. This was his third attempt to get his revenge from Qin Feng, but all his plans got blown up in the end. Qin Feng taught 2 more classes. After the bell rang, Qin Feng returned to Chang Xian's villa because he had no classes in the afternoon. Qin Feng went to his room and locked the door. After that, he pulled out the Martial Artist Alliance-issued communicating device. After he activated the device, Qin Feng started to look for a mission. He obtained 350 points from his previous mission, and he had a total of 500 mission points now. He was a level 5 member of the Martial Artist Alliance, and he could accept level 5 missions on his own now. The Hedonist system had issued him an SSS class quest, Martial Artist Alliance. One of the side quests required him to complete a level 5 mission from the mission board of the Martial Artist Alliance. The reward of this side quest was 10,000 hedonist points and a random initiation of a mysterious interface in the system. Qin Feng was quite looking forward to the mysterious interface. Martial Artist Mission Level 5, Mission Description: collect 3 bottles of water from the 100 Years stream from the Water Fairy Cave. Please take note that the Water Fairy Cave is guarded by a powerful spiritual beast. Please form a team before accepting the mission. Mission Reward: 500 mission points, 2 devil fruits, and a piece of winter iron armor. Martial Artist Mission Level 5, Mission Description: hunt a blood-frenzied ape from the dark forest and collect its spirit core, shinbone, and hide. Mission Reward: 400 mission points, 1 pound of black iron and 1 pound of red stone. As Qin Feng skimmed through the level 5 missions, he realized that most of the level 5 missions required him to travel around Jindu or to the outskirt of Jindu. He wasn't very familiar with the outskirt of Jindu, and he did not have enough time to travel around the areas either. Meanwhile, the missions in Jindu looked difficult and most of them were team missions. Qin Feng forewent forming a team, so he did not take any of those missions. The last mission, however, intrigued him. Martial Artist Mission Level 5, Mission Description: exterminate the Sima family of Acropolis City. Mission Reward: 1,000 mission points, a spirit stone, and a 100-year glacial crystal. Exterminate the Sima family of Acropolis City. I like this mission. Qin Feng did not think much more about it and clicked on the mission. The mission was a solo mission, and the reward was many times better than other level 5 missions. The reward for completing this mission was 1,000 mission points. Besides, the Spirit Stone and the 100-year glacial crystal seemed like a badass item. However, Qin Feng was confused when he saw that the mission had been released 1 month ago. That meant that nobody had accepted the mission, and it had remained in the mission board for a month. Nobody accepting a mission with such an attractive reward. Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Qin Feng cast off his doubt after he pondered it for a while. Missions above level 4 were normally tougher, and most of those missions were team missions, but this mission he was looking at was a solo mission. What's more, it required him to fight the powerful Sima family. Who would accept the mission if he or she did not have a feud with the Sima family? Accepting the mission purely meant that you had to make the Sima family, one of the 4 strongest families in China, your enemy. Other people were afraid of the Sima family, but Qin Feng wasn't. Moreover, the Sima family in Acropolis City had declined after the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After the fall of Sima II, the Sima family in Jindu left the Sima family in Acropolis City out in the cold. They even retrieved the family heirlooms, the Mollis Azure Wing Blades, and gave them to Sima Yang as they were now nurturing Sima Yang to be their next successor. Qin Feng did not think much about and accepted the mission. The person who released the mission sent a message and a friend request to Qin Feng. Hello, Green Wolf. I'm Xiao Shi Lang. Hi, Qin Feng replied laconically. Can you tell me your real name? Qin Feng raised his brows in astonishment. I have to tell you my real name before accepting the mission. This time, Xiao Shi Lang took a few minutes before replying, yes, you do. Too many people were looking for him, so he had to be cautious. He could not simply divulge his identity to an outsider. Then forget it. I'm abandoning the mission. Chapter 445, Trap. Chapter 445, Trap. Xiao Shi Lang messaged Qin Feng after a few minutes had passed, are you really not going to accept the mission? The rewards are plentiful. Doing this mission is equivalent to doing 2 level 5 missions. Qin Feng replied resolutely, no, I'm not doing it. The mission suited him well, but Qin Feng did not want to expose himself. As he was looking for alternatives, Xiao Shi Lang messaged him again. Well, that's fine if you don't wish to disclose your details. I'm kind of worried since the mission has been idle on the mission board for a month. It's been hard for me to find someone to accept my mission, so I hope Brother Green Wolf can complete the mission as quickly as possible. I'll give you more rewards after you have completed the mission. Qin Feng could not fathom why this person suddenly changed his mind. This Xiao Shi Lang sounds weird, Qin Feng thought. Fine then, I'll try my best. I'll mobilize in around 10 days. Qin Feng accepted the mission at last. He planned on returning to Acropolis City to exterminate the Sima family anyway even without the mission. Since the mission offered him such a handsome reward, Qin Feng figured that he might as well accepted it. Well, good luck then. Xiao Shi Lang logged off after he replied to Qin Feng for the last time. A strange feeling still lingered in Qin Feng's heart, but he cast it aside nonetheless. He activated his own cell phone and started looking for information about the Sima family in Acropolis City. At the same time, in a private villa in Jindu, a man clad in a black robe and a large black hat spoke, "Young master, has somebody accepted your mission?" An impressive-looking youngster sat on a couch in front of him. The youngster wore a red tang costume with white trousers and a pair of white leather shoes. He reclined comfortably on the couch while holding a glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes glowed. These 2 people were the 2 men in black who had appeared at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. The elder killed Sima Tu and Qin Yi and was severely injured by Shiman Chui Shui, but his injuries had improved. The mouth of that handsome youngster slowly broadened into a devilish grin. Uncle Yen, you're right. A flick of murderous intent flashed across Uncle Yan's eyes. Did he expose himself? No, he is very cautious. Do young master think he is Qin Feng? Uncle Yen asked. He. It's hard to say at this moment. After all, the Sima family in Acropolis City has bad blood with many other forces outside, the youngster sneered. Now, the Sima family has fallen into decay with each passing day. Many of their enemies will seize this golden opportunity to pull them down from their throne. After he fell silent for a moment, the youngster opened his mouth to speak again. We will find out the true identity of the person in less than 10 days. Uncle Yen, go to the Sima family in Acropolis City now. Keep an eye on that person. Whenever he shows himself, kill him on the spot and bring his corpse to me. Yes, young master. Uncle Yen bowed to the youngster with hands folded in front. Then, he leaped into the air and vanished from the splendid parlor as if he'd never existed. After Uncle Yen took his leave, the youngster's smile shifted back into a wicked grin. The youngster and Uncle Yen had returned to Jindu after the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. The youngster felt that Qin Feng was still alive, but had been unable to find even a trace of Qin Feng's whereabouts in the past 3 months. Hence, in desperation, He released the Level 5 mission to destroy the Sima family in Acropolis City. The youngster wanted to lure Qin Feng out from his cave, so he tailor-made the mission for Qin Feng by setting it as a solo mission and offered a handsome reward. Even so, Qin Feng dare not take them lightly since the mission wanted him to crush the Sima family in Acropolis City. The saying went that an emaciated camel was larger than a horse. Regardless of how much the Sima family had declined, they still had a very strong and durable foundation. It would be a tough job to destroy them entirely. In order to carry out his mission, Qin Feng had to return to Acropolis City. He planned to finish the unfinished quests regarding the women in Acropolis City during the trip as well. Qin Feng then opened the Hedonist sovereign system and checked on the quests issued by the system previously. Completely eliminate all of the Liang family's forces in Jindu. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 20,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, the Hedonist sovereign system will be reset. All of host Qin Feng's skills will be taken back, and host Qin Feng will be required to reopen the Hedonist sovereign system. Take down the Sky City's Su family's company. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 10,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, host Qin Feng will lose 5 to 10 years of his life. Host Qin Feng must raise his inner qi to stage 4. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng 2,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, host Qin Feng's inner qi will forever stop at stage 3. Host Qin Feng must concoct a blood qi pill to save and awaken Lin Bei Bei from her coma. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 1,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, Lin Bei Bei will never be able to wake up. Assist Yun Zhao's little brother, Yun Lei, become the junior patriarch of the Yun family in Jindu. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 5,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, Yun Zhao will become a sacrificial item for marriage alliances and be married into another rich family. Host Qin Feng must collect 6 pieces of orange-grade spiritual equipment. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 5,000 Hedonist points and a random piece of blue-grade spiritual equipment once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, host Qin Feng will lose all orange-grade spiritual equipment. Beast Clan Disturbance Chain Quest. Quest time limit, unlimited. The main quest was to find the King of the Beasts and rule over the Legion of the Beasts. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 500,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, 100,000 Hedonist points will be deducted, and the human race and beast clan will fall into chaos. The first side quest has been completed. Please wait for the announcement of other side quests. These 7 quests were issued by the system before the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After Qin Feng studied the quests for a while, he felt that he could clear all other quests aside from the Beast Clan disturbance with his current strength. Qin Feng believed that he could clear the quests regarding his inner qi level and concoct the blood qi pill to save Lin Bei Bei the fastest. Qin Feng was excited and nervous when he thought about returning to Acropolis City to destroy the Sima family in less than 10 days. He left Acropolis City more than 3 months prior, and this time Qin Feng wanted to restructure Acropolis City. He eagerly hoped to let everyone in Acropolis City know who owned the place and who was the rightful ruler of Acropolis City. Phew! Qin Feng sat with his leg crossed and began to cultivate. Since he was returning to Acropolis City, Qin Feng had to work harder to break through to stage 4 inner qi over the next few days. As an inner qi cultivator, stage 4 was the goal. Although Qin Feng was only a stage 3 inner qi, he could put up quite a good ma against some stage 6 inner chi martial artists with his supreme level skills and orange grade spiritual equipment. As such, if he was able to break through to stage 4 inner chi, wouldn't it be an easy battle for him to crush those stage 6 inner chi martial artists? Cultivating made time pass quickly. The sun had already set by the time Qin Feng opened his eyes. Chang Axian and Hua Yan had returned to the villa, and they were weighing TV. Qin Feng was a little bit lost because he still could not break through to stage 4 inner chi yet. The inner chi in his dantian was getting denser and denser, but it was still not enough. He was only a step away from breaking into stage 4. Oh yeah. Qin Feng's eyes glowed as he suddenly remembered, Hua Yan received 300 flavor plants from the exterminating Taoist Rakshasa quest. I believe I can break through to stage 4 if I consume those 300 flavor plants. Qin Feng only realized that Billowy lady was Hua Yan because Hua Yan's outfit was shredded by Taoist Rakshasa during their fight. Otherwise, he would never found out that Billowy lady was actually Hua Yan. Then, a quest that had already been issued suddenly came to Qin Feng's mind. The system has issued a quest for me to assist Hua Yan in becoming a stage 6 pharmaceutical master. Also, Hua Yan planted many spiritual plants outside the villa. After connecting everything into a line, Qin Feng reached a conclusion, so this Hua Yan is not only a demon cultivator, but she is a pharmaceutical master as well. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never knew that woman was so outstanding. As Qin Feng decided to steal the 100 flavor grass, somebody knocked on his door. Then, Hua Yan's grumbling voice drifted from the other side of the door. Hey, lazy-ass freeloader. You should contribute to the house since big sister Axan allows you to stay at her house. I won't blame you for not helping us with house chores, but how dare you still need me to come to your room and invite you to the dining hall for dinner? Do you really think you are a king? Billow. Ah. Yen, don't be so angry. Your breasts will become bigger if you get angry. Hua Yan saw Qin Feng smirk when he opened the door, and the sight enraged her so much that she wanted to slap Qin Feng's head with her boobs. Just like happy foes, Qin Feng and Hua Yan quarreled every time they met each other. Chang Axian's eyes dimmed when she saw them bickering again. After she finished preparing dinner, she went ahead and started eating without waiting for Hua Yan and Qin Feng. Yen, go to bed early today since the first 2 classes tomorrow morning will be my Chinese medicine class, Qin Feng said nonchalantly while eating dinner. He had decided to steal the 100 flavor grass from Hua Yan's garden, so it was natural for him to want Hua Yan to go to bed early today. It's none of your business what time I go to bed. You're so annoying. Humph. Hua Yan suddenly stopped and a bright pink blush instantly crawled up to her cheeks. Hua Yan misunderstood Qin Feng. She thought Qin Feng was caring for her, and she felt weird about it. She felt a trace of disgust mixed with a little bit of warmth. Chapter 446, The Freezing Magic Seal. Chapter 446, The Freezing Magic Seal. I'm done. I'm heading upstairs first. Chang Axian was upset. She threw her chopsticks onto the dining table and ran upstairs with an icy expression. Yen, is Axian sick? You should take her to the doctor when you are free, Qin Feng suggested Hua Yan after Chang Axian had left the dining hall. Hua Yan rolled her eyes at Qin Feng since she knew the reason behind Chang Axian's anger. Chang Axian wasn't sick. She pulled her face was because Qin Feng hugged Xiao Shishir in class. She isn't sick. Stop cursing big sister Axian, or else, I'll tell her about this and have her cast you out from our house. Qin Feng shook his head with a serious expression and said, You don't understand. Axian is really sick. She's been emotionally unstable since 4 days ago, 5 days if today is counted. A woman will experience mood swing 3 days prior to menstruation. That's normal. However, she has been in a constant rage for the past 5 days. This could only mean one thing: her menstruation cycle is irregular. Listen, Yen, you must take Axian to the doctor whenever you're free. I'm a guy, and it's kinda awkward for me to speak about this kind of thing with her. Otherwise, I would have taken her to consult a doctor since long ago. Seeing Qin Feng talked with all the seriousness as if Chang Axian was really having a menstrual disorder, Hua Yan's mouth went crooked. She threw the chopsticks on the dining table as well, rose to her feet and prepared to go upstairs. Maniac, pervert. Yen, have you done your dinner as well? Are you going to sleep now? Qin Feng pressed down his excitement and asked. It's none of your business. Why are you talking so much tonight? Nobody will take you as a dumb person if you keep quiet. Hua Yan seemed irked by Qin Feng, but deep down inside, her heart raced. She felt Qin Feng was acting weird tonight. Why does he suddenly care for me? Hee. Then I'll keep my mouth shut. Remember Yen, go to bed early. Staying up late hurts your health. Hua Yan almost stumbled as she stood, and her face blushed in red. She quickly ran to the 3rd floor and locked herself in her room. Her heart was still beating fast, feeling fluttered like a little girl who had her first love. Qin Feng was not in the mood to finish his dinner anymore after Hua Yan went upstairs. He returned to his room and took out his communication device. Billowy lady, have you gone to bed yet? Qin Feng tentatively sent a message to Hua Yan. Qin Feng knew that she was Billowy lady, but Hua Yan did not know that he was Green Wolf. Not yet, Hua Yan replied to his message quickly. It seemed that she was looking for another mission. I've reported the level 4 mission. Have you collected your rewards? Qin Feng asked as he did not see the newly planted 100-flavor grass in Hua Yan's garden when he came back in the afternoon. Yes. I collected them this afternoon. Qin Feng was delighted to hear it. Ever since Qin Feng had obtained the Compendium of 100 Materia Medica, he had a deep understanding of the herbs and spiritual plants that existed on the earth. He understood that once the 100-flavor grass left the soil, it would wither in less than 3 hours. Hence, Hua Yan must have planted the 300-flavor grass in her garden, and his plan to steal the plants would came to fruition tonight. Billowy lady, it was my pleasure to work with you. Can you send me a photo of your boobs? Qin Feng could not resist teasing Hua Yan. As a master of hooking up with women, Qin Feng knew that in real life, many women masqueraded as gentle, elegant, and conservative women. These kinds of women were normally pretty open when they were interacting via the internet. Perhaps, Hua Yan was this kind of woman. Soon enough, Hua Yan replied to his message with a line of knife emoticons. She added, do you want to die? After he had some fun with Hua Yan, Qin Feng felt that it was almost time for him to make his move. He started to persuade Hua Yan to go to her bed early so that he could put his plan into action earlier. I should not talk any more further. Rest early, billowy lady. Staying up late will harm your health. Please take care of yourself. Qin Feng logged off after he had sent the message. In a room on the 3rd floor, Hua Yan was bewildered. Green Wolf's message had evoked her memory when Qin Feng asked her to sleep early. Breathless with indignation, Hua Yan threw away her phone and grumbled, what's wrong with these men? Am I very close to you all? Why do you all care about me all of a sudden? You might as well promise to take care of me for the rest of my life if you can, otherwise, stay away from me. She grumbled and chided them for a short while before sleep began to take over her conscience. She undressed and pulled the coverlet over her body before reclining against the pillows. She wasn't worried for her garden since she had placed a freezing seal on the spiritual plants. Anyone who dared to touch or steal her spiritual plants would trigger the seal and get frozen to death. Humph. Be ready to get freeze to death if you dare steal my spiritual plants again, you foolish bastard. Hua Yan shook her little pink fists into the air and slept in. Qin Feng began his cultivation after he closed the communication device. It was in the wee hours of the morning when he stopped his cultivation. It's time now. He made his way silently out of the villa. Then, he looked up into the third floor and noticed that the light was off in both Hua Yan and Chang Xian room. They finally went to sleep. A sardonic smile crossed Qin Feng's face. He moved swiftly to Hua Yan's garden. Since he had the Compendium of 100 Materia Medica, Qin Feng could now discern every spiritual plant in Hua Yan's garden. Qin Feng was baffled when he realized that there were 15 types of different spiritual plants in this small-scale garden. Moreover, all of the 15 types of spiritual plants were rare on Earth. The angel plant, devil fruit, crimson lunar deity, 100-flavor grass, and so on. All of them were essential ingredients in concocting medicine pills. Qin Feng still looked for the 100-flavor grass after he had roughly scanned through the spiritual plants. At the end of it, the 100-flavor grass had the highest concentration of spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and it was the most useful for Qin Feng. Qin Feng uprooted 200-flavor grass so that there were only 300-flavor grass left in the garden. He was unsure what Hua Yan would do when she found out he had once again stolen her spiritual plants. However, Qin Feng could not care that much any more longer. He had to break through to stage 4 inner qi fast. Qin Feng quickly devoured the 100-flavor grass as soon as he entered his room. In next instant, surges of ice-cold, dense spiritual essence of heaven and earth coursed through every nerve ending in Qin Feng's body. He hastily sat down with his leg crossed and began to refine the spiritual essence into his own inner qi. Hua Yan suddenly woke up. She had placed the freezing seal on her spiritual plants and it would notify her if somebody triggered the seal. Now, she could clearly feel that somebody had breached into her garden and initiated the seal. Without giving it a second thought, Hua Yan ran down to the garden in her flimsy white sleeping gown and she soon arrived at her garden. She started to check her spiritual plants. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as flames burned in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng. Accept your death now. Within the time of a few breaths, Hua Yan had arrived at Qin Feng's door. She pulled out her long crimson whip and whipped it at Qin Feng. Crack! Qin Feng did not evade her attack and the sound when the whip made contact with Qin Feng's body wasn't the normal crisp lashing sound, but a kind of rattling sound that resembled the sound of something shattering. Clicks! Hua Yan turned on the light, and she was stunned by the scene before her. Qin Feng was encased in ice from head to toe. Just now, Hua Yan's attack had landed on the ice and shattered a small piece from it. However, in the next second, new ice formed over the damage and returned it to its original state, totally encasing Qin Feng in the ice and turning him into an ice sculpture. Soon enough, Hua Yan saw the light and she gloated, guffawing uproariously, ha ha ha. Finally, finally. The evil we bring to ourselves is the hardest evil to bear. You've triggered my freezing seal, and you deserve it. She surmised that Qin Feng must have stolen the 100-flavor grass from the garden and swallowed it raw, thus evoking the freezing seal. Chilly air was formed into his body and turned him into an ice. Her delight was short-lived. She stopped and peered at Qin Feng seriously. The freezing seal was a high-grade spell specially owned by the demon cults. Once it was activated, the damage it caused was massive, and it was almost impossible to lift the seal. Since Qin Feng was a martial artist, Hua Yan knew that he did not know nor had a way to dispel the seal. She was certain that Qin Feng would be dead in another hour. Jesus! I must have been indebted to you in a past life, you bastard. You stole my treasured spiritual plants this late at night, and I still have to figure out a way to save your life. You really are a troublesome person. Hua Yan kept chiding Qin Feng, but she made her way to Qin Feng's side to check his condition. Hua Yan had a bad relationship with Qin Feng since she first met him. Although she loathed him very much, she never wanted to kill him. Hua Yan was a kind and just woman by nature, so how could she allow Qin Feng to die in front of her? This is bad. The seal has been in effect for more than 20 minutes, and his inner qi is starting to turn to ice. He will be dead in another 30 minutes. Hua Yan's brows locked together tightly. She looked at Qin Feng, who was encased in ice, as her face began to blush red. She had set up the freezing seal, and of course she knew how to lift the seal. The only way to dispel the freezing seal was that she had to take off her shirt and warm his body with her own, because only through body heat and demon essence could the corrosive power of freezing seal be stopped. Chapter 447, Twin Beautiful Combination. Chapter 447, Twin Beautiful Combination. 1 a.m. Jindu was still as busy as always, filled with bustling cars and sea of people zooming from street to street. It was completely indicative of the prosperity and extravagant lifestyle of the city. The Star TV studio was full of frenzied activity. Two beautiful young women wearing hot pants and rainbow-colored knee-high socks sat in their respective chairs and fixed their makeup. Sure man, let's have a feast later at East District. We have not been there for a while, and I've missed their spicy hot pot very much. Looking at Zhang Kuku's face full of excitement and ludicrous exaggeration, Rao Sherman forced a smile on her face and replied, Kuku, why don't we return to the hotel and have a rest instead? I'm tired like a dog from rehearsing the whole day. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were first-rate Chinese celebrities. They formed a twin beautiful combination temporarily to join the exploding Chinese reality television singing competition, Voice of China, that was broadcasted on Star TV in the famous Star TV enterprise in Jindu. Both of them had been in rehearsal from 8 p.m. yesterday until 1 a.m. today, making it a total of 5 hours of singing and dancing. Rao Sherman was totally worn out and in disbelief at her best friend's tenacious strength when she saw Zhang Kuku still bouncing around like nothing. Aw. Big sister Sherman is tired. Why don't I feel anything? I feel I can sing another 10 songs. Zhang Kuku said mischievously. Rao Sherman then realized that Zhang Kuku was acting weird recently since her strength seemed bottomless. I wonder what is going on with you, Kuku. You used to be a lazy worm. You wouldn't use your true voice if you were given the opportunity to fake it. You used to sit on the stage and sing a whole song if you don't have to dance. What have you eaten recently? You are becoming a superwoman, Rao Sherman said while she measured Zhang Kuku. Zhang Kuku was infamous for her laziness among the celebrities. When Rao Sherman busted her, she blushed. How can you sling mud at me like that, Sherman? I never slack off from my work. I'm a 20-year-old young woman, and I have to sing 15 songs at least at a concert, so I need to sit down to save my strength. Zhang Kuku whined at Rao Sherman while hugging her arm. They were both cold and elegant beautiful angels in front of their audience. If their fans had a chance to see how casual and close they were behind the scene, their mouths would gape wide in utter shock. Before I forget, big sister Sherman. Did you keep a few of these few talismans? Zhang Kuku rolled her eyes as she pulled out a stack of yellow talismans. What is that, Kuku? Why should I keep these talismans? Rao Sherman was tickled pink by Zhang Kuku's amusing expression and laughed sweetly. We're in the 21st century where the sciences flourish. These talismans are of ancient times. Zhang Kuku got these talismans from Qin Feng's stall on Yuli Street. Although Zhang Kuku was not superstitious, she was naturally attracted to this kind of ancient stuff. Hence, she kept the talismans on her body at all times, and she would take them out and study them whenever she had time. Maybe you don't believe this, Sherman, I always bring these talismans with me wherever I go. I believe this is the reason why I haven't gotten tired while attending events recently. Rao Sherman felt the same as well. Ever since she had a stroll with Zhang Kuku on Yulin Street, Zhang Kuku apparently had changed into another person. She looked as fresh as a daisy, though she had worked for the whole day as if she had taken steroids. The talismans can cleanse one's mind. Rao Sherman murmured. She remembered the soul-cleansing necklace Qin Feng gave her. The necklace had the ability to refresh the wearer and suppress fright. Suddenly, Rao Sherman's eyes glowed as a thought crossed her mind. Is that possible? A burst of laughter drifted into Rao Sherman's ears as her mind was flocked with all kinds of conjecture. Ha! I've been looking for you too. The two of them raised their heads and looked at where the sound came. Two men dressed in high-quality suits walked to their sides. One of them wore a well-pressed maroon suit, had an ethereal set of facial features that allowed him to stand above the masses. His handsomeness could rival some of the rising stars. However, he did not need to be a celebrity as he was the chairman of Star TV Enterprise, Yang Kan. Beside Yang Kan was a man with a round figure. He wore a black suit. When he smiled, his jowls piled together and blocked his eyes. Young Master Yang. Young Master Liu. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku quickly rose to their feet and greeted them. The two people were popular rich young masters in Jindu. Yang Kan was the eldest grandson and descended from one of the four large familial clans of Jindu, the Yang family. Lu Shu was the big shot of yet another one of the four large familial clans of Jindu, the Lu family. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku did not cower in fear facing these rich young masters of Jindu. However, they were taught not to dismiss their etiquette. Ha! Don't be so courteous, little sister Sherman and little sister Kuku. Lu Shu squinted his eyes, looked at them lewdly before shooting a gaze at Yang Kan. What a bad boss are you, young Master Yang. How can you let our two angels work until so late? I don't care, hurry up and find us a nice and cozy clubhouse. We must treat these two angels to a scrumptious feast, or else, I won't treat you as my brother. Hee, don't be so edgy, young Master Liu. Sherman and Sher are superstars with millions of fans, I dare not slight them. I've prepared a good place for us to enjoy our meal. It's at the Soaring Cloud Mansion. Let's go now. Now you're talking. Let's go now. Lu Shu and Yang Kan chimed in together and played their own show as if they really cared for Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku saw through their show and they understood the truth very well in their heart, even though they refrained from busting their act. Rao Sherman rose to her feet slowly, pulled Zhang Kuku to her side and offered a warm smile to Yang Kan and Lu Shu. Thank you. Kuku and I accept young Master Yang and young Master Lu's kindness, but I'm afraid we can't accept your invitation. It's quite late now, and we're physically worn out, hence, we want to return to our hotel and rest. We're not going to the dinner with you guys. Rao Sherman declined their invitation straightly. A flicker coldness flashed across Lu Shu's and Yang Kan's eyes, but Lu Shu shrugged it off very soon and replaced with a bright smile. Ha! Little sister Sherman, you have to eat your dinner even though you're tired. Young Master Yang will think that you look down on him if you're playing a face not to go on a dinner with him. Yang can read Lu Shu's mind and cooperatively pulled his face, acting that he was really angry. Please don't misunderstand us, young Master Yang. Kuku and I have never held you in contempt. We're really tired after the rehearsal. We'll go ahead and return to our hotel first. Rao Sherman pulled Zhang Kuku and made their way out from the studio before Lu Shu halted them. Holding a satirical smile, he said slowly, "Miss Sherman, we all are the citizens of Jindu, and will meet each other frequently. Over and over again you have declined our invitations, and I guess it's a bad idea. You know that Star TV Enterprise is owned by young Master Yang and has cornered almost all of the entertainment industry in China. If you still insist on not paying young Master Yang face and have a dinner with us, please don't blame young Master Yang for retiring you two from your work." Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were artists under Star TV Enterprise, so their destinies were practically controlled by them. "Sherman, why don't we just go with them? Let's finish this quick and return to our hotel for a rest. I'll now call Big Sister Lee to accompany us. I guess with her by our side, they won't have the nerve to do anything to us." Zhang Kuku was quick to act. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out her phone and made a call to Big Sister Lee. After she briefed her on their condition, Zhang Kuku hung up the phone. After that, she clung tightly to Rao Sherman's arm and said cheerfully, "Big Sister Lee is on her way now. Let's not worry about the rest now then, Sherman." Big Sister Lee was a 40-year-old woman and was their celebrity agent. With Big Sister Lee joining in their dinner, Rao Sherman slowly dropped her guard. Moreover, she believed that Lu Shu and Yang Kan would not dare to do anything to them with the Dongfang family behind her. "Fine then, young Master Yang and young Master Lu. Let's have dinner together. Kuku and I are going back to rest later, so let's be quick," Rao Sherman said indifferently to Yang Kan. "Sure. Our cars are outside the studio. Let's go now." Lu Shu and Yang Kan's eyes glowed with a nefarious smile when both the ladies agreed to join them in a dinner. The four of them then exited the studio. As they arrived outside of the studio, there was a red Ferrari Enzo and a dark Maserati Quattroporte parked beside the studio. Big Sister Lee arrived. "Sherman, Kuku. Big Sister Lee, let's go and have supper now." Zhang Kuku cheerfully wrapped her hand around Big Sister Lee's arm when she saw her. "Good evening, young Master Lu and young Master Yang." Big Sister Lee greeted Lu Shu and Yang Kan after she pet Zhang Kuku's head. "Since everyone is here, let's get moving now. I can see that Sherman is really tired. We'll send you two back to the hotel as soon as we have finished our meal." Yang Kan invited Rao Sherman into his Ferrari Enzo. The supercar was a two-seater car, but the Maserati Quattroporte owned by Lu Shu was a four-seater. "Young Master Yang, Kuku, and I will go with young Master Lu." Rao Sherman turned down Yang Kan's offer and pulled Zhang Kuku into Lu Shu's Maserati Quattroporte. Yang Kan's face darkened, but he soon regained to normal and whipped a bright smile. "Please hop in, Big Sister Lee." "Okay then. Please drive safely, young Master Lu. Take good care of my two angels." "Don't worry about that at all, Big Sister Lee. Let's move now." Lu Shu widened his smile at Big Sister Lee and Yang Kan before hopped into his car. After they all got into their respective cars, Lu Shu and Yang Kan then started the engine. Roaring like beasts, the two supercars turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the luxurious night sky of Jindu. The two supercars arrived at the most high-end private clubhouse, Soaring Cloud Mansion, after 10 minutes. A few security guards came forward and welcomed them. "Good evening, young Master Yang, young Master Lu. Please allow us to take care of your cars." Yang Kan and Lu Shu casually threw the keys to the security guards. They then walked toward Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku and greeted them with charming smiles. "Welcome to the Soaring Cloud Mansion, our beautiful superstars. We've all the meals ready. After we have had our meal full, I'll personally take you two back to your hotel." "That's good. Thank you, young Master Yang." Rao Sherman nodded slightly. Yang Kan and Lu Shu led the way while Rao Sherman, Zhang Kuku and Big Sister Lee trailing behind them. Chapter 448, 100 Million Hedonist Points Diagnosis. Hua Yan sat beside Qin Feng and stared at the ice-covered man for 10 minutes. Within this 10 minutes, Hua Yan had scolded Qin Feng starting from his earliest ancestor through at least 18 generations until she reached him, and then, began to scold him in the same way in reverse. And now, she was still muttering to herself. Ah. What should I do? What should I do? I'm still a virgin, and I don't have a boyfriend yet. How can I cuddle with this filthy moron naked? How about I make him my boyfriend after I save his life and order him to treat me as his only one from now on? But this brat is such a playboy. I don't believe he'll obey my orders so easily. Oh my, the ice has thickened. This man is going to die. Hua Yan restlessly paced back and forth in Qin Feng's room for 100 rounds. The only way to save Qin Feng was to cuddle with him, use her body temperature to melt the ice and her demon essence to dispel the freezing seal. However, this was a very tough decision for Hua Yan. All women and men are equal in the eyes of doctors. I'm now a doctor trying to save a person's life. How can I get tangled up in secular ideas? Two little men appeared in Hua Yan's mind and began a fierce argument. One of them argued for saving Qin Feng's while the other argued to abandon him to his death. I don't care anymore. I can't let this man die in front of me. After going through a silent struggle, Hua Yan's eyes suddenly became determined. She grabbed and tore open her sleeping gown. Swoosh! The white sleeping gown slid down her smooth-as-jade body and fell to the floor. Hua Yan was a bombshell of agreeable form. When she thought of her current situation, her face blushed as red as a ripe tomato. What a lucky, little, snotty brat. Hua Yan had no qualms about hugging Qin Feng with her naked body. She lightly hopped up on Qin Feng's bed. Hiss! Hua Yan took a heavy breath as soon as she hugged Qin Feng from the behind. Even though she was a demon cultivator who cultivated freezing force, her body still trembled with cold when she touched her freezing seal with her naked body. It's too cold. Will Qin Feng still be fine after he thawed? The coldness pierced like fangs deep into her bones. Hua Yan had to grit her teeth tightly to endure the unrelenting cold as the hairs on her body stood up. In a room on the 3rd floor of the villa, Chang Axayan could not fall asleep and tossed herself on the bed from side to side. Chang Axayan had mistaken Qin Feng and Hua Yan as a new couple. Her brain was harrowed by many questions, and she wasn't sure if she had fallen in love with Qin Feng or not. As long as she saw Qin Feng was close to other women, she felt a prickling pain in her heart. I can't let this go on anymore. I've got to talk with Qin Feng about this and hear what is in his mind. Chang Axayan had enough of this torturing feeling. She pushed her coverlet aside and went downstairs. Under Hua Yan's persistence and hard work, the ice on Qin Feng's body began to thaw and evaporated as wisps of steam into the air. The ice on Qin Feng's body grew thinner, and Hua Yan grew closer to his body. Smooch him. Suddenly, Hua Yan slipped, and her body made contact with a spread of skin in front of her. Slowly opening her eyes, Hua Yan realized that Qin Feng had totally thawed out, and her body was not stuck to Qin Feng's back. A flush of bright pink swiftly rose to her cheeks, and she wished could find a hole to hide in. Both of them were soaked to the skin, and they were stuck together. It was certainly a wet and messy sight that could stimulate anybody who saw it. Since the ice had defrosted, Hua Yan could begin transmitting her demon essence into Qin Feng's body. I'll settle the account with you after you have awakened, stupid. Hua Yan took a deep breath, and her eyes were filled with fire. It was the least of her expectations that Qin Feng would take advantages of her. Qin Feng was hugging her naked body, and she felt like dying. You horrendous pervert. How dare you get fresh with me? Go to hell. Hua Yan blew her top. As she raised her palms to slap Qin Feng, somebody knocked on the door to Qin Feng's room. Qin Feng, have you gone to sleep yet? I've something to discuss with you. Chang Axian's voice drifted from the other side of the door. Big sister Axian. Hua Yan yelled in shock. She never expected her big sister Axian would come to find Qin Feng at this late hour. Could it be that before I returned to the villa, Qin Feng and big sister Axian really had slept in a room together? Have they already developed their relationship to that point? Hua Yan's thoughts jumbled together. She firmly believed that Qin Feng would be her future partner after Qin Feng had hugged her naked body. Only now did she realize that Qin Feng and her big sister Axian had already together. The revelation almost made her explode. Hua Yan. When Chang Axian heard Hua Yan's voice from Qin Feng's room, she was even more flabbergasted than Hua Yan. Without giving it a second thought, Chang Axian shoved open Qin Feng's door and went into the room. When she saw the scene in the room, her jaw dropped to the floor in shock. "Aw. You guys. I. Chang Axian floundered when she saw Hua Yan and Qin Feng naked and cuddled together. Her purpose of coming to Qin Feng's room was to make it clear what was his relationship with Hua Yan. However, she felt she understood everything and nothing needed to be asked after she witnessed such a scene. Myriads of feelings roamed in Chang Axian's heart: pain, hurt, disappointment, sadness, anger. All negative feelings instantly swallowed her up and shattered her heart. She turned around and ran upstairs. In Qin Feng's room, Hua Yan was completely flabbergasted. Her brain went blank, and she knew she could never prove herself innocent even if she jumped into the Huanghe River. Her big sister Axian would misunderstand her forever. Holy shit! What are you doing, Hua Yan? How can you lay your hands on me while I'm injured? Qin Feng suddenly awakened. The first thing he did after he woke up was grab Hua Yan by her shoulders and speak earnestly. "I should tell you in advance, I'm still a virgin, and I'll not be responsible for what you have done to me." "Okay." Hua Yan moaned in pain, and it almost melted Qin Feng. "Ah. You, the person who bears the name of the Qin family, how dare you gain all the favor and yet call it a disfavor? I'm gonna kill you now. Yen, faster, kick me. Hurry up and kick me in the head." Qin Feng laughed. Hua Yan rose to her feet with a strong gale and lunged at Qin Feng. It's not high enough. Yen, kick higher. I won't move an inch. I'll let you kick me in the head to vanquish your anger. Qin Feng darted a few glances in between Hua Yan's legs. His nose almost bled. Hua Yan suddenly found something wasn't right when she was about to kick higher. When she found out Qin Feng's true intention, and that she had exposed her private part just now, her fury knew no limit. She roared, "Qin Feng! Wait until I come back, you hear me? I'll kill you after I dress." Qin Feng refused to give back Hua Yan her sleeping gown, so she returned to her room to find herself another sleeping gown. After she dressed, she stormed toward Qin Feng's room with the blood shadow whip in her hand, planning to settle their accord. How was there any chance that Qin Feng would wait obediently for Hua Yan to return to kill him? He had long escaped to a large tree outside the villa and enjoyed the fragrance on Hua Yan's sleeping gown that tickled his nostrils. Qin Feng was now recalling what happened earlier on. He remembered that after he consumed the 200 flavor grass, he had begun to refine the spiritual essence when a piercing cold aura suddenly invaded his dantian and completely encased him in ice. What a malicious woman. "I just stole 2 spiritual plants from you. How can you cast a freezing seal that almost cost this young master's life?" Qin Feng cursed and chided Hua Yan. Above all what she had done, Qin Feng still very excited in his heart when he thought about Hua Yan saving him with her naked body. TSK. Her body is so perfect. As Qin Feng extended his hands, he was stunned. One of his hand had turned black while the other turned purple. What the fuck is this? How dirty is that woman, and how long has it been since the last time she took a shower? Why have my hands turned black just by touching her? Qin Feng yelled in shock. Can you stop being a stupid, master? This is the sign of being corroded by evil energy and demon essence. Little Pig could not stand Qin Feng's stupidity anymore and chided him. Qin Feng screwed his head in embarrassment before turning serious again. What causes this? Master, you were inflicted by the miasma of Taoist Rakshasa during the battle with him on Ghost Mountain. Then, Hua Yan just now has transmitted some of her demon essence into Master's body. When two different energies collide, they begin to change. The two different energies are now trying to attack and invade Master's inner chi. Little Pig explained. How can it affect me? Is there any bad effect? Qin Feng asked worriedly. Since it wasn't him who was poisoned, Little Pig posed in an indifferent manner and explained nonchalantly to Qin Feng, normally, the evil energy will invade the host's body and take over the host's consciousness. It at least will cause the host to lose all his inner chi, or worst case scenario is that it will turn the host into a dead walker. Meanwhile, demon essence will cause the host to lose his sanity or explode from the host body, killing the host in the process. Qin Feng stared at Little Pig and roared, Can you stop bluffing, you stupid pig? Do you believe that I won't throw you out into my class tomorrow? Master, I did not lie to you. What I said is the truth. Little Pig was scared. But why have I been fine until now? Qin Feng pondered. In normal accordance, the miasma and demon essence in Master's body is considered a lot, but Master's body has shown no sign of any mutation. The system has no idea also. Anyway, you shouldn't be worried, Master. You can always spend a sniffy amount of hedonist points and have the system to run a diagnosis on your blood. Qin Feng was worried about his body condition. He asked, how much I need to pay. It's cheap, Master. You only have to pay 1 million hedonist points. Fuck. You're trying to fool me again. Qin Feng's face was darkened. Master, that is the price given by the system. See it for yourself if you don't believe me. Little Pig said pitiably as if he was wronged. Qin Feng quickly went to check the system, and when he saw the cost of the blood diagnosis was really 1 million hedonist points, he was completely dumbfounded. I need 1 million hedonist points just to check my body. Could it be my body holds a secret? Qin Feng was curious about his own body. He was born with no talent and was regarded as a muggle since he was born. However, judging from the price given by the system to check his body's condition, Qin Feng was certain that he was actually somebody. He might be a 1 in a million martial artist prodigy. Qin Feng wished to disclose the secret about his body, but the cost for the blood diagnosis stopped him because he did not have that many hedonist points.